with one of our breaks anyway. Okay, so reminder that this next witness, Ms. Smith, is not to be filmed, and y'all be careful when you focus on the video boards too. So let's get her in, and then we'll get the jury in.
Your Honor, can I
I'm
just make
sorry,
one
wait,
more?
I'm sorry, Mr. Steele, you had something also.
Just for your hopeful put on your thought process. I also believe, though, that Mr. Kendrick's guilty plea to the gang involvement, he pled
Right.
to a gang count, that's what we're dealing with now. Mr. Kendrick and Mr. Williams are indicted in counts, I'm going to tell you 56, 57, 58.
Right.
I may be wrong on the numbers, together. And that guilty plea, it's not only for the RICO overt act, but it also goes to those counts too, because I don't want the jurors to use, well, Mr. Kendrick admitted through a guilty plea that he was part of a criminal street gang, YSL. So that has to be
Did he
incorporated.
actually admit it was YSL?
Yes, that's part of
They're
the
gonna
issue.
know that from what they get presented?
I don't think we did not list YSL in the indictment on that previous indictment.
Right.
I think you did.
No,
have to
I
check
just
it.
looked at the indictment. It doesn't say YSL in the indictment.
Okay, well, that's better. I did not.
Okay.
Memory's different, but if you looked, then I'm wrong, I'm sure.
Yeah, I just looked like 2 seconds ago. So it's not. It may be in the guilty plea transcript, but that's not going to them anyway. Okay. Let's get the witness and then the jury. We can be doing both at the same time.
All right, from jury.
It does vote.
Good morning, Ms. Smith. Okay. So yesterday on Direct, you said that you used to hang out at Bolly's house? Excuse me? Yesterday on Direct, you said you used to hang out at Bolly's house? Correct. And you used to hang out on the 3rd floor?
It was everywhere, all over the house.
Okay, so you used to hang out on the bottom floor, the main
All
house?
over the house.
And so it's a 3-story house?
I'm not sure.
You're not sure? Okay. And there's a door on the 3rd floor, right?
I'm not sure. I really don't remember.
Okay. The mom walked out of the door when she was on the 3rd floor?
I'm not sure. I don't remember.
Okay. So you testified on Direct that when you went outside that night, you got into BJ's car, right?
Correct.
And then he drove you, Tahira, Red, Jamari across the street?
Yes.
Because Tahira told you that there's a weed man over there?
Yes.
And then when the car stopped, Tahira got out the car to go buy some weed,
Yes.
and then she came back and got you and told you somebody wants to talk to you.
Correct.
And you're not familiar with that area.
No, I'm
You
not.
don't know anybody there.
No, I don't.
So you got out the car to go talk to somebody who you don't know in an unfamiliar area.
Yes, because I was scared. I didn't know what was finna go on.
And then that's when you say you saw Lil Rod and Bali running and shooting, right?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to approach you with what was previously marked as States Exhibit 11, November. Your Honor, may I approach? You may. Do you recognize this exhibit?
Yes.
So I'm going to hand you a copy of this exhibit.
Mm-hmm.
And we're going to mark it as Defense Exhibit 1RR. I'm going to leave this with you. And I want you to mark where you saw Lil Rod with an R. Use the sticker and write an R and put it on the blue copy. And then I want you to get another sticker and mark where you saw Bali with a B using the sticker. And then with the third sticker, I want you to mark where the charger was stopped with a C. I'm gonna get that from you, okay? Oh, use the sticker.
Write it on there.
Right, write the letters on the sticker. And then can you also put an M where you were hiding in the bushes?
The bush is right there. You can see it.
Can you put the sticker on it? And I'll move to admit this as Defense Exhibit 1, Romeo into evidence.
It's admitted.
So now we're going to move on to your police interview after you were picked up, okay? Now, on direct yesterday, you said that you and BJ were friends, right?
I knew him, yeah.
Since 5th grade?
Yeah.
And you also told the detective that BJ put a gun to your head that night, correct?
Yes.
And you told so many other stories that the detective asked you if you knew the difference between a truth and a lie.
Yes.
In the first couple of hours of that interview, you kept saying that there was one shooter, true?
Yes, I did.
You said BJ was shooting, correct?
Yes, I did. I said a couple stuff. I was shook up. I was scared. I didn't know what to say. I never been in no situation like that before.
Okay. And then towards the end of the police interview, Detective Hogan told you what he thought happened, right?
Correct.
And then after Detective Casey told you, this is the time for you to sing your ass off, because if not, you're going to find your ass in fucking jail with these fools, right?
Correct.
And that's when you started adopting Detective Hogan's version that there were two shooters.
Yes.
And then that's when you started saying that there was a big gun.
It's never no big guy.
Big gun.
A big gun.
Mm-hmm.
I don't remember.
And that's when you started putting Lil Rod in your story, correct?
Yes.
So let's fast forward to the previous hearing in September of 2021 when you provided testimony, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And that's the first time anybody ever heard about you being trapped on this bottom floor, correct?
No.
Who'd you tell?
I told the police.
You told Detective Hogan?
No, I told the police when they came to get me where I was inside the house.
So you told them on the way to the police station that you were trapped in a house?
No, I told my mom over the phone.
You
That's
told
how
your
the-
mother?
Yes, that's how the police knew where I was.
Okay. And did Detective Hogan bring that up during your interview?
I'm not sure. I don't remember.
So would it refresh your memory to look at your prior testimony from your prior hearing?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach?
You may. That looks like a pretty big binder. Are you going to point her to something in particular? Okay.
Yes.
All right.
I'm not going to have her flipping around. Yeah. No.
That's good.
No. Would you go to page 866? And then to your
Don't nobody say nothing to me right now. We watching testimony. Y'all can eat me up later. Eat me up later. But let me just say, Miss Ma'am is definitely lying.
to yourself, read lines 6 through 13
To myself?
to yourself. And when you're done reading, you could just close the book or just look up. So I know that you're done.
Yeah, she is not telling the truth, baby. Oh, she sounds so oh. Come on, y'all. Eat me up on break, y'all. Eat me up on break. I don't know what happened. I don't have no excuse. I have alarms. I guess I ain't hear them. Eat me up on break, y'all. Eat me up on break.
Did that refresh your memory?
Okay.
Yes, you do.
So you never told anybody that you were trapped in that basement?
Oh,
Yes, I did.
who?
I told you I told my mom.
Who the hell is your mama? Right.
And yesterday was the first time anybody heard about Bali attacking you, correct?
Oh,
Correct.
You kept that secret for about, what, 2019,
ah!
20, 21, 22, like 5-6 years?
Correct.
Come on, D. Williams. D. Williams, come,
And
baby.
you would agree with me that you changed your past testimony several times about who had a gun that night?
No.
She sound defeated. Liar.
Would it refresh your memory to look at the transcript?
Liar.
I mean, if you want to put it up, that's cool. I'll look at it and refresh my memory if that's what you want to do.
No,
Okay,
you need to
so
do
let's
it.
start with where you said Lil Rod had a gun. Go to page 809.
I'm sorry I didn't believe y'all yesterday. It never crossed my mind. But here we are. Come on, y'all. The finger count
Can
did.
you approach for just a second?
Y'all know why they want to approach? The state needs this girl off the witness stand. Okay? The state needs her off. And they need Miss D. Williams to stop cooking like this. She cooking with a soft voice. You ever had somebody y'all get into it with and they don't even raise their voice for real, but they still eat you up? Because the 2019, 2020, 2021, that right there ate. Come on now. Y'all said Miss D. Williams better not go to sleep tonight. My girl didn't sleep. Come on, man. Who is this time? I've been waiting on you since 5 a.m. Alicia, I think we said do not eat me up in this moment. Y'all can have all lunch to eat me up. We'll have to talk about it because I don't got no excuse. I don't know what happened.
Did
I'm
that refresh your memory?
in on time
Okay.
for court.
So
Especially
you said Lil Rod had a gun, right?
Yes.
Okay. Then let's go to sorry. And you said that several times that he had a gun, right?
Both of them had guns.
Okay.
But then you also testified you didn't see anybody shooting that night, correct?
She did.
You have to
Correct.
say it for the record.
Yes.
And you also testified that you didn't see any guns that night, correct?
Mm-hmm.
A confident liar.
And then also, while you were on that bottom floor, you just found a random phone.
Thank you.
Yeah. It was a phone at the house.
And there wasn't a passcode to get in the phone.
I don't remember, but I could call somebody, so apparently it wasn't.
Oh, not
So
you.
you didn't call 911 to let them know that you were trapped in this basement.
Nope. I called my grandma and my mom first. By the time I called my mom, 911 was at her house.
Man, get off.
And when you were on the phone with your grandmother and your mother, you told them, I just saw a shooting.
No. When I called my mama was yelling and screaming, telling me homicide at her door.
Man, it's a
Court's
confident
indulgence.
liar. And you better indulge her. Miss D. Williams that got that blunt in them braids, not Paige breathing hard when the state be having y'all waiting forever. Miss D. Williams trying to prove this little girl lying. I don't know what more we need. This little girl is a liar. This little girl is a liar. Let me tell you.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, are there other defense
don't need
attorneys
no
with
more.
questions for
She's
this
a liar.
witness?
May I retrieve my?
Yes, certainly.
Please, y'all. Somebody else eat her up, but nobody else.
All right, is there redirect?
She's a liar.
Sure.
She's a liar. Get her off the stand. I'm disgusted.
Good morning, Ms. Smith.
Oh, I'm
Good morning.
disgusted.
So, on cross, do you remember the defense counsel asking you about when you told the detectives at the beginning when you started your interview that you didn't see any guns or anybody shooting? Remember asking that question?
Yes, I lied a couple times.
Can you tell the jury?
I'm sorry.
Yeah, make her say that again.
Better.
Oh, that's a body.
Not really. You may either have to pick it up or use the lapel mic.
I lied a couple times.
So,
Why would y'all put her on the
do you remember
stand?
defense counsel asking you on cross a few seconds ago, a few minutes ago, about at the beginning of your interview with the detectives that you said that you didn't see
Look at you,
anybody
Williams.
shooting and you didn't see any guns. Do you remember her asking you that?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell the jurors why you said that at the beginning part of your interview when you were speaking with Detective Hogan and Detective Casey?
The reason I lied a couple of times was because I was shook up. I never been in no situation like that.
Girl,
And
save it.
tell the jurors or explain to them when you say you were shook up, why were you so shook up?
Because like I was still around them. Like during the situation, after they did what they did, I was still with them. I couldn't go nowhere until the police came.
Okay,
When you say
girl.
them, are you talking about
Okay.
Lil Rod, Valley, or Blaylock?
Yes.
And
Lil
your
Rod
friend,
gonna be out of jail.
Brazy.
Y'all crazy. Y'all think
Yes.
they're not
And
this.
were you shook up because Miss Brazy had set you and Jamari?
Objection, lady.
Wait!
Overruled.
Were you shook up because Miss Brazy had set you and the people in the
blue Charger up?
Yes.
And did you know anything about the fact that she was going to do that?
No, I didn't.
Hold that mic closer to you, Mr. Bobby.
Sorry.
Thanks.
Y'all called it yesterday.
Now, Miss Williams asked you, or she phrased her question.
This why they wanted her.
After Detective Hogan
On that brazy set
told you
everybody up.
something that you just adopted it. Is that what you did when you were speaking with the detective and you decided to tell the truth?
Yes.
Okay. And were you telling the truth, or were you just telling the detective exactly what he said?
I mean, I was telling some bit of the
I,
truth, but I
can
was still
still
lying.
upload on my
And
TikTok.
when you
That-
told the detective that you saw Little Rod and Bally run up and start shooting at the Charger, were you telling the truth?
Yes.
And can you tell the jury, based on, you said you had known BJ since what, 5th grade?
Mm-hmm.
And in your interactions with BJ and Red and Jamari, can you tell the jurors, were they all pretty close friends?
I never knew Jam.
Speculation. Yesterday she said she didn't know.
Overruled.
I don't. I knew BJ. I didn't know the rest of them.
Man, eat her
Let
up.
me
This
I'm gonna ask
heifer's
my
a
question
liar.
again,
I'm
so it's
sorry.
clear.
This girl is a
Remember
liar.
you talked about yesterday, you got into the Charger,
She
remember
needs to
that?
go to
Mhm.
jail.
And when you were in the Charger, did you kind of witness and talk with and interact with BJ, Jamari, and Red in the car?
I can't really remember. I just know I was in the car with them.
Okay. And
But I know me and BJ had a conversation like about getting weed or whatever like that.
okay. And during the conversation and while you were in the car, was everybody interacting with each other, you know, in a friendly way?
I mean, I really don't remember, to be honest.
Okay.
I just know the whole time Brazy was talking, leading him to the apartments. That's it.
That's okay. Do you remember also during your interview with Detective Hogan, he asked you, we talked about yesterday, but he asked you about BJ's Instagram handle or user ID. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And do you remember what you told Detective Hogan BJ's Instagram user ID was?
Yes.
Okay, can you tell the jury?
I don't remember like exactly the name I told him, but I told him a name.
If you remember telling him a name?
I do, but I don't.
Okay. Do you remember telling him that his Instagram handle was for Lil Joker?
Yes.
Okay. All right, I just have a few more questions. So when defense counsel asked you some additional questions about
Yeah, this
Detective
much.
Hogan and Detective Tracy were talking to you about what happened. Do you remember that?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And they,
Damn.
Ms. Williams asked you about whether you were just saying things because they had said it to you. Do you remember her asking you that?
This girl needs to be in
You
jail.
said another way.
Let me ask you this. When you told Detective Hogan and Detective Tracy that you saw Little Rod and Bally shooting, was
Mhm.
that because you saw it, or is that because they gave you some impression that they knew that they...
Cause what?
Overruled.
I actually saw it because for one, they never got in the car with us to know where we was going. For two, when we ran through the breezeway, I saw them shooting their guns at the car. Literally.
Liar. Liar.
And my last question is,
That's right.
back
Lock her
when this
up.
occurred back in February of
You don't deserve to be.
2019, can you tell the jurors how old were
Boy
you back
died
then?
because of her.
I don't remember.
How old are you now again?
Too old.
23.
Okay, and this was roughly 5 years ago? Yes?
Mm-hmm.
Your Honor, I have no further questions.
All right, any recross?
Please recross her.
Go ahead.
Did Lil Rod have the big gun?
I don't remember. I just know they both had guns.
All right.
Man, drop the mic, D. Williams.
Can I go use the restroom, please?
Man, go
It's
home.
not going to be much longer. Hang on just a
No,
second.
no, you sit there and take that
I
heat.
mean, no, this is
Miss
is
Liar,
this
liar, pants
something
on
that came
fire.
up in the redirect or
heat.
recross.
Man, take that heat. Man, help D. Williams out. Toast this little
Well,
light.
if it came up in direct, then you should have asked to cross.
Look at Paige. Paige trying
Go
to.
ahead.
Just one or two questions for you.
Okay.
She probably
So,
there crying.
BJ, that's the gentleman that you've known for 5th grade or whatever, right?
Mhm.
Okay.
She y'all
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay. BJ threatened you, right?
Mhm.
BJ, and then after that threat was made, then your house was shot up. Is that right? Afterwards.
I know BJ did.
I really can't remember.
Okay. So you don't remember the threat, then the house getting shot?
Yes.
Thank you. That's all I have.
All right. Does the state have anything based on that?
No, Judge.
All right. Thank you. You are excused. You can go ahead and
And
you're free to
her
go.
is
Call your next
Liar.
witness.
And if you're in Atlanta, I would never be around her. I would never be around this girl ever. A little 15-year-old boy
Yes.
off his life because of this lying ass girl. Never. And if y'all got sons on this stream, you tell your sons to be careful. Bro, that is crazy. And her friend, no wonder they was trying to get her. You went in there and set them boys up. Now we understand why she was, oh, Tyhira led me. Man, I know Tyhira want to beat the hell out of her. That is crazy. I don't even know if I can say that on here. Sorry. But that is crazy. Man, I would never be around that girl. I know that girl crying. She ought to be crying. Someone lost their life because of you. Man, never. I know y'all seen Tyhira mugshot. I know Tyhira looking for her. I don't know when Tyhira went to jail, but I thought it said 2021. But baby, I know Tyhira wanted to get her good because Miss Smith is a liar. Miss Smith is a liar, baby, and the truth ain't in her. Yes, it is, Lamisha. I feel when I said y'all know I'm in my mom's house. So when I said beat the hell out of her, damn, said it again. That's some shit my mama would have said. I don't want to see a pic, Alicia. I don't want to see a picture. She is despicable to me. She's despicable. And she should have been in jail for giving false statements and for setting them up. She needs to be behind bars with the rest of them. Ain't no explanation for all this lying. Like you were in on it. You just got scared and you flipped on everybody. That's all this is. Her mama somewhere done told her how to get up there and lie today. I'm disgusted. Oh, I'm disgusted. Oh, I'm disgusted. And y'all better give my girl D. Williams her flowers. She said a whole lot was saying a little. She should have been charged. When I say I'm so disgusted, I am disgusted. They letting this slimy ass girl walk around. Let me calm down. I gotta calm down. And it ain't even just that she walking around. She need to be charged, getting on the stand, hollering about, I never been in trouble. I don't do anything. Like up there, like you some good girl. You're not. You're not. You're not. You should have been charged just like the rest of them. Hey, Frederica. D. Williams was amazing. Mm, mm, mm. Y'all, this some man. Watch y'all damn kids too. Cause ain't no way your kids should be out here, teenagers, setting other teenagers up. Watch your kids. Look for the signs, y'all. Mental health is real. I mean, kids out here that when you're unsupervised, put them in some sports, put them in something. Don't just let them be idle. Y'all, why they put that girl up there? Cause she ain't proved to me Lil Rod did nothing because I don't believe a word she said. Child. Mm-mm.
Listen, which witness is going to take which amount of time, et cetera, who can get here when. So I think we're going to take our morning break right now. And I know we hadn't been here very long today, but we're going to go ahead and take our morning break and then we'll get back with some more witness testimony.
I'm disgusted. I'm uploading my video. This gonna take hours to upload on TikTok. I don't even know if I should upload because it might be too raw. And I definitely I'm gonna just upload. I'm gonna just upload it. If I have to take it down, I'll take it down. I didn't curse it. But y'all right. That's one witness that ain't gonna follow me. And I hope she don't because I don't even want that energy around me, baby. I have and I hate for some little girl like you and your friend to ever be around my baby. Never. Let me never get
All
around.
right, we'll take our recess and Misty Williams and Miss Abbasi, they'll arrange for you to be able to speak with that witness or witnesses and obviously anybody else that needs to as well.
And just so everybody knows, so the court is aware, that was a great suggestion by the court. We're going to get Mr. Hiles down here. Mr. Hiles will be next, and that will allow the sheriff's department to get everyone they need situated for the two people who are staying with them, and then we can move forward that way.
We got some jail people coming out.
But I'd like for them to be able to go ahead and, if they can, talk to those two witnesses during this break.
She got to keep
Okay,
lying,
great.
baby. She got to keep up the same lie, Tay Tay. Tay Tay. She got to keep up the same lie. She done told us. I'm sorry again, y'all. Let me say this. Let me defend myself by saying yesterday when everybody was saying set up, let me just let y'all know I was so confused listening to her testimony yesterday. It wasn't until we got on live last night and I actually broke everything down where I was like, oh hell, I can see why they're saying she set these boys up, right? It wasn't until then. And even if, and as proof, go back and watch the live if you weren't on yesterday. When we watched the live, ooh, don't tell me they bringing Blaylock and Brazy. Somebody's in jail. Even when we watched the live, like I said, okay, something's not adding up. The basement part, you mean for 6 years you never told a soul you were in a basement? And then all of a sudden today you get in court and say you're in a basement? That's a vital part of what happened, if it happened. You don't tell people that they lock you in the basement and you want me to believe his mama came there and locked you in the basement as well? Was it a locked in the basement or she came, saw you in the room? Because somebody in the chat yesterday said the basement was Blaylock's room. Did she see you down there, walk in, walk out? What was it? Okay. So what was it? We picked this testimony apart. I'm talking real live investigators from what we had, and none of it made sense. I had about 800 people in here last night. We were all confused. Now we know that what we said on that live, which is that those girls set those boys in that blue Charger up. And you know what was so sad about it, y'all? It was so easy for them to do because they knew that boy since he was in 5th grade. Ash, you're right. Why would his mama come in the house going off? But I'm going to say this. Sometimes when kids are in certain neighborhoods and they live this street life, sometimes word get back to your mamas. I've seen people who've had kids. Stuff happens and their phones get to ringing. That could have been it. Brazy is locked up. Thank you, Jamaica. Please like the live, guys, because I ain't been mentioning it because, I'm already on thin ice with y'all. So I didn't even want to just be saying like the live when I was late to the live, okay? I didn't even want to do that. But thank y'all. Thank y'all. I'm trying to see who gonna come up. And if I was breezy, if I was brazy, I'd get on that stand and turn Miss Ma'am every way but loose, baby. But let me tell y'all this too. When it comes to bringing charges, y'all do know it's up to the district attorney's office to bring charges. So all of this could happen unless they watching. I always suspected this girl and been looking for a way. They are the ones who would have to charge her. We have to remember that. Okay, let me screenshot it. I'll show y'all. Because my people sent it to me on IG yesterday. Okay, here it is. Let me send it. Hold on, y'all. I gotta figure out how to share it. Let me just download it and I'm gonna send it to my computer. Photos. She had something to do with it. They both set those boys up. And every part, she heard that girl on the phone. All that stuff she left out. Because remember, y'all said she got off at 11. She got picked up from 11 to 5. They discussed what they were going to do. She knows what was discussed. She was part of the plan. Oh, she just went in the house and she just grabbed me. Girl, the girls were the bait. Come on, Tay-Tay. Tay-Tay, let's talk about it. The girls were the bait. They were the bait. Charmed, I'm behind too. We'll talk about that another time, okay, Charmed? Let's not bring up being behind, okay? Y'all got to figure out how to share this with y'all. Let me figure out how to share this with y'all because let me see if they'll let me share. Okay, y'all, give me just a second. I know how I can share. I'm gonna have to email it to myself and then put it up that way for y'all. And we'll get it that way. I'll do that. Yeah, I'm disgusted. Come on, Ariel. Good morning, Ariel. Simply Key, I don't know what I assume still won because I heard her trying to do a limited instruction. Baby, I'm sorry. I really thought Lil Rod's case was open and shut, and it's not. Lil Rod's case is not open and shut, okay? Hell, the state couldn't even get Lil Rod's case right. Now, I mean, with him already having a conviction, I just knew this was done. I just knew this was done. Baby, they can't even get they can't even prove something that's already been, a boy that's already been found guilty. Ain't no way. Ain't no way I would have put that girl on the stand. Good morning, Miss Fabulous Jade. Good morning, Jade. Jade, I don't know who tried his case, friend. But I want to see that case. Let me see if I can make this bigger. Yeah, let me see. Oh, I can't zoom in. Hold up. Okay, this about the best I could do. Let me share the tab with you guys. Hold on. And let's look at Brazy. Okay, y'all. This is Brazy's mugshot. Can y'all see that? I can make it bigger for you guys. Okay. This is Miss Brazy. She has, man, born in 2002. Young. Armed robbery. is her major offense. She's currently serving time there. Miss Tahira. Armed robbery from July 21st. So she stayed out a while. She got 15 years. Armed robbery. We got aggravated assault. Look like 2 aggravated assaults. Well, they have the same. That's the case number. 2 aggravated assaults and a possession of a firearm during a crime. Not surprised by reading any of that. Not surprised. Not surprised. I think the sad part about all of this is someone's child died as a result of her and Miss Smith's actions. And Miss Smith gets to walk around like she didn't do anything. I know why them boys was threatening you at your job. I'm not saying it's right, but I know why. You set their friend up. BJ is probably hurt because he's known this girl since 5th grade. He's known this girl since 5th grade. Do you know how comfortable you are around people you've known half your life? I have a best friend. My best friend, we've been best friends since 9th grade, 2001. We've been best friends since 2001. August 2001 when 9th grade started. I'm so comfortable around my friend. I would never, ever in my life feel that anything would happen. And that's my best friend. But let me just use someone who I've just known. We're not even friends anymore. My ex-best friend, I've been knowing her since I was 5. Comfortable around her. Never would think I'll just use something that could possibly have happened. I mean, that could happen. I wouldn't think that I could go to her house, get drunk, fall asleep, and something's going to happen. You get what I'm saying? Like, I'm always going to feel safe around this girl. BJ might not be innocent, Jasmine. We just working on the details we got, Jasmine, because you might be right. Jasmine, these are teenagers in a stolen car. Ain't nothing innocent about it. There's nothing innocent about being in a stolen car, but I do think they got set up. I do think they got set up. I don't think there's anything innocent about any of these kids, including Miss Smith. Including Miss Smith. There's nothing innocent about her. I'm going to show this mug shot, y'all, because I'm going to take it down. Nothing innocent about Miss Smith is the whole point in this story. I need to see. I didn't hear nothing about anything being fired back. They didn't know this was going to happen. Talking about they obviously left before us. That makes me, y'all, did y'all hear that part? Did y'all hear? Listen, did y'all hear her say they didn't follow them? They must have left before we did. Did y'all hear that? Did y'all hear that part? She said they must have left before us. I'm not gonna show Miss Smith. If the court didn't show her, I ain't gonna show her. I will see her if she gets posted, but I don't want to post her. Y'all, that girl said they didn't follow us or nothing. They must have left before we did. How did they know where y'all were going? Again, she putting it on Brazy. She knew those boys left before she did. Trying to guess that they must have left before we did. You just said on the stand, Brazy tried to set them up. You said that on the stand. You said on the stand, Brazy set them up. So she's trying to cover herself. She knew that those boys left before they did because she was in on it. Yep, I agree, Alicia. She lied a million times. I would have never put that girl on my stand. She would have never gotten on my stand. She wouldn't have gotten on my stand because she's a liar. What they say, she a lie and the truth ain't in her. She's a liar. I can't believe this. I cannot believe it. I can't believe this, guys. But you know what, Deshonda? I saw you saying Woody, and when I was going on my rant, I thought about people like Woody, okay? The one thing I'm going to say about Woody is Woody at least took accountability for what he did. And not just Woody. Quindarius, when I was on his live, He told me, he was like, yeah, I did 4 years, got out, did 6 months, and went back in for 4 years, right? They're not denying they did what they did. This girl outright trying to make herself a victim. I never heard Woody try to do that. I never heard Woody try to make himself a victim. What Woody say? People come mess with him. He's cool, but don't come messing with him. I don't believe this girl. Well, Crystal, Ariel seems to think, look, Ariel with you, Crystal, that's why we need to see their case. Ariel thinks that the girls did it. I haven't heard the motive. We'll have to watch the case. D. Williams got that 900-page transcript. I'm trying to read it. She kept trying to say that I never got in trouble or anything. As a mother with a son, do you think Jamari mama give a damn if you never got in trouble? She lost her son because of your actions. Do you think that woman give a damn that you never been in trouble? No, because she knows the type of girl you are. I'm sorry. Baby, damn, let me not say the name. Miss Smith would have to be single the rest of her life. There's something to be said. I know a story personally. I don't want to go into too many details where something similar happened. And the person she was with, he left her. I can't even see how she got another man after everybody knew you set someone up. After everybody knew this was going to happen to a person and the person was unalive. I don't even know how another man would want to be around her because you couldn't pay me to. So I have seen this type of thing happen to a person where someone they were in a relationship with was accused of something similar. Baby, they got on down eventually. And I would too, because I wouldn't be able to trust you. Not when it comes to taking a person's life. Not when you knew a person's life was taken and you said nothing. You knew it was being planned. You said, I wouldn't trust you. Hell no. Oh, Kanisha. No. No. Couldn't pay me to be around Miss Smith. And if you got a mama around here, y'all heard her name. I ain't gonna say it. Y'all heard her name. Baby, you best be on lookout if she with your son. It's not even just a setup part. Do I think people can change? Yes. But let me tell y'all what's getting me. It's the getting on this stand, acting like you were oblivious when you were clearly in the plan. Because let me say this too, guys. I don't hang around people who I know do stuff like this. And if her and that girl had been friends since 5th grade, do y'all think for 1 second she didn't know what type of guys Lil Rod and Blaylock were? Y'all think for 1 second she didn't know? Because I have to think back when I was young. I was the smart kid, cheerleader, honor society, but I still went out and had fun. I had party, but I had good, clean fun. Never been around a person with a weapon when I was in high school. Never, ever. Never. I never been around a boy who was doing anything like these little boys was doing. Never. So you want me to believe you just hang around? You didn't know these people doing all this? It caught you off guard just one day? What was y'all doing for fun in that house for a month? Girl, stop it. No, y'all help Tay out, chat. Y'all don't spell the whole word. Help Tay out. Tay said she think the doing one is cold. Tell Tay what doing one mean. No, tell Tay what doing one mean. Cause she yelled it out yesterday, Tay. Tell Tay, y'all. Tay doing one did not mean hitting the lick. Thank you. Tay, she yelled it out, Tay. What she say? Doing one mean? I said, oh. Baby. Come on, y'all. Cause Tay, we don't leave anyone behind over here. We got to make sure everybody knows. Okay. Everybody has to know. We got to be on one accord. just like we walked through her testimony yesterday. And thank y'all so much. If you were on the live stream yesterday, y'all prepared me for today. But what y'all did,
Mr. Hiles is ready to walk in.
Yes, Your Honor.
I didn't prepare me that she
All right, let's go ahead and get the jury out.
nobody left behind over here, baby. We're a team. Each one teach one. Ooh.
And your witness can be making his way in as well.
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh, what was the answer about whether y'all were going to be calling anybody on the 1 through 50 list besides Arnold? Do you know?
Your Honor,
It may be that Mr. Abadi looked at that.
They know.
may I, or can we give the court an answer?
Sure.
like
After
that?
lunch, yeah.
Thank you.
And I just hate his haircut. I've seen y'all on Twitter eating this man up. I hate that haircut.
And Mr. Hiles, you can be making your way to the witness stand while they
Yeah.
get situated. Thank you.
They said somebody said he needs to fire that barber. I was a little late last night. Oh, good morning, Simply Style. Y'all, we had a good live stream yesterday. It took us 3 hours to really go through Miss Smith's story. No lie. If y'all on the live, we had other plans, but it took us a minute to go through her story. We had to keep going back, it took us a minute. The jury's gonna do the same, and they're gonna come up with what we came up with. That young lady's line. She never saw those boys.
Thank you. Can you swear our next witness?
Right hand, you swear affirm testimony to give you the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I do.
You state and spell your first and last name.
My first name is Reeves, Rives. My last name is Hiles, Hiles.
Good morning, Mr. Hiles. How are you doing?
Fine, thank you. How are you?
Doing well. Can you tell the jury where you work?
So I am currently employed as a chief senior assistant DA at the Fulton County District Attorney's Office, and I am currently assigned to the gang unit.
Can you give the jury
Another
a brief overview of when you came to work for the DA's office?
Yes. So I started working at the DA's office in August of 2017. And then in November of 2018, I was moved to the gang unit. I have more or less been in the gang unit since then, outside of an 8-month window where I was assigned to some special projects and some courtroom coverage in the domestic violence unit.
And briefly, what do you do currently in the gang unit?
I'm assigned 4 different courtrooms. And so I handle the gang cases that are randomly assigned to those particular courtrooms after indictment. But I also work closely with the local law enforcement agencies to maintain current knowledge on criminal street gangs that we prosecute. I assist with investigations, reviewing social media records, reviewing phone extractions, really both participating in the investigation and also making prosecutorial decisions whether or not to proceed with certain cases.
You had mentioned social media. Can you tell the jury what experience you've had working with social media records?
Jay.
Yes. So
Another ex.
especially ever since I got to the gang unit, the social media has been an invaluable tool, especially when it comes to gang prosecution, as far as evidentiary value, because of both the
Sustained.
Right.
Can you describe for the jury what experience you have reviewing social media records?
So my experience is oftentimes social media records are obtained as part of the investigation, and these records are oftentimes voluminous, and so I would navigate through all of the media that is obtained in those social media returns, and it's kept in a very different order than it would be displayed to a user interface for the social media platforms, whether it be Instagram, Facebook, Snapchat, or any of the others.
And specifically with reviewing social media records, in your experience, have you ever had to request additional social media records once you have been reviewing a case or working on a case after law enforcement gave it to the DA's office?
Yes, so it's very common to for our office to request additional information. Oftentimes, the Instagram original returns are a very small window
Finna get on my nerves.
around the dates of a crime. And when we review those Instagram records, oftentimes we find evidence of other crimes or patterns of crimes. And so we expand.
Sustained.
I know he's
Yes, Your Honor. I was not. So, Mr. Howes, can you tell the jury?
It's very common to find probable cause to get.
All right, that's irrelevant, frankly.
Your Honor,
Let's get to the point.
yes, Your Honor. I was not trying to elicit that.
I know you weren't,
Yes, Your
but
Honor. Mr. Howes, can you describe for the jury? I want to talk specifically about Instagram. Do you have familiarity with Instagram?
Yes.
And ballpark, how many Instagram records have you reviewed in your time working in the district attorney's office on any type of case?
I would say over 300 returns plus. It's hard to put a ballpark on it, but it's very common.
Now, in general, and did I cut you off?
No.
In general, in case there's any jurors who may not know, can you describe in general Instagram and what kind of applications are on it for users of that social media? Just a brief overview of Instagram itself.
Okay. So yes, so Instagram is obviously a social media app. You can post pictures, you can direct message for communications, you can post different stories. So everything that's posted on Instagram is kept by, I guess now it would be Meta, the parent company, and is digitally stored. And it will be stored until it is either deleted or if it is set to expire.
he on my nerves already, Kay.
Some of the stories that are posted on Instagram are only visible for about a 24-hour period. And if those stories expire before the records are obtained, then that data is not
He's
kept.
literally saying,
And you had mentioned Meta, is that what used to be called Facebook?
Yes.
And when you request record, can you describe for the jury what's the process to get records from Instagram?
Sure. So in order to get the records from Instagram, there is a law enforcement portal for which law enforcement can request a preservation of an account. So that means that any data that is currently active or posted on that account will be preserved by the parent company Meta, and even if it is deleted off of the page of that user, if there is a preservation request in place, that data will be kept. It might not be present on the user's interface if it's deleted for others to see, but the company keeps it. And so a preservation request lasts for 90 days. So anything that was posted during that preservation request or posted before so that had not been deleted will be preserved by Meta at that time. And you have a 90-day window at that point that everything's preserved, and you have the option to extend it one time for an additional 90 days. Now, after a preservation request has been made, then a law enforcement officer would have to craft a search warrant outlining the probable cause needed to get that information. And they would have to specifically request the types of files and information that they would like to receive. Meta is only going to respond to what is requested for. So if you leave out that you want messages, direct messages between certain parties, then if that's not in the search warrant, then it won't be provided over. So you have to detail every piece of information that you would like.
Now, I want to unpack something. If you're working a case, you request Instagram records of John Doe. Is John Doe going to know that a preservation request was put on their Instagram account?
They will not.
And if records get sent, will they know that law enforcement has obtained their records?
Objection, Your Honor, causes speculation.
Overruled.
So it depends. And the reason it depends is that you have, if there is a sealing order, so there's a packet that has to be reviewed and signed by the judge. So if a sealing order is included with that request and the judge reviews and signs the sealing order, or a non-disclosure order, that means that Meta or Facebook, Instagram, those will not notify. However, if that is not included, you will get a notification from Meta that those records are going to be turned over and the party will be notified.
Okay. Now, I want to ask you a couple questions about Instagram itself. So
I'm just, y'all, this
how does Instagram retain records? Is it by your name, your email, your address? How are those records kept?
I think it might be easier to explain if you have the records.
That sounds like a perfect idea. And Your Honor, before asking that, I wanted to
Hey, guys.
introduce the following records pursuant to the certified business record exception.
Bye.
So, Your Honor, for the record, going to be introducing 2 November, and Your Honor, all of the business record certs are the preceding number and an R as in Romeo.
All right.
So 2 November, 2 November Alpha, 3 November, 3 November Alpha, 3 November Bravo, 4 and 5 November, 5 November Alpha,
At least enough.
6 November at this time, Your Honor.
All right. All right, those are admitted.
Oh, he's probably gonna talk about Lil Rod stuff. Harvey's
I need you to be on the mic, Mr. Harvey, so everybody can hear you.
Subject to our potential announcement earlier, Mr. Atkins and I, is that right?
already read.
I do not believe that will arise, or that will not arise at this current stage. Mr.
Okay,
All right,
thank you.
great. Thank you. All right.
I'm going to set these up at the witness stand, Your Honor.
He's gonna talk about Lil Rod's Instagram post.
And Mr. Howes, I want to ask you too, were you ever asked to review Instagram records related to the February 23rd, 2019 murder of Jamari Holmes?
Yes, I was.
So Brazy,
And how did that come about? Who requested you to look through those?
I can't remember who exactly requested me to look through those. I believe it was the deputy of the gang unit at that time, who would have been Miss Kara Convery. At that time, I was on a special project where I was only reviewing Instagram records for unindicted murders. And they were prepping this case, and they asked me to review specifically some Instagram records that were returned as a part of this investigation.
I don't think that really is here nor there. Overruled.
Hey, Joe, it's talking
And
here nor there.
what was the year that you began reviewing these records?
It would have been, I believe, end of summer, fall of 2021.
Okay. Now I'm going to publish and ask you some questions to get back to what we were just discussing in what has been admitted as 2 November. It's going to populate. If you want, we have that Mondo board to your far right. That may be the easiest. So you request records from Instagram, you get some records back. Can you describe for the jury, what is this target number at the top left? What does that pertain to?
Can you make it bigger on the screen?
Most certainly can. Oh, I don't know if I will keep asking questions, Your Honor. I don't know if the Mondo board is able to expand the window.
Can I expand it?
If you know how, most certainly. Thank you. So now that we can see it a lot better, thank you, Mr. Howes. Can you describe what that target number indicates in Instagram records?
Sure. So if you see up top, it says service, which is because there's multiple companies underneath the Facebook. At this time, it was owned by Facebook. Instagram is the social media service that was requested. The target number right there, that is the specific account number that was associated with a vanity name or user ID. And the account number is going to be the account number assigned to that particular user. So when an Instagram account is created, Instagram automatically assigns a specific number to that account. And that number never changes, no matter how many times the username or vanity name may be changed. So that way, everything underneath a particular account is saved.
And Mr. Howes, do you see a old school wooden pointer near your feet up there? If you can keep that handy, we may use it momentarily. So going down this date range, what does that indicate in Instagram records?
So the 7/2/2019, that's the date that Instagram actually generated these documents that were reported. So generated, that's the date essentially that they made these records and then provided them sometimes after they had been sought. And you can see the exact time, which would have been 11:19 and 40 seconds. And that is UTC, which is Uniform Time Coordinated or Universal Coordinated Time, which is essentially the ground zero of world time. It's sometimes referred to as Greenwich Mean Time, because it's on the Greenwich Meridian, which is in London, which is where world banks all keep the zero time. So it never changes. If we are in Eastern Standard Time, then Eastern Standard Time is going to be 5 hours behind. If we're in Eastern Daylight Time, it's going to be 4 hours behind.
So with the time, if we were in February of 2019, would it be 5 hours or 4 hours?
In February, it would be 5 hours behind because February you're in daylight or you're in Eastern Standard Time.
Give me 1 second. I'm going to scroll down a little bit and publish to November. What is this when you have name and the name provided? So is this, can you explain for the jury what this is, and is this verified by Instagram, or what can the name reflect?
So it might be easier if I explain vanity name first. If you
Okay.
could scroll down to vanity name.
Let's scroll down to the vanity name.
Y'all, if I wasn't live with y'all, I promise I'd go back and watch the hour from this morning, because this man right here is really he irking me bad.
So the vanity name for this account, what is the vanity name for this account?
Okay, so vanity name is going to be Slime Business Rod. What the vanity name is, that is the larger name that appears on the front of the user face of the Instagram profile. So that would also be known as, in Instagram, it would say they're at. If you were trying to tag them in an account, it would be at Slime Business.
Wait a minute. Are y'all telling me y'all gonna give me grace today and I can go back and watch what happened this morning? Because I'm sorry. I'm sorry in regards to Lil Rod. My mind's made up on that case. I don't really have to see more evidence. Lil Rod didn't do you. I don't care what you show me. I'm not saying that somebody didn't pull the trigger. I just don't have definitive proof that he did. Okay. I don't know about, I don't even know if Blaylock did. We don't even know if somebody was at the apartments. Okay, period. That's why I love y'all. That's why I love y'all. Let's go back. Make them a day. Let's go back because I want to see. I missed it. So let's see what was happening. I love y'all. Okay, we're going to do that.
Say, and there's no picture of a gun here, but I'm just using that as an analogy. There's a picture of a gun with my client on social media, which there's no pictures of guns with Shannon. You would have to tie it to a specific crime. Otherwise, it's just bad character evidence, would have limited probative value and it would be excluded, presumably, or my argument would be excluded under 403. This is from September 18th, 2020. My client's charged with a murder in 2015. He's charged with a murder in 2022. So this is not close in time to any.
Hold on, Glitchy. Don't be coming over here switching the B's with the C's, baby. I thought you were talking about the young lady. Then I said, no, I think he really just switched the C and said Brazy. Baby, don't be over here doing that. Auntie don't know much about that other than this trial. You confused me for a second, friend.
Acts of violence that my client's alleged to have committed. And I acknowledge that ain't none more compatible than a trench of carbon while in the trenches could be viewed as a reference to a firearm. I'm not denying that. But what's the purpose, and is it anything more than just bad character evidence that suggests my client's around firearms? I just don't see any connection to any of the allegations in this case. So that's the first objection.
All right.
And then I have one more.
What's the state's response? In what item of evidence is that?
It is in the Dropbox. I'm sorry.
Okay.
If you could help me out on that, what folder it's in?
I am pulling that up right now, Your Honor, to orient both defense counsel and
Oh,
the
he
court.
loves to say orient. Oh, God.
It should be in the two drop boxes where evidence for Rooney Lee was sent, was the co-conspirator larger drop box, and also the witnesses 31 through
The
60.
one that says Wooney Lee social media. Is this Instagram or what is this?
I believe it's in the Viverito folder, perhaps. in the Jamari Holmes case.
Does somebody want to just put it on Zoom for me? That might be easier.
Yes, Your Honor. I will log into Zoom.
Okay, and then I'll need to hear the state's response. I need to log into Zoom also.
Yes, Your Honor.
Or no, I'm already
I'm
there.
gonna, if the court permits, pull it up first and then.
I
Sure.
don't know what this haircut doing.
Is it Instagram or what is it?
Tay Tay, it's recorded, friend. You can come back. Y'all, why is the cameraman eating people up
To
on
be
Twitter?
clear, Your Honor, this is it is an overact listed in indictment, but from my perspective, that doesn't change the analysis. Just because the state alleges is an overact, if they allege an overact, a post that would fail 403 analysis, I don't believe that automatically makes it admissible. Just because they chose to plead it that way, they don't get to plead their way out of the rules of evidence.
Your Honor, it is Act 115. Overt acts do not have to be crimes in and of themselves. I am
Betty knows that.
pulling up the Zoom now, Your Honor.
Paige. She said everybody knows that. Yes, Crystal, we were just
So,
talking about that.
Your Honor, if the court likes, the state can make argument, but the state feels that, whether this is an overt act or not an overt act. Oh,
Hang on.
sorry, Your Honor.
Barchi, I'm not, no,
Okay, go ahead.
no.
Yes, Your Honor. Whether this post furthers the conspiracy or not is what the parties respectfully will be arguing to the jury. And so when and if this Instagram post gets admitted, the state has to connect it and prove to the jury that it's an overt act in terms of the conspiracy, and defense counsel, of course, can cross and argue that it's not. And so the state doesn't feel that the state at this time, unless this court wants more argument, feels that overt acts do not have to be crimes. This is Act 115. The state is alleging that this public Instagram post referencing firearms, he says in the trenches, but having firearms is something that is an overt act of the conspiracy.
What?
All right, I'm gonna overrule the 403 objection on that. What's the next one?
Yeah, this is crazy.
All right, well, that's overruled as well, but preserved.
Thank you.
The other one, Your Honor, is a
This is a mess, y'all.
it's a verse from a song performed, a very good song by my client. And it was, and this has been litigated, full disclosure, but I just want Your Honor to understand the argument because it was litigated in front of the prior judge.
Come on, man.
Mr. Stillwell in his song says, "I beat a murder rap."
Mm-hmm.
He was on bond. He had requested a speedy trial. There was all sorts of things. He ends up on bond. It's been years since he's been arrested. He says, "I beat a murder rap, paid my lawyer 30 for that." I don't know how much he paid. It wasn't me. But somehow when we litigated it before, "I beat a murder rap" was deemed an admission. Like,
Right.
I don't know. I've asked a lot of people this. When you say "I beat a murder rap," and universally, I figured maybe it's just me that I'm analyzing it wrong. Universally, everyone said to me, "No, it just means you were charged and you beat it. It's not saying that you did it
Oh, no, yeah.
and
I agree
you
with
beat it."
that. I think.
We ain't went too far. Hold up, because y'all, I thought I started right at the beginning of. Did they take a break? Miss Fabulous J, maybe the stream here started right where it is. So I'll go.
Well, I don't know how that's an admission.
Okay, well, the jury hadn't been told it's an admission, have they?
Well, why is it admissible then?
Ooh,
If it's not an admission, it's just a song saying I was
It's an
arrested.
admission in evidentiary terms, like an admission by a party opponent. It is not, I would not view it necessarily as an admission that I committed murder and then got away with it. But that's not what we mean evidentially when we say it's admissible under the rules of evidence as an admission. It's an admission by a party opponent, which it is that. So,
Except when we've been dealing with lyrics, and these are lyrics,
right.
We've been cognizant of First Amendment.
yes, and
Right.
everybody gets the right to say whatever they want, within the bounds of the First Amendment.
I'm sick of
But if that is also something that might be able to incriminate them in some manner, then, that's the choice they made.
Okay. Well, I would just like to reiterate my objection under relevance in
Oh.
403 because
All right.
historically saying I was arrested and I beat it, I just don't see the relevance of that. But I understand the court's ruling.
Okay.
No, you don't. You just gotta
What
understand.
else? Okay.
Which irks me so.
So was there a second Wooney Lee item?
Your Honor, I think we just addressed at least the two that Mr. Sharp.
Okay. There weren't any that Mr. Ryan had issue with.
I will not speak for, they may have issue with the reduced, I just sent to the parties.
Yes.
He just sent it.
The,
5
that,
minutes ago.
it's the, so that they may have objections to what the state wants to.
All right. When are we going to be getting to it?
I personally think he would come up tomorrow. He could technically come up today, Your Honor.
Okay. So look at it over the lunch hour.
Yes, Your Honor.
Or now, if you can, but all right. Let's just make sure that we circle back on that before.
And yes, we will have objections.
Okay.
It's only 10 pages though, so it shouldn't take too long.
All right. Are we ready for the jury then? No? We have a juror who is late, but should be here very shortly.
I think also, Judge, there were two additions to the state's.
Oh, yes, thank you. So there were a couple of witnesses that y'all were asking not be shown. And those are additional witnesses, right? Let me find my.
Your Honor, we addressed the court, we addressed Mr. Harvey and myself were at the bench, the 3 witnesses the state had requested.
Right.
And so I believe that in terms of who should be shown.
Y'all sent an email, last night? Asking, this was Miss Hilton about last name Coppage and last name Henderson
That's correct, Judge.
not be filmed?
That was sent.
With respect.
So they're both on the witness list already
They
for
are.
this week. You're just asking consideration be given that they also not be filmed.
Yes, Your Honor. And I don't believe that either of those witnesses will be, I know they won't be before lunch. They may not be before the end of today. As a matter of fact, there's a 99% chance they won't be before the end of.
I really think a lot of this, they don't want people filmed because of the popularity of this case. And people just saying, I don't want to be all over social media. I don't want to, I don't really think it's a legit security concern because why all of a sudden they popping up with so many people that can't be recorded. I think she's telling them, if you'll testify, I'll make sure the judge doesn't show your face. Yeah.
Today.
Okay, and y'all all have the email, right, that provides the rationale?
Yes, Your Honor. We do have the email.
Anybody gonna object to them not being filmed?
Well, I'm going to generally object. However, I'd like to get some clarification from the prosecution regarding the coppage from the information that was presented in the
All right, why
email.
don't we do that at the bench?
Okay.
Y'all come on up.
Area, I think it's 2.
I'm gonna send that to Ms. Persifield to email out to all of y'all, and I would like for anybody who wants to, including, I'm gonna require the state to take a look at the jury instruction as preliminarily modified by the court from.
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna swap to law and crime because I think this is where I came in at. I'm missing. Y'all right. This is the better argument that we're gonna watch. And I checked the other stream, y'all. I think the man was still up. When I looked at it. So I'm gonna pull up the other law and crime. Hold on. Yeah, here we go.
Of one defendant is that we give a limiting instruction, Your Honor. And so I would say that a limiting instruction and given 24-8-803-22 would suffice to allow us to introduce the certified conviction for Rodelius Ryan's murder. And I hope that I have not come in too fast and made no sense to the court.
Now I
Damn,
follow you.
you need to do
Okay,
that.
well, when I get the limiting instruction from the state, I'll take a look at that and the one submitted by Mr. Steele, because clearly that's what needs to be correct, because it's a complicated situation here. Does anybody else want to be heard on that issue?
Trying to get on my Lexus to see the statue. I'm having a little connectivity, slow internet issue.
It's slow, all right.
I know that's right, Paige.
I'm having the same issue. Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Winfrey.
Look at Brian Steele.
Thank you for that stuff.
Hold on.
Was all this, but it used to be a limiting instruction. So a person gives a statement, there's a limiting instruction. And then the court said, yes, jurors are presumed to follow the court's instruction, and jurors under oath are deemed and presumed to follow the rules. But the court said, sometimes it's just too much. So what happened then is Bruton became the rule that now we're going to redact any mention, direct mention, it could be influential, but any direct mention of another person on trial from the non-testifying co-indictee on trial's statement. So, testimonial statement. And here, that was my struggle the whole time. It's not as simple as this statement can only be used against a person, because this is deliberation time. And it's an overt act. Mr. Ryan's case that the court is entertaining right now and permitting to go forward is an overt act. And what you're going to say, I believe, is that if the state proves beyond a reasonable doubt that an individual, I'll just use Mr. Williams, willfully and knowingly joined a conspiracy with others, one or more, then all of the conduct of anyone in that conspiracy can be used against Mr. Williams. But here you're going to have to, and that was my struggle, say, but not this overt act. So this overt act gets separated. And I know I've asked, and I believe the court is entertaining separate verdict forms for everyone. So that will assist. I say you could remove that overt act from a verdict form. But it's the deliberation. So the jurors presumably go back and deliberate. I'm just using Mr. Ryan's name because it's on the issue here. And they're talking about what's going on now in these several days of testimony. And then they're going to hear potentially the jury verdict. And then the jurors will be deliberating Mr. Williams and say, God forbid, he's part of the conspiracy. And then somebody's going to have to say, but now we can't use that verdict of that other jury. So let's erase that from our blackboard or our notes or deliberations. And I think that gets complicated. Then you're going to have the same issue with Mr. Kendrick. And Your Honor, the predecessor judge denied our objections to this evidence, gave no limiting instruction, said he would deal with that later. He understood it was an issue, but deal with it later. And Mr. Stillwell's guilty plea, or pleas, I believe that there's several, have come in without any type of instruction yet. So that is going to have to be dealt with. And Mr. Nichols has at least one guilty plea, maybe more, but I believe one guilty plea that has come in the same way over the objection
Wow.
of
Yes, CC.
timely objection, and the predecessor court stated that it would be dealt with later. So I don't believe at this point in time where we are, I tried my best. I did this several times. I gave you what I think is fair to everyone. I tried to be fair to Mr. Ryan and Mr. Kendrick in the instruction, but I don't believe, like in Bruton, I believe at some point it's just asking too much. That's what
Yeah,
my objection is,
it's
to admit the
confusing.
evidence.
And that's going to be the state's
To an
problem.
joint trial. Now, typically it's a severance. Severance would do it away, but that's in the breast of this honorable court, but I'm not looking for a severance. I mean, personally, I'm just telling, I don't want to leave this jury right now.
I know you don't want to leave this jurors, Brian. I feel you.
What you sent me, and I appreciate that, is about Mr. Kendrick's guilty. Oh, I see. Step.
I merged them, and I
It's the
understand it's now
same.
Mr. Ryan, so you're going to have to, if you like it or use
Okay.
any part of it, you're going to have to flip it.
Okay.
But I just gave both.
All right. And when do we expect, if it comes in, the trial conviction of Mr. Ryan to come in?
Your Honor, it may come in today, but if the court will permit, I'd like to also address something that I just heard said that I think is important with respect to the use of these overt acts against the other defendants. There's nothing in the law that supports the proscription on the use of those overt acts. In other words, like I said earlier, if it's an overt act that has been committed by someone else, there's nothing, even if it's a co-defendant who's not testifying.
But I mean, I think the problem there is our confrontation clause problem. How do you get around that?
Your Honor, the same way, and we did also submit to the court a brief.
Well, I haven't gotten any of what you submitted. I don't know where it is in the ether, but maybe y'all could send that again.
Okay, we submitted a brief on overt acts. And
that I do have, yes.
Okay, and that partially is addressed here, but previously with respect to the confrontation clause, in the same way that when we dealt with a statement given to the police by a non-testifying co-defendant, Your Honor, the courts have been clear that a limiting instruction is what is necessary. So if we are proving,
that's a whole lot different though than, I mean,
Hey, see, y'all doing too much.
I hear you saying that the fact of Mr. Ryan's conviction of murder is something that can be introduced against and used against as an overt act, all of these co-defendants, despite the fact that as to them, they weren't parties at that trial and so never got to cross-examine any of the evidence that is what resulted in Mr. Ryan's conviction. So how do you get around? That's a clear confrontation clause issue. How do you get around that and just be able to say, oh yeah, no, that can be considered against them as well in this trial?
Your Honor, I guess I would analogize it to, say, for instance,
Analogize.
the posting by, I'll use, for instance, Diamante Kendrick of his picture saying Maniac is back on January 10th after Donovan Thomas is killed, right? So no one can cross-examine can cross-examine Diamante Kendrick.
Y'all got to be lying to me. Miss Love is really arguing that an Instagram post is the equivalent to a guilty verdict in a murder charge. I mean, a murder case. Y'all got to be kidding me. Child.
But that's a statement by a co-conspirator.
What?
Or the statement that Diamante Kendrick gave the police, or the statement that Shannon Stillwell gave the police, or any other piece of evidence. The point that I'm making is that evidence that is used to prove an overt act, which does not even have to be a crime. So
I understand that. Let's not go down that. Let's focus on the issues at hand.
evidence that is used to prove an overt act can be used against, in this case, under 803.22 or 24.803.22 can be used against Mr. Ryan, can be attributed to him.
Sure. No, nobody, I don't think, disputes that.
Right.
That it can be used against Mr. Ryan.
Right.
I thought you were saying you think it can be used against everybody else, despite the fact that it's a conviction. If used to prove anything against anybody other than the person convicted, is testimonial, and therefore presents us with a confrontation clause issue.
No, what I was saying was that it constitutes an overt act committed by Mr. Ryan.
Sit
An
down.
overt act doesn't have to be committed by.
I know. I know.
Girl.
How are you getting around confrontation clause?
She won't answer that.
Because it's not, there's nothing for either of them to confront. It's an act that was committed by, if we use nothing else.
No. Okay. So if you just, in this trial, reprove that he committed murder, although then the jury has to make that determination, then sure, that evidence, everybody gets to confront whatever evidence you present here. It can be used against everybody. If you say, here's a certified copy of Mr. Ryan's jury trial conviction for murder, none of the other co-defendants got to confront the evidence
I
that
understand it.
resulted in that conviction.
Right.
So that's what makes it testimonial. It's here's the conviction. Here is this fact. It is established. And no one got to confront that other than Mr. Ryan, of
How's she
course.
missing this?
So it's not, it's the conviction. It's here's another jury saying this is a fact. So if you don't use that, then whatever you use to prove it here, sure, that can be used against everybody because they all get to confront your evidence here in this trial where they are parties.
Lord, not
You see the difference?
love.
Your Honor, I do.
Okay.
To a very large extent, and I'm in line with the court for the most part.
Then
I'm
please
having
stop talking.
a problem, and I hope that the court forgives me for that. With that last portion, the idea that it's a piece of evidence that they can't confront, and therefore the whole act can't be used
It's
against.
a finding by another jury.
A whole
of
jury.
fact that they haven't been able to confront. So
So if I,
how do you get around the confrontation clause issue? Yes, sir. And
Not a
is
body
somebody
slang.
going to send me what you proposed as a limiter? Okay,
And I apologize. I know I walked in.
okay, it came through. Thank you. Yep. All right,
I just want
yes,
to make
sir.
sure I'm hearing the court correctly, so we're all on the same page. So as it relates to the certified conviction, the limiting instruction would just relate to just that. But the evidence that we presented here in court as it relates to the murder that Mr. Ryan and Mr. Blaylock were convicted of, the evidence that's been presented here in court today, we can argue that as it relates to all the defendants, correct?
That would be my position.
Okay.
I mean, don't know that anybody can argue against that.
Okay, so that we're all on the same page. What Mr. Abadi is clarifying, and I think where Ms. Love may have been struggling, is Paige is saying you can't use that certification of the guilty verdict and say, here, this is a fact. She can't use that against everybody in the courtroom because these gentlemen didn't have an opportunity to confront the evidence presented in that trial. However, anything that they present, this witness, the Instagram post, all of the stuff that the state presents in this trial can be used against everybody. I'm not sure why she wanted to argue it when, well, yes, I am sure, because the evidence is not evidencing in this trial against Lil Rod. But do y'all get what the distinction is? She can't use that guilty verdict because the other people can't confront that evidence, but they can present evidence in this trial towards proving this overt act. Hey, Day. So yes, that is, so now that we're all on the same page, that is what Mr. Abadi is saying, which is why they're bringing in people. They're trying to still try to prove this, but I'm sorry, I think the last witness blew it. I mean, there's no saving it, in my opinion.
Now's your chance. But yeah, I mean, yeah. So yes, that is, everybody accepts that as
And I just checked again, y'all. The IG man is still up, so we're good.
the law, even if they don't like it.
and so, Your Honor, if much in the same way that there is a piece, for instance, someone admitted that they committed a crime, like Mr. Kendrick admitted that he and Mr. Arnold were going to go retaliate against a rival gang member. Say that piece, that fact is something that they cannot confront, but the overt act that they actually were going to go commit it, that we show evidence
Yeah,
of,
I know.
all of that evidence is admissible against everyone. But Mr. Kendrick's statement, which they cannot confront, which is establishing a fact that goes to prove this overt act, they cannot confront it. And the courts have held that even in a conspiracy case, under those circumstances, that statement can be used with the limiting instruction. That's why I began with the fact that it's analogous.
Okay.
What?
So I think we're all generally on the same page about that. It's what does the limiting instruction need to say?
That's
Okay.
that's what I.
Look at
All
my.
right. So yes.
I'm not on the same page.
I think
Are
she.
you on the same page with what I'm saying?
Oh,
I am. This is a little different in my mind. I thought I was on the same page, but that last statement, I'm not on
Well,
the same
you
page.
know, that's not the issue we're
don't worry
facing
about Miss
anyway,
Love.
so it doesn't really matter whether we're on the same page about that. Are you on the same page? I mean,
Paige is basically saying, don't worry about what she's talking about. Are you on the same page with me? I matter, she doesn't. She's confused herself. Don't even worry about what Miss Ma'am is saying. Are you on the same page with me? Okay? Me, not her.
do what I have said so far, do you agree that that's the law?
Yes.
Okay.
I think the difference is, and I think Mr. Steele articulated this as well, is when you have a guilty plea that deals with an overt act, that that is a little different than a statement as part of the overt act, and it makes the ability to draft a limiting instruction that is workable exponentially
I
higher.
agree.
Okay, all right.
I agree. That's why I've been asking y'all basically since I took over this case to come up with something so
Right.
that we could have something to work on. But of course, I'm getting it the day that the evidence is coming in, which frankly, it is not going to be able to come in before lunch because I'm not going to have time to sit and try to
Judge,
put it
that's-
all together before lunch.
And
So,
Your Honor, if I
okay.
may,
Yeah.
we
She just
don't
does
have to
not
even introduce that today. We can introduce that whenever the court tells us that, you know, we've had enough time to litigate it.
Okay, I appreciate that. All right, with regard to the Wooney Lee evidence, were y'all able to sort out the rest of that? I don't know if there was anything left over from last night. I think maybe there were a couple of things you were still looking at.
Yes, Your Honor. So I need, and what I was going to do right now is there's a 10-page PDF that the state has whittled down
Okay,
the Instagram threads that they would be intended on using. And so I think this should be able to be emailed to all parties. So I'm going to send it to everyone right now. And if someone's email doesn't receive it, just let me know.
okay. So I'm looking now at the state's proposed limiting instruction, which is basically just like a version of our pattern limiter for things. And it's not particularly helpful because it doesn't address any of the nuances. So if there's any way y'all could beef that up to try to address the nuances of what it is we're dealing with, I would appreciate that. Mr.
Excuse-
Harvey.
Yes, Judge. I spoke with Mr. Atkins yesterday with regard to some of the Winnie Lee Instagrams,
Okay.
and I don't know whether that was part of what you proposed to send everybody. Mr. Atkins?
Yes, Your Honor. And Mr. Harvey's correct. This has came up before where there's a Instagram handle that is, I believe, /QUA.
Okay.
And so Mr. Harvey was indicating that if that portion, which it is included, that thread in the reduced Wooney Lee Instagram,
Uh-huh.
if that were to get introduced to discuss, to not either a stipulation or something for the jury that, to the state's knowledge, does not believe.
Well, that's fine. Do you'll have a
It is in
stipulation
reference.
or will you have a stipulation by the time it comes in, if it's going to come in?
Yes, Your Honor, I would like to, and I think I'd have time to
Okay.
speak with Mr. Harvey and also probably Mr. Matthews about that.
All right,
That's right.
great. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
I do have some objections to some of the Wooney Lee exhibits.
Shakan, you missed a little. Well, you missed the biggest thing was the young lady yesterday absolutely said on the stand that her friend set the boys up and she had no idea that that was going to happen. A lie. But that's about the biggest thing. We're rewatching from this morning. So we're rewatching them litigate the overt acts and specifically Lil Ron's guilty conviction being used against everyone else in the trial. That's what we're watching right now.
Specifically, there's two. There's a picture of my client wearing a trench coat, a denim trench coat, and it's a post, presumably by, yes,
Yeah, y'all.
OG Bull is the post is under, and it says, "Ain't none more compatible than a trench, a carbon, while in the trenches," and then some hashtags.
Okay, we saw this.
Freeway,
We're gonna pick.
NSLB.
Sorry, guys. We saw this. We're gonna pick up back to the IG man. Hold on.
start to end as they appeared in the records.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to tender into evidence 7 November, and 7 November, Alpha through Charlie.
All right, those are admitted.
Judge, these would be with the same objections previously discussed.
Understood.
Now, when you created these summaries, Mr. Howes, did you have to, with the steps we just walked through with the jury, is that how you created these?
Yeah, so if you pull the records back up real quick.
Yes. Republishing 3 November, Alpha.
So once I discovered the unique thread IDs between each of the two parties that I was looking for, I then took all the messages, more or less starting on February 22nd, 2019 through February 23rd of 2019, and extracted those and put them in a much more easily accessible summary.
So I'm going to publish for you 7 November. One brief second. Publishing 7 November now.
Can you make it bigger too by hitting the little square box on the top right?
Yes.
Yeah, we expand the whole screen.
With that will make it smaller. Now, with this, is yellow the account associated with Blaylock, and the purple Slime Business Rod the account associated with Ryan?
That is correct.
Okay. One. And do you have the times listed here in Eastern Standard Time or UTC time?
No, I wanted to make it an exact as it appeared in the Instagram records. So I maintained the times in UTC.
Okay. So I want to walk through some of these with you. And if you can use that pointer. So when you start here, it has February 22nd, 2019. What is the first time and message in this time frame you looked at between the account associated with Blaylock and the account associated with Ryan?
So this would have been at 1:39 and 38 seconds p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and it just said "yo."
And after some back and forth, do you get to February 23rd, 2019?
I do. And I will say that I just chose February 22nd as a date that I was going to start for all of the communications between the parties I was looking at. So I wanted to include everything.
And with the messages that was the murder on February 23rd, 2019?
Yes.
And with that day, is this the first message on that day, February 23rd, 2019?
Yes. So it would have been coming from Blaylock to Ryan at 6:07:40 UTC, which is 1:07:40 a.m. Eastern Standard Time.
And what's the response to that? Ryan says,
I mean, Blaylock says yo. I mean A, and Ryan says yo. And then Blaylock asks, "Where you at?"
and when Ryan, have you ever heard of anywhere in Atlanta called the Ville?
Yes, I believe that's Mechanicsville.
And so what time is it that the account associated with Rodelius Ryan says to Blaylock he's at the Ville?
6:38:25 UTC, which is going to be 1:38 in the morning.
Now, what is Blaylock's next message after that?
Blaylock asks, "Are you going to pick them up?"
Sustained.
And Your Honor, I'm going to object to just simply reading all the messages. The jury is able to read them. We don't need them read out loud. If there's a specific question about what's being said, I think that's appropriate. We don't need them read out
Your
loud.
Honor, speaking of, okay. So Mr. Howes, let's walk through this for the jury. All right. So when you got these records, did you review any of the evidence in the case beforehand? Without saying what it is, but did you review the case?
So yeah, I reviewed the case file, and what I was looking to do was establish a timeline based off of these messages and associate it with the parties that I was looking into and get as close to the timeline leading up to the murder and afterwards as possible. And that's why the timestamps are on everything.
Okay. And Blaylock, he says you're going to pick them up to Ryan.
Correct.
What time does he send that message in Eastern Standard Time?
In Eastern Standard Time, it would have been 1:38 and 37 seconds a.m.
Now, scrolling to this next page, what is the message and time of the account associated with Rodelius Ryan respond?
Mr. Ryan says, I believe he meant to say hell no, but I think it was auto-corrected or to heal no.
And what does he say after that? TXT them.
So at 6:40 34, it says text them. Oh, sorry, it's 6:40:21, which would have been 1:40 a.m. It says text them, tell them I'm
Going to object to the interpretations of the words, has to be restricted to what's on the exhibit.
Your Honor, I can lay a little bit of foundation.
All right.
So, Mr. Howes, how many Instagram records did you say you've reviewed in your time in the DA's office?
over 300.
Have you ever seen TXT before in those records you've reviewed?
In those records I've reviewed, as well as shorthand for other texts that I've personally received.
And have you ever
I had to go get some food. What do y'all want to do? Because y'all know I'm out for they said 4 or 3 waste of time. Well, I think he's going through what led up to it. He's just doing it in such a boring, it's just going to be so long and drawn out. So the messages are between Blaylock and Lil Rod. And you see, text them, tell them outside. It could give us a timeline for sure. Text them, tell them I'm outside at 6:40. Y'all, are we at 6:40 a.m. or 6:40 p.m., y'all? Do y'all know? Oh, okay. It's okay, Queen Shoes. We about to go back. I saw the comments. I had to pop in.
Seen TXT used for the shorthand for text.
I have.
Okay. Now, with any of these, you don't know what any of the senders intended in their minds, right?
No.
Okay. So, what is after the account associated with Ryan text Blaylock text them? What does he say right after that?
Tell them I'm outside.
And does Blaylock give any kind of confirmation?
Yes. At about 1:40, 59 seconds, Blaylock responds, "I."
Now, okay, I'm going to go to 4 minutes later at 6:44:26. What does the account with Ryan respond back?
It says what they say.
And 20 or so seconds after that, what does the account associated with Blaylock say back?
Let me call them now.
And then after this, after let me call them now, what is Ryan's response?
At 6:44:26 UTC, which is again is 1:44 a.m., Ryan responds, "I."
Okay. Now, and then is there a video call event after that?
I believe there's at least 2 video call events. Yes.
And for these video call events, if they're on the left-hand side, does this mean that the account associated with Blaylock is calling Mr. Ryan or the reverse?
So it means it would have been Blaylock the way because it's yellow, associated with the yellow account. That bubble, it would have been Mr. Blaylock attempting to call Mr. Well, I don't know if it was an attempted call or a successful call. I just know that there was a video call event. I can't tell you if they spoke, how long they spoke, or what, but there was 2 of them in short succession.
So turning to the next page, is there a sequence of video call events initiated from the account associated with Mr. Ryan to Blaylock?
Yes, between 7:04:07 and 7:05:28, there's video call events.
And after that last video call by the account associated with Blaylock, what is this back and forth response?
It says, Blaylock says, "What's up?" And then Ryan's response to Blaylock is, "Open the door," which would have been at 7:06:21 UTC, which is 2:06 a.m. and 21 seconds. So that was, Ryan asking Blaylock to open the door, and he says, "All right."
Okay. Now, after that message at 2:06:21 Eastern time, or 2:06:26, where Blaylock says, "All right," where my cursor, that bottom left on the screen, when is the next communication between the Instagram accounts associated with Blaylock and Ryan?
It would have been a video call event at 10:11:06 UTC, which would have been 5:11:06 a.m. Eastern Standard Time.
Roughly speaking, how long is that gap?
Between, it would have been, sorry. Oh, it would have been just over 3 hours.
Just over 3 hours?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm going to, Miss Knight's going to assist me. I wanted to publish what's already been admitted as State's Exhibit 1, November. And if you scroll down just a little. No. Thank you, Miss Knight. What time was this 1 November received? Mr. Howes.
The E911 call was received at 4:36 a.m.
Thank you, Ms. Knight. So after you look through the Instagram messages between the account associated with Ryan and Blaylock, did you turn to any other of the Instagrams that you looked at in that same time frame?
So I went through this process, yes, and I extracted all the conversations between the parties we talked about, these 4 different conversations for the same time frame. And the other one that I went to next after digesting what this conversation said,
yes,
was the conversation between Mr. Mr. Ryan and Miss Hartsfield.
Okay. I'm going to publish for you and the jury 7 November Alpha.
Y'all see they only showing Tahira's phone, Brazy's. They want the communication between them and Brazy.
And this is between the accounts associated with Rodelius Ryan and Miss Hartsfield?
That is correct.
Hey, Isis.
So as we zoom in here, I wanted to walk through this, starting with, so this first conversation, did you look back a little bit before February 23rd, 2019 when you started?
So again, my intent was to start at, I just picked February 22nd as the date that I was going to extract all these conversations out to summarize. That was the day before the murder. And so I started anything that was in UTC time, any UTC time on February 22nd, 2019 in those Instagram records, I extracted as part of this summary.
And for this summary, is the light pink what's going on the account associated with Miss Hartsfield?
Yes, that would be Miss Hartsfield.
And is it the same purple color for the account Slime Business Rod associated with Ryan?
That is correct.
Okay. So can you break down for the jury where you started, what's the first message from the account associated with Miss Hartsfield?
First message was at 6:29:46 UTC on February 22nd, 2019, which would have been 1:29:46 a.m. And she asked, "Where you at?" And the response shortly thereafter at 6:30:20 UTC was, "Believeland, what's up? Where you at?"
And what did she respond back to?
She responds, "The Ville," and then what that mean.
I'm going to pick this.
Sure.
I know they thought this was going to be easy. He already been found guilty. What could go wrong? What could go wrong? What could go wrong? Wow. I don't even know what to make. Someone on my TikTok said, for her to live and tell her story, nothing but God. Baby, she lived to tell her story because she was part of the setup. She's not a victim. And I'm not going to let her be portrayed as one. This young lady is not a victim. She's a liar. When you have been friends with someone since 5th grade, y'all talk about everything. So trust and believe she knew everything Brazy had going on. They were as thick as thieves. They were as thick as thieves, and they did this together. It's just that she got scared. And when her sister came in there, her sister probably told her, baby, put it all on Brazy. Put it all on her. She already don't have she probably said she don't have a mama. She don't have a life. Nobody's going to really miss her. You ain't never been in trouble. Brazy been in trouble. Brazy probably wasn't going to school. Brazy probably had a juvenile record, any type of anything, right? Put it on Brazy. You know what I'm saying? The basement is really considering. Some girls are, she very much was involved in this, and she's not going to tell me she wasn't. Getting up there, I lied a few times, and that's okay. Because if you had no idea what was going on, you wouldn't have had no choice but to tell the truth. You come back years later, and now all of a sudden somebody held you hostage in a basement? Man, girl, please stop. Go back and play with your mama. Since she like to let you leave the house at 1, 2 o'clock in the morning, play with your mama, because she's the fool, not us.
Hold on one brief second, Your Honor.
She def did. And he attacked her. Yes, that's right. Let's not forget that. 6 years later, that's important. I woke up, he attacked me. For what? Elaborate. Nobody, he attacked you? Girl. She know that boy's on a pill. She's been watching this.
Republishing 7 November Alpha. And this is all on February 22nd, 2019?
Correct.
And what is the time frame for this on the 22nd of February?
The original messaging started at 6:29:46 UTC, which is 1:29 a.m. Eastern Standard Time.
Okay.
And then
going to February 22nd, 2019, is this the early morning hours of the day before?
No, that would have been the early morning hours of February 22nd, 2019. Yeah.
Okay. And how does this start here with the message associated with Ryan?
This message that you have highlighted says, "For what?" And the response from Ms. Hartsfield is, Bali said, "Come, take him to the store," and Ms. Hartsfield has replaced the C and come with a K.
And one of the vanity names for the account associated with Blaylock was Little Bali 1. Is that right?
That is correct.
And then what is the next sequence of responses between the account associated with Ms. Hartsfield and the account associated with Mr. Ryan?
Will you highlight where you want me to?
Yes, starting right here.
So it says, "In what you mean?" ? And then the response from Mr. Ryan is, "Bali in the bill." And the response from Ms. Hartsfield is, "No, he at home." And there is a laughing emoji sent by Mr. Ryan. And then during this exchange at 6:41:07 UTC, there is a video call event. And then a message from Ms. Hartsfield that states, "Why that face?" And the C again has been replaced with an X. And then
going a little bit further, is there a series of video calls from the account associated with Ryan to the account associated with Ms. Hartsfield?
Yes, there are.
And can you describe for the jury, so you have this message at 7:55:08. Is that still February 22nd?
That is.
And Ryan says, what's the address?
That's correct.
And then on this summary, is this now in Eastern Standard Time switching over to February 23rd?
Yes.
Okay. So what is the first message on February 23rd between the account associated with Blaylock and Hartsfield?
So Blaylock says to Hartsfield at 5:41:19, which would be 12:40, or that's UTC, the 5:41. It's going to be 12:41 a.m. He says, "Yo, where you at?" And Miss Hartsfield's response is the Ville, which is the Mechanicsville neighborhood.
Mm.
And then is there a series of 2 video calls initiated from the account associated with Hartsfield to the account associated with Blaylock? I mean with Ryan.
I believe it's actually a series of 4 video calls. If you continue scrolling to the next page, you'll see 2 more.
And what's the time of this last video call initiated between the Hartsfield and
So
Ryan?
at 5:51:57 UTC, which is 12:51 a.m., Ms. Hartsfield initiates a video call event, and then about 5 minutes later, at 5:56:07 UTC, or 12:56 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, Mr. Ryan initiates 2 video call events in short succession. And then there are 2 more video call events initiated by Ms. Hartsfield. And then at 6:01, they, or Ms. Hartsfield initiates a video call. That's going to be 1 a.m. Eastern Standard Time is the last video call event. And then at
We're together.
1:01:28 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, Ms. Hartsfield sends an address to Mr. Ryan that says 709 Windsor Street, which is actually an address inside the Mechanicsville community.
Now, she sends that address at 1:01:28 Eastern Standard Time.
Yes.
And then what is this next message from the account with Ryan?
So it says, it says open the door, which would have been at 1:34 a.m. and 45 seconds, or 6:34:45. And so when I was reviewing these text messages, trying to get a timeline of events, that's when I realized that at the same time, Rodelius Ryan is telling Ms. Hartsfield to open the door. Rodelius Ryan was simultaneously texting Damone Blaylock saying, call the girls or tell them to open the door.
When Mr. House, so leaving 1:34 p.m. open the door text, I'm gonna
AM.
I'm gonna go back to 7 November and go to
Y'all, we might have to go back. Is he saying that Lil Rod was texting Blaylock to open the door and also saying tell the girls to open the door? Did you okay, let's see.
And about 5 minutes later at 5:56:07 UTC, or 12:56 a.m., I was reviewing these text messages, trying to get a timeline of events. That's when I realized that at the same time, Rodelius Ryan is telling Ms. Hartsfield to open the door. Rodelius Ryan was simultaneously texting Damone Blaylock saying, call the girls or tell them to open the door.
When Mr. House, so leaving 1:34 p.m., open the door text. I'm gonna
AM.
I'm gonna go back to 7 November and go to
There you go. See?
this 1:40:34.
Yeah.
And can you describe for the jury how these two
So
correlate with one
this
another?
is the conversation between Rodelius Ryan and Damone Blaylock. And Rodelius Ryan is texting Damone Blaylock saying, tell him I'm outside. Now, during the more or less within a minute of that text, he is also texting Tyria Hartfield saying, open the door.
And then picking back up on 7 November Alpha, after this open the door, is there a sequence of video call events from the account associated with Ryan to Hartsfield?
So between the open the door text was sent at 6:34:45 UTC, which would have been 1:34:45 a.m. So between 6:35:22 UTC, which is 1:35 a.m., and 6:39:47, which is 1:39:47 a.m., there are 9 video call events that appear to be initiated by Mr. Ryan trying to call Miss Hartsfield. And after the 9th call, Mr. Rodelius Ryan sends another message to Miss Hartsfield that says, open the door. At 6:17 UTC or 1:40 a.m., another video call event is initiated. And about 30 seconds later, at 6:40:51, Mr. Ryan sends a message to Miss Hartsfield that says, so you ain't gonna open the door? And then at 6:46:45 UTC or 1:46:45 a.m., Miss Hartsfield responds, where you at? And then at 6:49:08 UTC, which is 1:49:08 a.m., the response from Mr. Ryan is outside. And that was the last communication between Rodelius Ryan and Miss Hartsfield for the date of February 23rd, 2019. That was the last communication between those two parties.
And what's this last message? What's the date and time of that?
On February 24th, 2019?
Correct.
The last message on February 24th, 2019, it says, what you do in love? And it has I think it's a laughing face emoji.
Now, after looking at this Instagram from in this time frame from Hartsfield's account and Ryan's account, was there any communication between Blaylock's account and Hartsfield?
Yes, there was.
I'm going to publish
Before it
what's already been admitted as State's Exhibit 7 November Bravo. And for this is Ms. Hartsfield's account in light pink and one King Doe 1 in yellow.
Yes, so light pink, Let's Go in 1, Miss Hartsfield, yellow, 1 King Doe 1. That would be Mr. Blaylock.
And this first back and forth, is this February 22nd, 2019?
So it is. Keep in mind, though, that I just was using UTC time. And so the 1:59:07 UTC on February 22nd, 2019 is actually going to be 8 p.m., just before the 9 o'clock hour Eastern Standard Time.
Okay. And they have some back and forth on February 22nd, 2019, right?
Correct.
Okay. Getting to February 23rd, 2019, what is this message, or what time is this message WYA in Eastern Standard Time at the top of page 2?
On February 23rd or 22nd?
February 22nd.
February 22nd, it is, that last where you at is 23:27:01. That's going to be, now I'm going to have to do,
It's going to be 11 minus 5 hours?
yes.
Okay.
So about 6:27:01.
Okay. Now, turning to February 23, 2019, what is this? Is there a series of video call events? What's the timeline of these?
So on February 23rd, 2019, Ms. Hartsfield initiates a video call event at 5:52:08 UTC, which would have been 12:52 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. And there are between 5:52:08 UTC and 6:09:58. So that's going to be 12:52 a.m. till 1:09 a.m. There are 6 different video call events initiated by Ms. Hartsfield, directed towards Mr. Blaylock.
And after that, is there some video calls initiated? What's the time of this first video call that Blaylock initiates to Hartsfield's account?
So at 6:41:03 and again at 6:41:07, which is 1:41 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, Mr. Blaylock initiates 2 video call events going to towards Miss Hartsfield. Sorry.
And what is this text after that?
So at 6:41:15 UTC, Blaylock texts Miss Hartsfield and states, "Lil Rod says he outside."
So when looking at the messages that Hartsfield's having with Ryan and Blaylock and Ryan and Blaylock's own conversation, do you see any kind of pattern between those 3?
Yeah, they were all having conversations with each other independently of the others around the same time. So when Mr. Ryan was trying to get Ms. Hartsfield to answer, he was also texting Mr. Blaylock to have Ms. Hartsfield do the same thing.
I'm going to object to testimony about what someone was doing.
Sustained.
So, Mr. Howes, when you're speaking, you can say, correct me if I'm wrong, but if you say Mr. Atkins' account texted Mr. Howes' account, is this the account associated with you or I? Or in this example,
What you
Hartsfield
can see from these records is that in the messages between Mr. Ryan and Ms. Hartsfield, Mr. Ryan then that account texts Ms. Hartsfield and states, "I'm outside." And then if you go to the next message thread at the same time, you can see that Mr. Ryan texts Mr. Blaylock and says, tell them I'm outside. And then if you go to the conversation between Mr. Blaylock and Miss Hartsfield, you can see Mr. Blaylock telling Miss Hartsfield in an independent conversation that Lil Rod say he outside.
Now, after Little Rod says he's outside, the message from the account associated with Blaylock to Hartsfield, when is the next communication between Blaylock's Instagram and Hartsfield's Instagram?
The next Instagram communication is at 10:11:37 UTC, which would have been 5:11 a.m. And there are at 10:11:37 a.m. and 10:11:55. I'm crossing myself up. 10:11:37 UTC and 10:11:55 UTC. There are two Instagram video call initiations from Blaylock to Miss Hartsfield.
So from 1:41 a.m. with this text, there's a gap until these video calls at 5:11 a.m. on February 23rd.
That's correct.
Okay. And then is there some additional video call events a few minutes later from the Instagram account associated with Miss Hartsfield to Blaylock?
Yeah, Miss Hartsfield says initiates at 10:14:35 UTC and 10:15:04 UTC video call events directed towards Mr. Blaylock.
And in reviewing Instagram records, have you ever seen a short phrase of DF?
Yeah, it's an acronym for defuck.
And so this last message, what's the time of this?
At 10:15:05 UTC, which is 5:15:05 a.m., Miss Hartsfield says to Mr. Blaylock, where the fuck you at?
And does he have any response to that message?
Yes, Mr. Blaylock liked the message, where the fuck you at, that was sent by Miss Hartsfield.
And then is there a series of video calls from, how many video calls are there after that from the Instagram account associated with Hartsfield to Blaylock?
Between 10:15:13 UTC and 10:16:37 UTC, there are a series of 4 Instagram video call events initiated by Miss Hartsfield towards Mr. Blaylock. So that would be 5:15:13 a.m. to 5:16:37 a.m.
Now, once you reviewed and looked at the communication between the Instagram accounts of Blaylock, Ryan, and Ms. Hartsfield, did you ever look at this same time frame with any Instagram messages associated with Bernard Mitchell's Instagram account?
Yes.
And did Bernard Mitchell have any communication with anyone in this window of the records you were looking at?
So of the records that I looked at, I did find communications between Bernard Mitchell as well as Miss Hartsfield.
Publishing what's been admitted as.
I would just like to say the reason her friend is able to claim innocence is because Brazy was doing all of the back and forth, the messaging, the communication with people. She was the one communicating, but you'd be a fool to think she wasn't telling her friend what was going on. This is how the friend can use the whole, oh, I didn't know what was going on, I'm just an innocent victim. Girl, no, ma'am.
State's Exhibit 7, November, Charlie.
Good morning, Laura. And I learned from my daughter that she'll say, "Oh, they text me." And I'm like, "How they get your number?" She says text and can be talking about Instagram. These kids use Instagram just like you, like us. Well, me, I'm 37. How I text my friends, they text on Instagram as if it were a cell phone. So if the girl, I'm gonna say that the girl had an Obama phone. That's what I'm gonna go with. She didn't have a phone. She could be utilizing social media for real, right? Probably didn't have Wi-Fi. Who knows? But her friend was doing all of the texting. This is how she can just prove her innocence. With her little lying ass. Right.
So did you pull some messages before February 23rd?
Yeah, so there was not quite as many messages between Ms. Hartsfield and Mr. Mitchell as there were between her and the other individuals. So I included a little bit longer of a date range for the messages between Bernard Mitchell and Tyree Hartsfield.
And 4L1 Joker in blue is the account associated with Bernard Mitchell.
Yeah, I believe it's 4L.Lil Joker.
And this is the same What's Going On associated with Miss Hartsfield.
That is correct.
And in terms of February 23rd, what is the first message that you have?
8:40:27 UTC, which would have been 3:40:27 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Miss Hartsfield sends a message to Mr. Mitchell that says, "Pull up for real."
So these first three summaries we walked through was around 1:40 a.m., a time we were just talking about, between Blaylock, Ryan, and Hartsfield's Instagram accounts.
Correct.
Is this roughly 2 hours after that?
Yeah.
Yes.
And what does the account from Mr. Mitchell respond back to from this message that Hartsfield's account sends around 3:40 on February 23rd a.m.?
Response is, where you at?
And then is this showing video call events after that from Hartsfield's account to Mitchell's?
Yes, it shows that Ms. Hartsfield at 8:54:30 UTC and 8:54:31 UTC, which would be 3:54 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. There are two back-to-back video call events initiated from Ms. Hartsfield to Bernard Mitchell.
And then what's these two messages here?
At 8:54:35, which is again 3:54 a.m. Ms. Hartsfield says, "Where you at? On the way." And then at 8:59:28, which would be 3:59 a.m., Ms. Hartsfield says to Mr. Mitchell, "Where you at? The fuck."
And what is Mr. Mitchell's response?
His response is he sends two messages within 13 seconds, just after 9 o'clock UTC or 4 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. And those two messages are, "Bye, Crystal, send Addie." And Ms. Hartsfield responds at 9:03 UTC, which is 4:03 a.m. Okay, I'm getting it.
Okay, hold on one second. So did you know where the incident location was for the February 23rd, 2019 Jamari Holmes murder?
The homicide?
Yes.
Yeah, it's at 50 Mount Zion.
And what part of the city is that address?
What do you mean?
Gotcha.
What area of Atlanta is 50 Mount Zion?
It's like the south side. It's over.
I got it.
Like Cleveland Ave.
Do you have some familiarity with that location, that area?
Some.
Do you know if there is a Crystals in that near 50 Mount Zion Road?
Thank
I
you.
don't.
Okay.
That's
And have you ever seen a short term when someone says send ADDY? What have you seen that mean in other contexts?
Send address.
Okay. And then what is Miss Hartsfield's response?
85 Mount Zion. And I do have the familiarity.
okay. I don't want to start no mess on this live. Y'all, they're talking about Crystal's the restaurant. So Michelle, it's not about lying about her name. He was telling her I'm by Crystal's. So I guess there's a Crystal's in the area. He was letting her know how far he was away. I don't want y'all to run with me because I said, who the hell is Crystal? It's the restaurant.
That is a apartment complex that is diagonal from 50 Mount Zion, just on the other side of the street.
Can you walk between those two apartment complexes in a short span of time?
If you wanted to. I couldn't tell you how long it would take, but yeah, they're kind of catty corner to each other.
And so what time is this message sent of 85 Mount Zion by the account associated with Hartsfield to Mitchell?
9:05:26 UTC, which would have been 4:05 a.m. and 26 seconds Eastern Standard Time.
We're getting closer to the unalive.
And in this time where Hartsfield's account, where we're at, 4:05 a.m., is there any communication in the Instagram records between the accounts of Blaylock, Ryan, or Hartsfield with each other?
At the 4 a.m. marker?
Correct.
Right there? I don't believe so.
Okay.
Let me ask you, just to interrupt, scheduling wise, how much longer do you expect the direct with this witness to be?
Your Honor, I would say about an hour or a
Okay,
little
let's
bit
break for
past
lunch.
that. Yes, Your Honor.
And I will have y'all come back at 1:30, please.
An hour. Well, why does he need an hour? We're right at 4. We're at 4 a.m. We're right close to the unaliving. An hour? Okay.
All right, thank you. Where do you want these exhibits? Let me just
Leave them up there for right now. Thank you.
All right, I just forwarded through Ms. Persifield. I think you may have gotten a second attempt at a limiter, but I just sent to her and she'll send to you a third one. So use that one. And then I'd love for us to discuss that before we return with the jury. So you anticipate it'll be this witness, and then do you think we'll get to, I guess, Mitchell and Otten or Uten today?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you think we'll get past those two?
If we do, Your Honor, I don't believe we would get past Detective Hogan,
Okay,
which would mean we would not need that instruction.
until tomorrow.
Correct, Your Honor.
Okay. Well, considering that some of the people have some other things to do, they're on the lunch break, why don't we just be back at 1:25, and then maybe in the morning or in the evening, this evening, we'll deal with the limiter. Okay, see y'all at 1:25.
Sorry. Thank you. Yes, I am on Twitter. And you said you said, "Hey, I don't want to drop my Twitter here." And I was like, "Dang, what happened?" But I do let me get my phone. I have my Twitter pulled up. I just didn't know why you said that, friend. That's all. Y'all better leave me alone. I went on mute because y'all know my dog will randomly bark, and I'm trying to save y'all from hearing her bark. Okay. So before we do bring up, let's go over what he's saying. So there were some people confused in the messages. So we saw messages between Brazy and Lil Rod. We said the reason Miss Smith can say, I didn't know what was going on, it doesn't sound like they have any communication with her talking to anyone, right? But she used an Instagram. For whatever reason, she wasn't on it this night and didn't communicate because remember, she's saying she was following her friend. We saw messages from Brazy and Lil Rod showing that he was outside. He picked them up at some point. Brazy and Blaylock, he knew that Lil Rod was picking them up. He was like, hey, they're outside. We saw some FaceTimes. They are basically just trying to confirm the story that they were together. They got together. That's where we are. Yes, y'all. So that's where we are. We're confirming. We're gonna go. That's where those messages were. Then the messages pick up to right a little bit after the unaliving. Brazy again is FaceTiming Blaylock. And she's asking him, like, where are you? Y'all know she like to say DF, the fuck, where are you? So to me, it just completes the story that this was a setup. It's just Miss Ma'am is not in the messages. So she's able to say, I didn't do it. I ain't have nothing to do with it, right? And of course, I'm sure if Lil Rod and Blaylock trying to get off, they're not trying to implicate another person. They let her run with the story. The most they can do is prove she's a liar, which is where Lil Rod's attorney was doing. So, Sharonda, I think they're going to get to his messages as well because they mentioned Jamari. So they're going to get to his messages too. But somebody asked, could we go back to Miss Liar on the stand? And we most certainly can. Because she was terrible. They want to run it back for a little bit. Lil Rod just looks so sad, but I understand this boy is not innocent. I do understand that. Not saying that he is, but I just think the situation as a whole is terrible. The situation as a whole, I mean, they too young, and I'm sorry. I don't care what none of y'all say. I'm gonna go back to the parents. Because what the hell was you doing in that house, Blaylock? They'd been in your house a whole month. What? Where was your mama? Where is your mother? Where is your mama? So because she didn't have a phone, she was able to slide everybody under the bus and leave herself out. Exactly. And not only that, Key, what did she say? I don't get in trouble. I'm never doing this, never doing that. She proved this innocent role. I had a job. She may have actually
Good morning, Miss Smith. Okay. So yesterday on Direct, you said that you used to hang out at Bolly's house. Excuse me? Yesterday on Direct, you said you used to hang out at Bolly's house.
correct.
You used to hang out on the third floor.
It
I
was
think you-
everywhere, all over the house,
Okay, so you used to hang out on the bottom floor, the main
all over
house,
the house.
Oh,
and so it's a 3-story house.
I'm not sure.
You're not sure? Okay. And there's a door on the third floor, right?
I'm not sure. I really don't remember.
Okay.
time out. Y'all know I missed this part because I was trying to take Barchi out and get on live. So she's telling us she doesn't know if it's a 3-story house, but she's also telling us she was in a basement. She was in the basement. She don't know if it's 3 stories, and she doesn't know if there's a door on the 3rd story. I mean, and I'm a realtor. Most houses I've seen, you can have a 1-story and then a basement, right? So even if it was 1 or 2 stories, you would know how many stories are in the house. And if you're in the basement is always going to be on the bottom level. Come on, y'all.
The mom walked out of the door when she was on the 3rd floor.
I'm not sure. I don't remember.
Okay. So you testified on direct that when you went outside that night, you got into BJ's car, right?
Correct.
And then he drove you, Tahira, Red, Jamari across the street
Yes.
because Tahira told you that there's a weed man over there.
Yes.
And then when the car stopped, Tahira got out the car to go buy some weed.
Yes.
And then she came back and got you and told you somebody wants to talk to you.
Correct.
And you're not familiar with that area.
No, I'm
You
not.
don't know anybody there.
No, I don't.
So you got out the car to go talk to somebody who you don't know in an unfamiliar area.
Yes, because I was scared. I didn't know what was finna go on.
What? And if y'all are new to my lives, because I see we've jumped up in people that are here, so some of my normal people aren't on. I have to always give this when it's a lot of y'all. I stop and chit chat over here, so please don't come in my live talking about be quiet, play it, because we don't do that over here. I stop and I chit chat with everybody, and I did not see this part earlier. Okay. Miss Ma'am is on the stand, literally just said she's not familiar with that area. Now, y'all remember yesterday, Miss Ma'am said she came and yanked her out of the car. As soon as she yanked her out of the car, they started shooting. Today, she says Tahira comes to the car and says someone wants to talk to y'all. Y'all know that probably came from Lil Rod. So she come and tell you somebody wants to talk to you, and before anything happened, you scared? What are you scared for? She knew what was finna go down. You scared beforehand? Period, Brianna? You're scared before something even pop off? Man, stop playing.
And then that's when you say you saw Lil Rod and Bali running and shooting, right?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to approach you with what was previously marked as States Exhibit 11, November.
You see, I had to go on mute.
You recognize this exhibit?
I could be cutting up, y'all.
Yes.
So I'm going to hand you a copy of this exhibit.
Mm-hmm.
And we're going to mark it as Defense Exhibit 1RR. I'm going to use this with you.
BJ's in the car, Sharonda. BJ's the driver.
And I want you to mark where you saw Lil Rod with an R. Use the sticker and write an R and put it on the blue copy.
Aries, we do too much chit chatting over here, girl. Everybody can't deal with it. Everybody can't deal with all the chit chat we do over here. And that's y'all talking about y'all wanting.
And then I want you to get another sticker and mark where you saw Bali with a B using the sticker. And then with the third sticker, I want you to mark where the charger was stopped with a C.
Miss D. Williams ate this up, baby. I'm sorry. She got a little sass to her.
I'm gonna get that from you, okay?
She got a little sass too. I love it. Hey, Too Pretty. Heyy, Heyy, over here. What we say, y'all, no child left behind. Each one teach one over here. Everybody doesn't like that, okay? But we
Write it on there.
This community, we do our thing over here. Yes. She talks soft, but my girl got some fast to her.
And then can you also put an M where you were hiding in the bushes?
The bush is right there. You can see it.
Can you put the sticker on
Put
it?
the sticker on them. Liar. Not you frustrated because you getting caught in your lie. Put the sticker on the bushes, baby. That's his other attorney, guys. Miss Abasi. Love her. She's good too. She does. She is acting like Miss Underwood. I'm gonna give you that. Oh, Shanny. She didn't need more questions. Tish, she didn't need more questions.
I'll move to admit this as defense exhibit 1, Romeo into evidence.
It's admitted.
Zesty mouth. Because she's a liar, Jabria. She's being caught in her lie. She didn't want to do it yesterday. She's like, I gotta come back.
So now we're going to move on to your police interview after you were picked up, okay? Now, on direct yesterday, you said that you and BJ were friends, right?
I knew him, yeah.
Since 5th grade?
Yeah.
And you also told the detective that BJ put a gun to your head that night, correct?
Yes.
And you told so many other stories that the detective asked you if you knew the difference between a truth and a lie.
Yes.
Do y'all hear this? Why the hell would the state put this girl on this witness stand? Remember, y'all, BJ is the driver of the Charger. BJ, Brazy, and Miss Smith have all known each other since 5th grade. So after all this happened, I guess she was trying to prove, was she trying to, she was trying to, I guess, say BJ and them were in the wrong too. Okay, let's say what it, let's call a spade a spade. I got it now, y'all. She was trying to throw BJ under the bus as well. She needed BJ to go to jail because she know what her and her friends had just done. The only logical explanation, I'm a victim, is for me to say BJ tried to harm me too. That's where her story was going. Because now BJ put a gun to your head. How can you ever trust this lady?
In the first couple of hours of that interview, you kept saying that there was one shooter, true?
Yes, I did.
You said BJ was shooting, correct?
Yes, I did.
Terica, don't be confused, y'all. I'm sorry. Our cousin is behind. Y'all, Keith said, quit trying to explain. Terica said she's confused. Listen, the blue Charger was always the boys that were supposed to be set up, y'all. The blue Charger were always the boys that were supposed to be set up. I just don't know if everybody in that Charger was supposed to make it out after the setup. But after the setup, only one person was unalived. And unfortunately, that one person who was unalived, guess what? We had communications. BJ knows who set all of this up. BJ knew who set all of this up. So when she got to the police station, she trying to make like BJ was the shooter. Y'all get what I'm saying? She tried to throw BJ under the bus because in her mind, BJ knows the truth. If I can play victim, I'm a girl. Who's going to believe a girl had all this going on? Remember, she said, I don't get in trouble. I've never been in trouble before. She tried to throw BJ under the bus now because now I got to get something to happen to BJ because he knows the truth. BJ knows the truth. So BJ is the driver, guys. BJ is the driver of the blue Charger. Hey, everyday person. So yes, y'all, she said that the original story was that BJ was the person who was shooting, that BJ put a gun to her head. Do y'all see what Miss D. Williams is doing here? She lied. So now, y'all, what do we say every time? It's reasonable doubt. Reasonable doubt. Y'all remember Ariel said yesterday the girls did the shooting. It's sounding more and more like that, because why would she put it on BJ now? She didn't even like, I mean, my initial thought, if Lil Rod did it, you say Lil Rod them did it, right? But she came into the police station putting it on BJ. Come on, y'all. Jamari is deceased, Jaleesa. Jamari is deceased. Ariel said this yesterday. It's looking more and more plausible from me listening to this testimony. BJ, I don't know if BJ's in jail, guys. Yes, we looked at Brazy's charges yesterday. I'm convinced she did y'all, it's looking more and more like that could be plausible. But I'm going to say this too. Why didn't those boys say that? Because at this, we got to see. I don't even know if the boys made statements, what happened, but the boys could have very easily cleared all this up and put it on the girls. But maybe they sticking to this street code of not snitching or something and just letting the chips fall where they may, which is why why the boys was trying to get back on their own. Yes, Jamari was in the car with BJ. Some of y'all might be real lost. We broke this down yesterday. In the Charger, BJ is in the driver's seat. Jamari is in the passenger seat. Behind Jamari is Brazy. Miss Smith is in the middle, and Lil Red, I think his name was Red. He is behind the back driver door. When all of this occurred and we looked at the newspaper article, we saw where all the bullets rang out. Jamari appears, he's the one who was unalived. And I think they left this boy in the car. It sounds like they left him. Because what it said, it didn't say we found teens whose friends had been shot. It didn't say any of that. It says we found a teen who had been shot. It sounds like they left him. Yeah, we need to figure out Lil Rod's case. I definitely agree. Okay, Seven. Hey, Seven. They said they left him. So, yes. Yes, y'all. Oh, no, you're fine, y'all. We're cool. We're on break right now. This is what we do. Wait. It's too much. It's too much. They revoking Obama probation. They did pull the car from somewhere, and the Charger was stolen too. It's too much. I have to get on something later because I don't want to skip off this because this is good.
I said a couple stuff. I was shook up. I was scared. I didn't know what to say. I never been in no situation like that before.
Okay. And then towards the end of the police interview, Detective Hogan told you what he thought happened, right?
Correct.
Too much, y'all.
And then after Detective Casey told you, this is the time for you to sing your ass off, because if not, you're going to find your ass in fucking jail with these fools, right?
Correct.
Why the hell y'all ain't tell me Miss D Williams was up there cussing like that today? I must missed a lot. I got to run that back. Hold up.
Yes, I did.
So now we're going to move on to your police interview after you were picked up, okay? No, on direct, I'm not going to have her flipping ring. Yeah, no.
Good.
No.
Hold on, y'all.
And that's the first time anybody ever heard about you being trapped on the Casey told you, this is the time for you to sing your ass off, because if not, you're going to find your ass in fucking jail with these fools, right?
Correct.
And that's when you started adopting Detective Hogan's version that there were two shooters.
Yes.
And then that's when you started saying that there was a big gun.
Oh!
It's never no big guy.
Big gun.
A big gun?
Mm-hmm.
I don't remember.
And that's when you started putting...
Y'all, her whole story, she adopted it from the freaking detective?
Lil Rod in your story, correct?
Yes.
So let's fast forward to the previous hearing in September of 2021 when you provided testimony, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And that's the first time anybody ever heard about you being trapped on this bottom floor, correct?
No.
Who'd you tell?
I told the police.
You told Detective Hogan?
No, I told the police when they came to get me where I was inside the house.
So you told them on the way to the police station that you were trapped in a house?
No, I told my mom over the phone.
You told your mother?
Yes, that's how the police knew where I was.
Okay. And did Detective Hogan bring that up during your interview?
I'm not sure. I don't remember.
So would it refresh your memory to look at your prior testimony from your prior hearing?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Y'all, she was in alternative school. Not Miss Good Girl. Not Miss Good Girl.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may. That looks like a pretty big binder.
No,
You
that
gonna
Jamar was
point
in the
her into
passenger.
something in particular? Okay.
Well, according to
All right.
I'm not gonna have her flipping around. Yeah.
That's good.
No.
okay, yeah, they according to what she said, and trust me, we broke this down yesterday, y'all. We went on live 3 hours only on her testimony. So yes, I got the car people right. Jamar was in the front passenger seat, the only one that was unalived from this incident.
Would you go to page 866?
You sure did. That's LaRon.
And then to yourself, read lines 6 through 13
To myself?
to yourself. And when you're done reading, you could just close the book or just look up. So I know that you're done.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I looked at it.
Did that refresh your memory?
Yes, it do.
So you never told anybody that you were trapped in that basement?
Yes, I did.
Who?
I told you I told my mom.
Who the hell is your mama? Right.
And yesterday was the first time anybody heard about Bali attacking you, correct?
Correct.
You kept that secret for about, what, 2019, 20, 21, 22, like 5-6 years?
Correct.
Yeah. Yeah, I can see D. Williams in front of her mirror, like, and then I'm gonna say, is this the first time you kept that secret for like 2019, 2020, 2021, 2022, 2023? I'm gonna count. I'm gonna add the dramatics. Y'all know how Max Sharp be trying to bring in them Fulton County Blues in the bag. Miss D. Williams said it's time for me to turn it up. And this is the best witness to turn it up on because 2019, 2020, 2021, 2022. But man, stop playing with D. Williams. Give my girl her flowers. Y'all been asking, we all been asking for. We been asking for D. Williams to show up. Some of y'all said she better not get no sleep. She pulled that one out the bag for y'all.
And you would agree with me that you changed your past testimony several times about who had a gun that night?
No.
Yes, you did.
Okay. Would it refresh your memory to look at the transcript?
She said no.
I mean, if you want to put it up, that's cool. I'll look at it and refresh my memory if that's what you want to do.
Okay. So let's start with where you said Lil Rod had a gun. Go to page 809.
Who's on her Zoom, baby?
Can y'all approach for just a second?
She was on her Zoom, baby. And I'm gonna say this again. Y'all know why Miss Ma'am don't want her face out there? Y'all know why she didn't want to be seen on here? First of all, everybody already knows who you are. They done told what school you went to. You done said your name like a crazy person. She don't want to be on this Zoom, baby, because she knew this was gonna happen. See, Lil Rod's trial was probably not televised, okay? She knew this was going to happen. She knew the public scrutiny was coming. She knew it was coming. She knew it was coming. She didn't want to be on TV because she didn't want us to see her face while she was lying. Do y'all remember yesterday when she said, I got what? Like, I got to stay?
Did that refresh your memory?
Wait.
Okay. So you said Lil Rod had a gun, right?
Yes.
Okay. Then let's go to, sorry. And you said that several times that he had a gun, right?
Both of them had guns.
Okay. But then you also testified you didn't see anybody shooting that night, correct? You have to say it for the record.
Yes.
Okay. And you also testified that you didn't see any guns that night, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Exactly.
And then also, while you were on that bottom floor, you just found a random phone?
Yeah, it was a phone at the house.
And there wasn't a passcode to get in the phone?
I don't remember, but I could call somebody, so apparently it wasn't.
But you didn't call 911 to let them know that you were trapped in this basement?
Nope, I called my grandma and my mom first. And by the time I called my mom, 911 was at her house.
And when you were on the phone with your grandmother and your mother, you told them, I just saw a shooting?
No, when I called my mama was yelling and screaming, telling me homicide at her door.
Court's indulgence.
A phone out the house? Thank you, JR. What does that even mean? A random phone? Y'all, she had a full Obama phone. I firmly believe this girl had an Obama phone. And I'm going to need them to subpoena DHS to verify what I'm saying. I think she had an Obama phone.
Your Honor, thank you.
All right. Are there other defense attorneys with questions for this witness?
May I retrieve my?
Yes, certainly.
She had an Obama phone. It's in her mother's name or cousin's name or something.
All right. Is there redirect? Sure.
So let me answer this question. I keep seeing this. This is why I think homicide got to her door so fast. Remember, y'all, she's known BJ since she was in 5th grade. She's known him. They are familiar with each other. BJ probably gave her name. He been knowing this girl since 5th grade. That's why they went to her house first. BJ probably didn't know these other boys like that. It was a set up. And you can't give Brazy address. She homeless. Who do I know really do live with their mama? I can give their address. Nobody but Miss Smith. They said that the boy left them. They said that BJ and Red, they left Jamari in that car. They left Jamari in that car. Yeah, they called BJ told he didn't have to be in custody, y'all. Ariel said he wasn't in custody yet. But somebody, we don't have to look at the transcript. That's my theory. Because how would they get to her mama's house? BJ probably went and told his mama. BJ didn't have to be the person who told this. He could have told his mama. He could have told a friend. He could have told a sister or auntie. And so his name is not on the paperwork. Their name would be on the paperwork. Y'all get what I'm saying? So even, I don't know if the police saw them run. I don't know, y'all. We're going to have to, we need to all collectively get together and figure out how to get more information about this case. You know what? I want to know too, where the hell do you hide the big white van? This is why this is so strange to me. Why Miss Ma'am, y'all remember she said they didn't follow us or nothing. You would have noticed the big YSL van following you. You would have noticed that. Brazy led BJ to where the weed man was. I think they were already there. That's why there was no need to follow them. Remember, she said the boy attacked her. She's trying to make it seem like the boy was there when they left. But this is also the first time we've ever heard her say she was attacked. That's what D. Williams is bringing out. But she's trying to put those boys in the house. But you can't put them in the house, then say they didn't follow you. How did they get to the location? Because keep in mind, again, we went over text messages. There was no communication from between 1 a.m., late 1 a.m., almost 2 a.m., and 5 a.m. between Brazy, Lil Rod, and Blaylock. Why was there no communication? They were together. They came up with this plan together. If this is the theory, they came up with this plan together. And when they came up with this plan, they knew where to take the boys to. Brazy led them to these other apartments. So they knew where to take the boys to. So let's keep that in mind as well. They knew Brazy knew where to go. She remembered the friend testified Brazy told BJ where to drive. Okay? Yes. And Brazy knew where to go after everything was over. Exactly. This is an overt act, y'all. This is an overt act. That's why we're hearing about it.
Good morning, Ms. Smith.
Good morning.
So, on cross, do you remember the defense counsel asking you about when you told the detectives at the beginning, when you started your interview, that you didn't see any guns or anybody shooting? Remember asking that question?
Yes, I lied a couple times.
Can you tell the jury?
I'm sorry.
Sorry, is that better?
Not really. You may either have to pick it up or use the lapel mic.
All right, so let me start over.
Dad, Brazy was homeless.
Do you remember defense counsel asking you on cross a few minutes ago, about at the beginning of your interview with the detectives, that you said that you didn't see anybody shooting and you didn't see any guns? Do you remember her asking you that?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell the jurors why you said that at the beginning part of your interview when you were speaking with Detective Hogan and Detective Casey?
The reason I lied a couple of times was because I was shook up. I never been in no situation like that.
And can you tell the jurors or explain to them, when you say you were shook up, why were you so shook up?
Because like I was still around them. Like during the situation after they did what they did, I was still with them. I couldn't go nowhere until the police came.
When you say them, are you talking about Lil Rod, Valley, or Blaylock?
Yes.
And your friend, Ms. Brazy?
Yes.
And were you shook up because Ms. Brazy had set you and Jamari?
Objection, lady.
Overruled.
Were you shook up because Ms. Brazy had set you and the people in the blue Charger up?
Yes.
And did you know anything about the fact that she was going to do that?
No, I didn't.
Hold that mic closer to.
So not only did Brazy set the boys up, how on earth did Brazy set you up when she grabbed you before anything happened? Friend, a body. Did you even hear the question you just asked? Did y'all hear the question a body just asked? A body literally just said, did you know that Brazy was setting you and the boys up? How the hell was she set up? Literally came and got her out of the car before the shots rang out. Took her to safety. Took you to the house. And you were scared, but you was finna go to the basketball court with the boys. You about to hang out? Man, lock her ass up.
To you, Mr. Body.
Sorry.
Thanks.
Now, Miss Williams asked you, or she
Hold on,
phrased her question after Detective Hogan.
Okay. They wanted me to go back. I guess you wanted me to start it about a body. Here you go. There was never, y'all, there was never any weed. I don't know. I don't know why this happened.
Your Honor, thank you.
All right, are there other defense attorneys with questions for this witness?
May I retrieve my?
Yes, certainly.
They didn't rob them. I don't know what this
All right, is there redirect?
seeming like initiation to me.
Sure.
There's no motive. They didn't rob the boys. At least I don't hear them saying they robbed somebody.
Good morning, Ms. Smith.
Good morning.
So, on cross, do you remember
I don't know the goal.
the defense counsel asking you about when you told the detectives at the beginning, when you started your interview, and you didn't see any guns or anybody shooting? You ever asked that question?
Yes, I lied a couple of times.
Can you tell the jury?
I'm sorry.
Sorry, is that better?
Not really. You may either have to pick it up or use the lapel mic.
All right, so let me start over. So do you remember
Yeah.
defense counsel asking you on cross a few minutes ago, about at the beginning of your interview with the detectives, that you said that you didn't see anybody shooting and you didn't see any guns. Do you remember her asking you that?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell the jurors why you said that at the beginning part of your interview when you were speaking with Detective Hogan and Detective Casey?
The reason I lied a couple of times was because I was shook up. I never been in no situation like that.
And can you tell the jurors or explain to them when you say you were shook up, why were you so shook up?
Because like I was still around them. Like during the situation, after they did what they did, I was still with them. I couldn't go nowhere until the police came.
When you say them, are you talking about Lil Rod, Valley, or Blaylock?
Yes.
And your friend, Ms. Brazy?
Yes.
And were you shook up because Ms. Brazy had set you and Jamari?
Objection, lady.
Overruled.
Were you shook up because Ms. Brazy had set you and the people in the blue Charger up?
Yes.
And did you know anything about the fact that she was going to do that?
No, I didn't.
Hold that mic closer to you, Mr. Bobby.
Sorry.
Thanks.
Now, Miss Williams asked you, or she phrased her question after Detective Hogan told you something that you just adopted it. Is that what you did when you were speaking with the detective and you decided to tell the truth?
Yes.
Okay. And were you telling the truth, or were you just telling the detective exactly what he said?
I mean, I was telling some bit of the truth, but I was still lying.
Okay. And when you told the detective that you saw Little Rod and Bally run up and start shooting at the Charger, were you telling the truth?
Yes.
Baby, how can we believe you? Bye, Miss Sheila. Miss Sheila, get off the live.
Can you tell the jury, based on, you said you had known BJ since, what, 5th grade?
Mm-hmm.
And in your interactions with BJ and Red and Jamari, can you tell the jurors, were they all pretty close friends?
I never knew
Speculation.
Yeah.
Overruled.
I don't. I knew BJ. I didn't know the rest of them.
Okay, so I'm gonna ask my question again, and it'll be a little more clear. You remember you talked about yesterday, you got into the Charger, remember that?
Mm-hmm.
And when you were in the Charger, did you kind of witness and talk with and interact with BJ, Jamari, and Red in the car?
I can't really remember. I just know I was in the car with them.
Okay. And
But I know me and BJ had a conversation like about getting weed or whatever like that.
okay. And during the conversation and while you were in the car, was everybody interacting with each other, in a friendly way?
I mean, I really don't remember, to be honest.
Okay.
I just know the whole time Brazy was talking, leading him to the apartments. That's it.
And that's okay. Do you remember also during your interview with Detective Hogan, he asked you, we talked about yesterday, but he asked you about BJ's Instagram handle or user ID. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And do you remember what you told Detective Hogan BJ's Instagram user ID was?
Yes.
Okay, can you tell the jury?
I don't remember like exactly the name I told him, but I told him a name.
Okay, you remember telling him a name?
I do, but I don't.
You
What?
remember telling him that his Instagram handle was for Lil Joker?
Yes.
Okay.
Baby, because her mama knows she a setup.
All right, I just have a few more questions. So when defense counsel asked you some additional questions about, as Detective Hogan and Detective Tracy were talking to you about what happened, do you remember that?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay, and Ms. Williams asked you about whether you were just saying things because they had said it to you. Do you remember her asking you that?
Could you say it another way?
Let me ask you this. When you told Detective Hogan and Detective Tracy that you saw Little Rod and Bally shooting, was that because you saw it, or is that because they gave you some impression that they knew that they...
Definitely leading.
I actually saw it because, for one, they never got in the car with us to know where we was going. For two, when we ran through the breezeway, I saw them shooting their guns at the car, literally.
And
Literally a
my
lie.
last question is, back when this occurred, back in February of 2019, can you tell the jurors, how old were you back then?
I don't remember.
How old are you now again?
23.
Okay, and this was roughly 5 years ago? Yes?
Mm-hmm.
Your Honor, I have no further questions.
She could do
All right,
math.
recross.
Just one, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Did Lil Rod have the big gun?
I don't remember. I just know they both had guns.
Drop the mic.
All right.
Drop the mic.
Can I go use the restroom, please?
It's not going to
Annoyed.
be much longer. Hang on just
Okay.
a second.
Annoyed.
This is it something that came up in the redirect or recross? Well, if it came up in direct, then you should have asked to cross. Go ahead.
Did he have the big gun?
Okay.
I don't remember.
So
But you saw him.
BJ, that's the gentleman that you'd known for 5th grade or whatever, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay. BJ threatened you, right?
Mm-hmm.
BJ, and then after that threat was made, then your house was shot up. Is that right? Afterwards.
I really can't remember.
Okay. So you don't remember the threat, then the house getting shot?
Yes.
Thank you. That's all I have.
All right. Does the state have anything based on that?
He's so fine.
Right.
Leave my man alone.
Thank you. You are excused. You can go ahead and you're free to go. Call your next witness.
All right, I really got to do this because Isis just said, I'm not sure if she saw them. Isis, I do not believe she saw them. I believe when she was speaking to those detectives and they said, this is what we think happened. I think she said, this is my best bet to get out of this mess. She knows what happened. But I want to ask the chat, if you were the jury on this, and we're going to hear more evidence, right? But just off her testimony alone, would you have found Lil Rod guilty or not guilty? 1 for guilty, 2 for not guilty. Just off of her testimony, because she's the eyewitness. She's the alleged eyewitness. Would you have found her? Okay, let me see. I got 2. And don't y'all come here with no 3s. It's 1 or 2. 1 or 2. I'm seeing all 2s. And 2, 2, 2. Okay, now y'all remember what we love to say. It has to be beyond a reasonable doubt. And I'm not saying that Lil Rod, they couldn't have done this. They may have ballistics. I don't know. I don't know. I'm solely basing this off of her testimony. And her testimony is so sketchy. It's so sketchy. It definitely sounds like because how is Brazy's guilty, Lil Rod guilty, Blaylock guilty, but you're the only innocent one. Yeah, you were with them the whole time. You're the only one that's innocent. I'm sure there's other evidence, guys. I don't know what it is. But I'm going to go down. It's lunchtime. We got about 15 minutes and I'll open the floor because I know people got stuff to say about this. So just a second. I'm going to put the link in the chat. Just remember, y'all, we try to be respectful as possible. That's it. Just drop the link. Stop, Barchi. Okay. I just put the link in the chat. I know she's scared to go to sleep. Need to drop these court records. I mean, he online dropping everything else. He sure can tell us what's going on. She innocent, but was with them before and after. Come on, Mikhail. Is it Mikhail? Come on now. Let's see. She was too old to be with them youngins. That's absolutely true. Hey, Frederica.
Hello.
What is going on, girl?
Nothing. Okay, so here's the thing that I don't know what happened in the case, but from her testimony, what it sounds like, Miss Smith might have been doing one and fell asleep in the basement. And when she woke up, she realized it was late. She couldn't sneak back into the house. That's why she called her mama. She tried to get an alibi with her grandma, and her mom was like, "You got this homicide, people."
Hold on,
And
Frederick. Hold on. She called her mama after the unaliving occurred.
Yeah, but what time was it?
That was so the unaliving occurred at like 5 a.m. So she got when that whole woke up and fell asleep and woke up, that happened around 1 something. She said she woke up, so maybe 3 because we saw the messages between Brazy and BJ. She got home at 11, got up and took a shower, then they went with the boys. About 1 a.m. the boy Lil Rod says, "I'm outside." So she gets to Blaylock house about 1:30, somewhere up in that time frame. From between 1:30 and I'm gonna say 3, something did happen with probably her and the boys, what you saying. She woke up about 3 and hears Brazy on the phone with someone. And then at 3 a.m., about 4, she walks outside and the boys pull up. The boys pull up about 4 a.m., the Charger, about 4. That's when they say they're going to go get some weed. They go to wherever Brazy leads them to, and then the unaliving occurs about right at a late about 4:45, 5 o'clock. The unaliving occurs.
And then she gets back to Blaylock's house.
And she goes back. That's when she says they put her in the basement, locked her in, and she finds this random phone and is able to call her mom, who hangs up on her. Then the grandmama, who's saying you need to call your mama, calls her mom back, and the police are at her mom's house.
I just don't feel like that part of the story that she was locked in the basement was something that ever occurred.
Me either, because she never, she never said it till today.
I think she was down there and they probably did one again. And she probably woke up like, "Ooh, I've stayed out too late because my mama going to be waking up to go to work," or whatever it might be. And I feel like that she was like, "Well, I got to come up with something." And when she called her mom and she realized homicide was there, she just started making up all kind of lies. That's why I feel like the lies came in. I don't feel like she was ever locked anywhere.
I think she wasn't locked in there. She was in the basement, though.
Yeah,
I
she was
think
in
she
his
was in
room.
the basement because she was scared. Like, damn, this just happened. This just happened. And I think she was in the basement because of that. Because you noticed she said the boy mama came down there, which I don't see his mama coming down there locking her in the basement. I think the mama probably came to see who all in her house and noticed that she's in there and walked back out. But
Nothing
she
about her
wasn't
story
scared
lines
at
up.
all. Nope, nothing's nothing. They saying Road Dog. Let me answer this. Road Dog said, "How was homicide at her house?" remember, my thinking is she's known BJ since she was in 5th grade. BJ knows her full name. Gave it somehow, it was given to police. That's the only explanation for them to have been at their house so fast. Both cars were stolen. She didn't have a phone. How did they get her? Remember, he had been talking to Brazy, but Brazy was homeless. So Brazy didn't have a home for him to send them to Brazy's home. He's known Brazy since 5th grade too. But it's easy to get school records. I don't know if the police can pull them up. I don't know, but I know that BJ somehow they gave her name. That's how they were there so fast.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
And then one last thing, somebody was like, well, why is Matthews all in it? They all need to have reasonable doubt for this overt act. So whoever can bring out hey, so who had what? Who threatened you? When did the shooting start? Everybody needs it to have some reasonable doubt because they all can go down from a RICO perspective if they say, oh, well, he was a part of the gang. So
that's true.
That's
true. And Key said they never knew who was in a car with Jamari. Somebody told the police that girl's name, Key. And at some point it comes out because even she said she didn't even know the other 2 boys' names until the case. So at some point it all comes out. I don't know, but someone gave her name because why would they just pop up at this girl house? It could have been BJ telling another girl. The girl called the police. Like somebody gave that girl's name that night. They were ultimately setting up the blue Charger. Yeah, I don't even think they had an intended target. I think they were just going to light up that car. The girls were setting up BJ. BJ was in the blue Charger with Jamari and Red. Jamari is the young man who's unalive. I don't know, Key. Somebody gave that girl's name. I'm gonna say this, Key. The reason I'm saying somebody, maybe they didn't know BJ was in a car, but they knew this girl was involved. Just like, and I'm gonna use when Dolph was unalived, y'all. Within hours of it happening, people knew who did it. The boy that just got sentenced, people were saying his name within hours because kids talk too much. So it be simple stuff. Kids talk too much. You never know what BJ, who he called. That's Instagram. We don't know who he called. If he said something, if that was his friend, yeah, he had to leave, but y'all don't think somebody wanted to call the police and let them know that the boy was there? Even the police, something that happened. So I don't know, y'all, but kids talk too much. Somehow, some way, that girl name was out because they were at her mom's house within the hour. And remember, there was nothing that would have tied her. No license in her name, nothing. Somebody had to give that girl's name. Somebody had to. Yep. You're right, Key. Yep. Paco, I do believe this is how kids work, y'all. I'm telling you, BJ gave that girl's name. I don't know how he did it. He gave that girl's name. He gave that girl's name some kind of way. How else do you explain being at this girl's house within the hour? Tasha, they could have been at the house for both of them. He's known both of them since 5th grade. And yep, and word spreads around the hood within seconds. BJ gave it via anonymous caller. That could have happened too. Okay, Frederick, I'm sorry. I just got you sitting up here. I'm sorry.
Oh, no, you got it. I'm going to go and drop down.
Okay, thank you. Hey, Ariel.
Hey, Mel.
Hey, girl. What's up, girl?
I have a question. Have we heard the 911 call reporting this incident?
I haven't, but I didn't listen to Miss Ma'am yesterday. I won't lie to y'all.
Me either, because the only reason I say I believe her mom told the police, because this is what she said. She said she called her grandma. But what did you tell your grandma? Like, what did you say? So your grandma called your mom. So by the time you called your mom had already called the police. That's why homicide was there. You told your grandma that something bad just happened. Somebody just got killed, basically. And then your grandma called your mama, and your mama called the police. So that's why they was already at her house.
Well, I don't know about that because she called her mom the first time. Her mom didn't answer.
She
So
called
she
her
called her
mom.
grandmama. No, she called her
Yeah,
mom the first
right.
time. Her mama didn't answer. So then she called her grandmama. And her grandmama was telling her, you need to call your mama. When she called her mom back, the police were at her mom's house.
Right. So that's why I'm saying by the time she called her mama back, her grandma had already called her mama.
I don't think so. It sounded like it was too fast. That's not how I interpreted it. I interpreted to mean I call my mama don't answer. I hang up immediately. I call my grandma. When my grandma answers, she going off saying you need to call your mama, the police at her house.
But what
I call my mama back, homicide is already there.
But something's still missing, Mel, because if that's the case, the person that they had on the phone that called it in and said her, and if it was BJ that called it in or whatever, they would have had to talk. Like BJ could have been on collaborated that story. Like he could have said this, and this. But it seems like she was the first person to speak with the police, and they already had a rundown on it. So
I don't know. That's not how I heard it. I believe hey Mike, hey Nikki, I heard it to believe that when I heard it, I took it to believe that the police were at her home within that hour of everything happening. The police were already at her home.
But why go to her house and not Lil Rye's house?
Because I think it's BJ. I think BJ gave her name.
But why
And
would he give her name?
Mikhail just said it too, that if it wasn't BJ, it's someone who he told. And why give her name? Because remember, he didn't know Lil Rod or Blaylock.
He didn't know Brazy either.
But Brazy was homeless. Remember, Brazy had been staying at her house.
So when they got to the police station, did the police already know about Brazy?
They had to. I don't know about Brazy. I'm going to say this from her testimony and what D. Williams just pulled out of her. The police already had a theory. How they had this theory, I don't know. They already had a theory of what happened. They're the ones who told her there were two shooters. Somebody said something.
You think they talked to her at her house before it was on that camera?
I don't know, Ariel. Or did BJ and them give some statements or something? Because how did they already know there were two shooters? You get what I'm saying?
But then then now is very, very sketchy because she said at first it was one shooter and it was BJ. Then she said Lil Rod. So it's like,
yep.
Me personally, okay, not hearing all this, man, I really and truly feel like she got off of work. Because first of all, why you hanging with little children after 11 o'clock after you got off work? Them kids. You knew what was finna go down. It was a plan out. The YSL van was gonna be the getaway car.
Yep.
Little Rod never pew pew because he had to be the getaway car. So you mean to tell me you gonna get out, pew pew, get back in the car, get everybody else in the car and leave? No, hell no. He was always supposed to be the getaway car. And when she went in that basement, she already had a phone. She went in that basement to get privacy.
That could be true too, because I don't believe anyone forced her in that basement.
And then who leaving the phone in the basement that got minutes on it or something? You had to call your man. Come on, man. People would have had their possession of their own phone, and not only that, if you saying that the mother locked you back in, or they would have got the mama on kidnapping.
Yeah, I don't believe that story. They say it's been sketchy. Yeah, the whole story is sketchy, and that's because Miss Ma'am is lying. She's trying to save herself.
Well, if Millie, I know you got connections, please get Lil Rod daddy.
I don't got no connections, friend. And I'm gonna tell you, I like talking about this trial.
No, don't talk to him about it. Just get the records. We don't want to talk.
Okay, I'm about to say I don't want to be putting people up here. I like talking to y'all about this trial and us figuring it out because I don't want to endanger anyone has going on. But I do want this trial, and I told y'all if we get it, we're gonna be doing a marathon, and I'm gonna need 10 people to be helping me read.
It's under seal, so It's under seal, so we can't get it. It's the only way you can get it is court order or like probably his parents. We can't get it, so that's why I said he needs to get it just so we can see it. Cause I got to see. I can't compare what's happening now to what happened in his trial without the facts.
Yeah, we got to. And you're right, Miss Sheila. Miss Sheila is thank you, Frederica. Miss Sheila. Yeah, this is my theory, guys. Someone, BJ or Red, Miss Sheila said they were at her mom's house by 7. And remember, Brazy was messaging Blaylock a little after that. And then for Brazy to be in the basement, at one point, were you around them where they talking about, dang, we lit them N-words up? At what point were you around them?
At 5:11, they started texting each other. I wrote it down.
See, Ariel, at what point you said they locked you in the basement? So at one point was that conversation going on?
How far is the murder scene and the house they locked her in? Because them messages were sent within 11.
It's across the street.
Also, they went back to her house and 10 minutes later they sent messages.
Yep. Remember, she said it was lit. She said literally, it was across the street. Literally, it's across the street. It was probably another set of apartments from wherever they were. So they weren't far.
She lying, because if I just seen some stuff like that, I'm gonna keep running. I ain't even got to get in the car with y'all. I ain't even got to get in the car with y'all. I'm free.
That's how we know she was a part of it. Because why she was too calm around these people.
She could have went and knocked on somebody's door and said, "Please let me."
Let me see, Area. They said they're back.
Okay, all right. I'm down, Mel. Okay, bye bye.
Oh, yeah, did Max have on the burgundy suit today?
I thought he had on gray, but okay, I'm going down.
Oh, okay. All right. Thanks, Ariel. We'll talk later.
All right, bye bye.
Okay, y'all. Let me present. I had 2 links up. All right. Baby, this is good. This is too much, y'all. Okay, y'all. I had to make sure. Blaylock was 17 at the time. Lil Rod was 15 at the time. She probably did. Ariel from Georgia. It's today. Thank you. I was trying to make sure I pulled up the right stream. Key, I'm telling you, they talk to them boys right after the fact, Key. That how else they get all that information? How did they know it was? Well, I mean, they could have found 2 different shell casings. They could have done that too. But as far as knowing details like they knew, somebody from their car spoke to the police. We are legal assistants, y'all. Lil Rod is, I think, 20. He was 15 when it happened. He didn't get to live no life. But yeah, ISIS. I think BJ knew, man, when BJ now was running. They probably was like, man, I can't believe that y'all see. He couldn't believe that they did it. Probably so. You might be right, Key. Mickey, I'm trying to see how she heard all that from the basement. Well, Princess, I think he's looking pretty good on the pill. Not someone said his Miranda rights weren't read to him. He looking pretty good on the pill. The thing is he going to get out? Ms. Liar is 23. He's looking really good on the pill. The thing is he going to get out and do what he needs to do? That's the thing that bothers me. I think he needs some psychiatric evaluations. I just think it's more going on there. It sounds like he's been neglected. I mean, the boy was a missing kid at 11. And they say he was in Cleveland. I like, how you missing on Cleveland? Miss Love does act like some has happened to Miss Love. I don't know, y'all. Lil Rod needs a lot of help. He needs to be up there in Colorado with NBA YoungBoy so he can stay out of trouble. Yes, Brian still is doing Blaylock's appeal. He needs to be an adult foster kid. He does, Frederica. He don't need to be with the daddy if he do. It seems like, look, some kids, it just seems like they're doomed from the start. And unfortunately, Lil Rod seems to be one of those kids. He seems to be one of those kids. Like he just doomed. Like his life, it's so sad. Some kids are just like this. Some kids don't have it easy.
I'm so happy with my results. Add volume to the cheeks to get a custom contour that looks like you with
Okay, yeah, I switched the stream. Come on, Birch. Oh, come on. Come on. Get in here. Come on. Come on. Come on. Ugh. There you go. Come on. Okay, y'all. I had to get Barty together. Lil Rod was neglected as a child from the start. I don't know how they took a break. His name is Rodelius Ryan. Yeah, Atlanta News First doesn't have any ads. And y'all, we will do the panel again once they go to break or something. Purple, I hope you just heard. We'll do the panel again once they come up. We stopped the panel because court's starting back.
True.
Sure. Well, maybe. I don't know. I can't promise clarity in advance.
Well, so these latest phone summaries that we've been going over.
Right.
I know that they were admitted, but can I get some clarity on under what theory they were admitted? I understand that they admitted as summaries of already admitted evidence. And under 1006, if the evidence is already admitted, they are admitted as demonstrative evidence only. So the clarity that I want is whether they are pedagogical devices or admitted as evidence. If the evidence is already in, these are just
Which ones are these?
demonstrative aids.
Summaries. Which ones
Your
are
Honor,
the summaries and which ones?
7 November, and then subsection Alpha, Bravo, and Charlie. And the state believes that these summaries are summaries of voluminous records.
So, and can you, because I haven't seen any of them.
Yes, Your
Is
Honor.
this I know the witness was talking about once you figure out how to do something, then you can see just the conversation threads that you care about, and not the others. Is that all this is the conversation threads that he was looking into without the rest of it?
Correct, Your Honor.
Okay, so they're not really summaries. They're a version of the evidence that has the extraneous material excluded.
Understood, Your Honor.
Okay, so I would not consider this to be a summary exhibit in the way that we would normally talk about a summary exhibit that's then demonstrative. This is just, it's not a summary, it's just without the extraneous information. So
Right,
it's
but
admitted.
it doesn't go, it's not admitted as evidence that goes out.
I'm not sure about that.
Well, that's what I'm trying to get clarity about. And maybe we can do that at some other point.
Yeah,
but
I
my
think we can do that at some other time, but if you're making like a continuing witness inquiry,
Yes.
I would think that this would not be continuing witness. This would be
Well-
actual evidence, substantive evidence.
Well,
But
that's-
you can argue it later
Okay. I
because
just,
we won't be sending anything to the jury anytime soon.
I want to preserve,
unfortunately.
I wanted to preserve the point. That's all. Thank you.
Maybe sooner than we think. Here's hoping. Okay. All right. So we're ready for the jury. Let's get the jury in.
About to say, don't say anything, Miss Love. She been kind of quiet. Oh, thank you, Lacey Ann. It does look like she's walking on eggshells, y'all. Have y'all noticed her voice? She hadn't raised her voice one day. I mean, one time since she's been back. She's very soft spoken. She's trying to talk soft, and I don't want to make the court mad. And if the court would just hear me out, it's She been quiet, y'all. Somebody said the letter from Germany messed her up bad. It probably did. It probably did. She's been really quiet. She's been really quiet. How I'm trying to get. Okay. Yeah. She's been really quiet. Paige got her shaking in her boots. Y'all, something. I don't think the co-workers are too fond of her, honestly. Love is messing with funny re-election. Y'all, somebody on Twitter.
You going to proceed, Mr. Atkins?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, I'll tell
The
you.
state is going to publish 7 November Charlie. So, Mr. Howes, when we broke for lunch, I believe we were discussing, I'll go just a little bit back. So to reorient the jury, this demonstrative before us is Hartsfield's Instagram and the Instagram associated with Bernard Mitchell in blue. Is that correct?
Yes, this is a summary of the conversation of Ms. Hartsfield and Bernard Mitchell. Yeah.
And I'm going to zoom in a little bit here. And so timeline wise, again, can you help orient? And I'm going to make this just a little bit bigger. This top video call event from Hartsfield's Instagram. What time is that in Eastern Standard Time?
So it would be 4:05 and 44 seconds Eastern Standard Time.
Okay. And then is there one roughly a little bit under a minute later at 4:06:21?
Yes.
Okay. Now, these next three on the right, the light blue. Can you walk through how many video calls Bernard Mitchell Instagram has back to Ms. Hartsfield's Instagram?
Will you go back? I think I'm a little confused. Can we just start Can you go back?
Yes, I will
to-
go back.
To 9 o'clock UTC.
Yes. So do you see this message by the Crystal at 9 o'clock 05 UTC?
Yes. And that was sent from Bernard Mitchell to Ms. Hartsfield.
And then can you walk the jury through when you were reviewing this next sequence of events between Hartsfield's and Mitchell's Instagram?
Mr. Mitchell at 9 o'clock UTC, which would be 4 a.m., sent a message that said, "Send Daddy." 3 minutes later, Ms. Hartfield responded, "Okay, I'm getting it," and then followed up the message with 85 Mount Zion. And that was at 9:05, so 4:05 a.m. Then at 4:05 a.m. and 44 seconds and 4:06 a.m. and 21 seconds, 2 video call events were initiated by Miss Hartsfield towards Mr. Mitchell. Then again, the way Instagram stores the records, I don't know if they actually communicated or if it was a missed call or what, but as the records were stored in 2019, it doesn't indicate whether a conversation was had. And then at 9:08:49 UTC, so at 4:08 a.m. 49 seconds and 4:09 a.m. and 18 seconds, there was 2 video calls initiated from Mr. Mitchell to Ms. Hartsfield. And then at 9:09:31 UTC, which is 4:09 a.m. and 31 seconds, Mr. Mitchell sent a message to Ms. Hartsfield stating, "Where you at, bruh? We at the gate." Then
Mr. Howes, so
Who this say?
going back just a little bit, at 4 o'clock, Mr. Mitchell asked, "Send your Addy," and then after the 85 Mount Zion by Hartsfield's Instagram, how many minutes later after this 4:05 a.m. message from in Eastern time from Ms. Hartsfield's account of 85 Mount Zion is the message you just stated of WYA, bro, we're at the gate?
approximately 4 minutes.
Okay. What happens after the Instagram account with Mr. Mitchell states he at the gate?
So at 9:09:54 UTC, which is 4:09, and then at 4:10 a.m. Eastern time, respectively, there was video events, call events initiated by Mr. Mitchell to Ms. Hartsfield. And then at 4:10 a.m. and 21 seconds, Mr. Mitchell sent a message to Ms. Hartsfield that said, "We finna dip."
After that message of at 4:10:21, what does Ms. Hartsfield's Instagram in relation to Mr. Mitchell's do next?
So then at 4:10:49 and 4:11:31 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, there's video events, video call events initiated by Ms. Hartsfield to Mr. Mitchell. And then at 4:13:51 a.m. and 4:14:19 a.m., there's 2 video calls initiated from Mr. Mitchell towards Ms. Hartsfield.
And after that 4:13 Eastern time video call event, is there another sequence of video events between the 2 of them?
Yeah. So at 1, 2, 3, 4. So there's 4 video calls initiated by Ms. Hartsfield to Mr. Mitchell in between those. And those started at, so let's see, it was 5:10 a.m. and 20 seconds, 5:10 a.m. and 37 seconds, 5:18 a.m. and 49 seconds, and then at 5:19 a.m. and 17 seconds. There's a video call sequence initiated by Ms. Hartsfield to Mr. Mitchell.
And Mr. Howes, do you still have that pointer nearby you?
I do.
Can you orient the jury to the 9:14 a.m. or excuse me, the 9:14 UTC call on this exhibit?
So this is where you would see that at 9:14:19 UTC, which is 5:14 a.m., Mr. Mitchell initiated a video call to Ms. Hartsfield.
And Mr. Howes, in UTC for February of 2019, is it 5 hours or 4 hours?
It's 5 hours. So it would have been 4:14.
And after that 4:14 video call, how much time elapses between the next interaction between Hartsfield's Instagram and Mitchell's?
There is almost an hour in between those at 10:10 and 20 seconds UTC, which is 5:10 a.m. and 20 seconds Eastern Standard Time. You can see that Ms. Hartsfield initiates a video call to Mr. Mitchell.
And Mr. Howes, is what we had published as November, the CAD report for this incident. Did that CAD report, was that generated in this gap of time?
Yes, it was.
And after that 5:10 Eastern Time, depicted in the far left of this screen, Hartsfield video call event to Mitchell, what is next?
Are you the 5:10 the
Yep, the very top
so
speak,
there's
what's going on video chat after that.
there are 4 video calls initiated by Ms. Hartsfield. It would be, I'll stick to Eastern Time, so 5:10 and 20 seconds Eastern Standard Time, 5:10 and 37 seconds Eastern Standard Time, 5:18 and 49 seconds Eastern Standard Time, and 5:19 and 17 seconds Eastern Standard Time are all of the video call events initiated by Ms. Hartsfield to Mr. Mitchell.
Is that 4 video call events from Ms. Hartsfield's Instagram to Mr. Mitchell's in a span of about 10 minutes?
Yes, it is. And again, I don't know if they spoke. I don't know if it was completed. I just know that it was initiated from her account to him.
And scrolling down, is there?
She called him. Brazy called the boys after this happened. Another reason why they sent them people to their house. Cause how y'all girls hop out the car, we get hit up, and then you
Can you orient the jury to the time of these video call events depicted on page 5
or
of
attempted to
7 November, Charlie?
Yes. So again, there are 4 video call events initiated by Mr. Mitchell to Ms. Hartsfield. And those times are 5:22 a.m. and 36 seconds, 5:23 a.m. and 12 seconds, 5:23 a.m. and 35 seconds, and 5:26 a.m. and 2 seconds.
And those are Mr. Mitchell's video call events to the Instagram of Ms. Hartsfield?
Yes.
And then what is the last, or what does this next message state?
Ms. Hartsfield sends a message to Mr. Mitchell at 5:26 a.m. and 45 seconds, 5:26 and 45 seconds a.m. And she sends the message to Mr. Mitchell that says, "On my auntie, we ain't set you up."
And what's the?
Y'all want me to believe somebody who can't even put shit on their mama? They talking about on my, and he said auntie. I know he's a white man. On my auntie, we ain't set you up. We, do y'all see the word we? We ain't set you up. How the hell did that girl get out of this? Right after it happened, She calling him. He done called her plenty times. She not answering the phone. She trying to call. We ain't set you up. Yes, y'all did. Man, this is crazy.
After that 5:26 a.m., when's the next interaction time-wise between Mitchell's associated Instagram and Hartsfield's?
So at 14:09 and 08 and 14:09:20, which would be, I think, about 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. There's 2 video calls here and here initiated from Miss Hartsfield to
Wow.
Mr. Mitchell. And then at 14:09:27 UTC, Miss Hartsfield sends a text, bro, y'all good.
And Mr. Howes, with that 1400, would that be 2:00 p.m. Eastern time?
So
I mean UTC time.
Yes, it would be. So it would be 2 p.m. UTC -5, so about 9 a.m.
And then what is the last message, the time and message from Hartsfield's Instagram to Mitchell's?
Text, y'all good.
Miss Hartsfield sends the message that says, text, bruh, y'all good. Phrased as a question.
Now, when you were looking through these records, Mr. Howes, did you ever locate any shared direct stories between the parties' Instagrams that we've just walked through?
Yes, I did. So just from reviewing so many different Instagram messages, there's different modes of direct communication through the Instagram app. And Instagram, when you message somebody directly through their stories, it stores those communications in a different spot inside of the index and or PD, and as well as the PDF. And so I then looked at Mr. Mitchell's Instagram records under his direct stories tab in that index to see if there was any other communications between the parties that we had been or that I had been investigating.
And did you ever see a direct story between Hartsfield's Instagram, Blaylock, and Ryan's?
Yes, I did. There was a message sent via direct story from Tahiria Hartsfield to both Rodelius Ryan and Damone Blaylock.
Your Honor, I'm going to publish what's been marked, or not marked, admitted as
A story. Y'all should
brief
send them
mark.
a direct story. I don't know how the girls got off. The girls are accessories. Conspiracy to commit or something.
as 3 November Alpha.
Yeah, this is too much. These little kids doing this, y'all. These are little kids.
Now, as I'm, and it's page 384 of that exhibit.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Howes, when you look at, so is the author and recipients in this direct stories when they're captured on Instagram, do they come first and then the photo or message beneath them?
So yes, so what you're going to see is that this particular message would have been sent at the author, which is the author here is 96474220004. What that indicates is that that author correlates to Tahiria Hartsfield. That is the same number associated, the target number associated with her account. So that's how I knew that she was the sender. And then the recipients, if the Rudy and Big Boo, and then the Cleveland Avenue, those respectively would have been Damone Blaylock and Rodelius Ryan. And when I talked about earlier, how you had the vanity name and then the actual account name that shows up under the picture, in the direct stories, the way Instagram saves it, it will be the account name associated with it.
Now, scrolling to 386.
So the way it's stored is you'll have the sender information, and then you will have the actual image that was sent via the direct story.
And what was the message that the Instagram associated with Hartsfield sent to the Instagrams associated with Blaylock and Ryan?
The message says, I just left the investigation room. They grabbed me and locked me up, and they grabbed Mariah. On Richie, she's snitching inward. They know about you, but not Lil Rod. I told his ass I don't know what the fuck happened. On Richie, I stayed solid. You can, with the C replaced with a K, ask my mama. I told the deactivate, I believe detective, I don't know what the fuck happened. I don't even know how my name came up. Again, the C is replaced with a K. I don't know how my name came up, but he said people telling him I set Mari up, and Mariah told them my name and told them to grab me. That message was sent from Tahiria Hartsfield to Damone Blaylock and Rodelius Ryan. I believe the day of.
Why are kids so dumb these days? Why would she think that she must, you know how Snapchat disappears? Instagram stories is not the same way. I can go back and see my stories from 2 years ago. In fact, it's this fine man I was dating one time, put him on my story. I said, damn, let me see him again. I went back to my story from 2 years ago so I could see that man one more time. Your stories do not delete. Instagram saves your stories. It saves your stories. So, like, what do you mean? Why did the state show this? The state is showing this because they're trying to further prove what happened, right? And by her getting up there saying Mariah snitching, we knew Mariah snitched. Mariah folded. Mariah got in there, and it further proves what I told y'all. They were already saying her and Mariah set Mari up. Was Mari the target? I don't know if Mari was the target, but they definitely were saying that her and Mariah set Mari up. They knew it was a setup job as soon as they left. That's why the boy was calling. That's why all these video messages was going back and forth. He probably was cussing her out, saying all type of stuff on those video calls. On my auntie, we didn't set you up. Why would she randomly say that? She had been talking to the boy. They just can't tell us if she answered the calls or what. Baby, this, again, I don't know how Brazy, unless, do y'all think they convicted Brazy later? Because Lil Rod charge came in 2021. Do y'all think Brazy's charges stem from that or something else? Because I don't see how Brazy and Mariah got out of this.
Of the homicide.
And scrolling back to 384, what was the time of this post in Eastern Standard Time?
This post was sent on 2/24, 2019 UTC 2:37. So it would have been 5 hours before that. So approximately
I had to go
10:37 p.m. on November 23rd, 2019.
So if it was
For 9:37, I'm sorry, 9:37 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on February 23rd, 2019 is when it was sent.
And one brief
And so,
Second, Mr. Hiles, when you, after that message, oh, and let me ask you something. In direct stories, is it in descending or ascending order?
so I believe I mentioned it earlier, but I'll state it again. So the messaging, the way messages are stored in the return of the records, they're in ascending order. So you get the top of the list is the original message that was sent. The way that the records were returned in 2019 for direct stories, they're stored in descending order. So the first message saved in the direct stories on these Instagram returns is going to be the last message sent or received.
So, Mr. Howes, with that said, this is the message we just discussed on the screen. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then scrolling up, do we see, is that the time and names that you just described?
So so above it this is the same message that we sent. And then if you scroll up, this next message is the reply.
What does it state?
The reply says, I knew that hoe was a rat and what she say about me.
And who, scrolling up again, would that help you understand who sent that?
Yeah. It is Rudy Big Boo. That was the name. So if you go to
Wow.
the way I cross-referenced this to confirm, I opened up the records of Damone Blaylock that our office obtained. So if you could,
I'm going to open those right now.
Mariah got ops, baby. That's why they can't show Miss Mariah. Mariah has ops.
And Jairus, while we've got little pauses while they're adding new evidence up for y'all to see if y'all need to move or stretch or anything like that, remember to feel
Be
free
too
to.
key. I wouldn't blame that eyewitness though, but all of these little statements here.
So, publishing for you and the jury,
I need to go check my
States Exhibit 3 November. And
so I looked at that target an account number that's associated with Damone Blaylock's records, and that was 383-818-7897. And then I scrolled down to the username, and it says the name, which would appear below the photograph on your profile, and it's Rudy Big Boo. And then I went directly back to the message that I saw. So if you can see that now, is this, did you toggle back to the message?
correct. I toggled back to the post we were just describing.
So if you could see that the post saying, I knew that hoe was a rat, was sent by the author, Rudy Big Boo. This is the name, and then the account number associated with it right here.
You never
So-
know, keys.
Is it end in 7897?
Yes, it does.
And going back to 3 November for Blaylock's Instagram returns, what is the last four? Is it 7897?
Yes, it is. So the account number and then the name was still the same. So that's how I was able to confirm the accounts that were sending and receiving those particular messages.
And Mr. Howes, I'm publishing what has been marked as 2 November Alpha.
Rico ain't in here either. You got that right.
What is the target, the last four of this target number?
The last four of that target number is 1951.
And if I scroll down, what is the first name displayed? It takes us a slight lag.
The first name displayed is Cleveland Ave.
And what's the vanity name for this account?
So you can see that we scroll up a little bit.
Yes.
So there's two things that are of note here. You can see that the vanity name associated with this is, scroll down, Slime Business Rod. And then if you scroll back up, you can see that, wait, please scroll down a little.
Yep.
You can see that the there's two email addresses registered to this account. It is Menace with the C replaced with an x.snake@gmail.com and email slimebusinessrod23@gmail.com.
And for the last four of this target are 1951. Is that correct?
Yes.
And if you go back to the message that was sent to both from the Instagram associated with Hartsfield to the Instagram associated with Blaylock and Ryan, is this 1951 with the username Cleveland Ave?
Yeah, so if you got to scroll, you got to size down just a little bit, and you will see that they are the recipients of that message of Miss Hartsfield describing being snatched up by the detectives, and that they don't know about Lil Rod.
Devere, nothing
And
about
so using these,
Devere, nothing about Brazy makes me think she has a LinkedIn. I think you have the wrong person, sir. That's not her.
identifying numbers for the Instagram, is that how you're able to associate who's receiving or sending, whose Instagram account associated with is sending or receiving messages?
Exactly, and I did the same thing. So I did the same thing with where it says author. Right there, there was no username associated. It was deleted on that account's front. So this is only showing in the records of Damone Blaylock at this time.
Is this
But
end in 2004?
That number ending in 2004, again, just to cross-reference and make sure that I was looking at what I thought I was looking at, I then opened Tahiria Hartfield's account and confirmed that was her, in fact, her target number, her account number, so I can make sure that it was her that was sending those messages, or her account.
Publishing 5.
Sorry, y'all, but thank y'all for helping me hit 40K. I was trying to wait on it, but thank y'all.
November Alpha. And the last of that was that 2004, Mr. Hiles?
Sorry, y'all.
Yes.
And publishing. Is this that same target and account number?
Yes, it is. And that was the Instagram returns for associated with Miss Hartsfield.
And is that the what's going on that we saw on the different formatted exhibits we walked through with the jury?
Yes, it is.
Now, I wanted to approach you with 2 November Alpha 1 and 3 November Bravo. And Your Honor, these exhibits, for the record, are items parties in the court have discussed that are from and does the court have a copy of the exhibit list?
Yeah, I think so.
These are what the parties in the court have discussed from 2 November Alpha and 3 November. I gave them their own exhibit number for the record.
Okay, so they're a part of the larger exhibit.
Correct, Your Honor.
Okay.
I'm going to start with, well, so, Your Honor, these items are admitted, but for purposes of efficiency will be the business record certs for these records have been entered. And so I wanted to tender these items for the records purposes to publish them. And I'm happy to approach if need to, but
No, that's fine.
Okay.
So it's 2 November Alpha 1 and 3 NN Alpha.
yes, Your
Is
Honor.
that right? Okay. I thought I already had admitted 3 NN Alpha.
Or excuse me, Your Honor, it is 3 NN Bravo is the second one.
Okay. Thought I had already admitted that one as well, but anyway. They're admitted if they weren't already separately admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. So I'm going to start, and Mr. Hiles, is that
So yeah.
excerpts from, or what are those?
So I recognize 3 November Bravo is specific pictures and other conversations that were taken from Mr. Blaylock's Instagram records. And then I recognize as 2 November Alpha 1. Those are different pictures, Instagram stories, and messages that came from Rodelius Ryan's Instagram returns.
I'm going to start with the excerpts from Rodelius Ryan's Instagram returns and publish 2 November Alpha 1 up on the screen. One brief moment, Your Honor.
Y'all got my side hurting. Y'all got my side hurting so bad. Oh God, y'all! I just cannot. I love y'all so much. Oh my God, y'all right. Head of security is gone. Oh God, y'all, that's too much. Monica said she wanted to see how Mariah looked. Probably like Brazy. Like you can believe she set somebody up.
Now, Mr. Hiles, we had discussed or mentioned about how Instagram returns get sent back. And so I want to walk through some of these with you. Can you tell the jury, this is from the Instagram account associated with Rodelius Ryan?
Correct.
And this Instagram business record and page number, is that from the larger PDF embedded in the returns from those records?
Yes. So that is, you see it's titled Instagram Business Records. This would have been stored on page 125 of the PDF returned for the records with Mr. Ryan.
And what does this message on page 125 state?
So what you will see here is it's Instagram story post by slimelife.shawty that states, I love you with a green heart at slime business rod, you realer than me. And then in smaller print at the bottom of the page, it would say, it says, full throttle about you with a red heart emoji.
What was the scrolling down Instagram after a post such as that in the records? Is this date and time? Can you kind of explain this for the jury?
Well, this is actually, so this is the photo ID. You would have to scroll up to know the date and time of the post for this particular post. It would be on page 124 whenever this particular post was sent.
Okay.
So if you wanted to figure that out, you could also copy the photo ID and then search it in the larger records, and it would take you to the post if you have the full records. but I'm not exactly sure when this would have been posted without that.
Understood. I will publish 2 November Alpha. So if you open up the Instagram records, the from Rodelius Ryan's Instagram, if I toggle back to what we were just discussing, this photo ID number,
Yes.
highlighted in blue that ends in 2262.
Yes.
If you search that as here and click enter, will it bring you to when it was posted?
Yes. So, okay. So I was wrong. So it was below. So it has, if you scroll up, oh, all right, you see the post, keep scrolling up. Okay. All right. So sorry, I was wrong. Scroll down again.
Okay.
You were correct. So you'll see the photo ID. Here's the ID of the photo. It is 1986848663869412262. It says this was taken 2:25 at 5 UTC, which would be 12 a.m. And it says it expires at 2:26 at 5 a.m. Or I'm sorry, at would be 12 a.m. On 2:26. So
are these up for 24 hours? So
basically this is an Instagram story that Slime Business Rod was tagged in that he reshared. And it was posted on 2/25/2019, and then it was up for 24 hours, and it would expire, and it wouldn't be able to be viewed by the followers or whoever had access to view the Instagram account after that amount of time.
going back to these excerpts from the Instagram account associated with Rodelius Ryan, I wanted to go to page 127.
Yes.
Now, in what's published, is it slight, is there, or what is depicted in this photograph or mentioned in the message?
It says, love these in words.
Oh, hold on one second. With what's on the screen? Or what's at the top?
Oh, okay. At the top, it says, I'm not in the picture with a laughing face emoji.
And then there's a photograph.
Correct.
And if you scroll to the bottom, then what does it read?
So it reads, love these in words, red heart emoji, BL, which is Block Life. And it says at one Briss, at real life 1_FR, at Will 9 Life. And then it said Block Life. And it's got the no, I guess, emoji for like the no smoking sign, and then it's got no, and then it's got a cap, no cap. And then it says hashtag no IG bear. So it's denoting the people that are in this picture. And then stating this is Block Life, no cap to Block Life, and then stating that bear does not have an IG.
So scrolling down to what was the date that this is posted?
So you're going to see that the photo ID just below the photo, and then again, let me do it this way. Just below the photo, you're going to have that photo ID, and then that matching ID. It says taken on it was this Instagram story was posted on 2/24/2019 at 23:24 UTC, which would be, I believe, 6:24 p.m. And then it expired on February 25th, 2019, and exactly 24 hours later. So it would have been the 24th of February when it was posted, and then was taken down.
And going to the next in this excerpt, what does this on page 129 of this Instagram, what's the top state?
So again, it states this is going to be another Instagram story that was posted on Rodelius Ryan's account. It states burnt bitch, and it's a picture with Rodelius Ryan displaying cash and a person that I'm not familiar with. And it says in green lettering, "I tried it once. Now I can't leave without my gun on me." And below it, go FW it. FW is an acronym for fuck with it.
When was this posted?
So you'll see that same photo ID that was posted on. So this would have been on February 23rd, 2019. So actually, it was posted at 12:05 a.m. on February 23rd, 2019. So it would have been the same day as the homicide as Jamari Holmes.
Is this 12:55 a.m. as opposed to 12:05?
Yeah, I'm sorry, 12:55 a.m. It is 12:55 because it was 055 UTC.
Scrolling down to page 137, what is the Instagram, or let me ask you this. So scrolling up, what does this message read, and who was the original poster's handle?
And so the original poster would have been "Do it for Phil _."
And what is the message that is in this post?
It states "so-called" is the top. When them so-called OGs don't feed them young N-words, it boosts up the crime rate.
And are you able on Instagram, if someone shares a story, if this is the Instagram associated with Rodelius Ryan, to repost or reshare?
Yes, this would have been a repost of "Do It for Phil's" story by Rodelius Ryan.
And what was the date and time, or what was the date without the time?
The date was February 18th of 2019. And it was just like all stories, posted for 24 hours, and it expired on February 19th, 2019.
Now going to page 143.
Yes.
What is this, the same Instagram handle that we discussed with the very first post at Slime Life SHAWTY?
Yes. So it says slime, all we know, we can't go out bad at Slime Life Shoddy. Red heart emoji, loyalty over love. This would have been a post by Rodelius Ryan tagging at Slime Life Shoddy in the post.
And what was the date of this post?
This Instagram story would have been posted on February 12th, 2019, and expired on February 13th, 2019. Again, showing in the story section of Mr. Ryan for 24 hours.
And going to page 145, what does this story show or state?
It states, "Rest up, boo. I got you forever." Or "I got you sliding forever."
And what was the time, or excuse me, the date of this post?
It would have been posted on February 10th, 2019, It would have been up for 24 hours on the story and expiring on February 11th, 2019.
Going to PDF page 13, what does this caption read or post read?
Says none but straighten love. You done 183 bear emoji. States this N-word was a legend in the streets that shit hurt my soul to know he gone. He used to like Meek Mill for some reason. I guess that's who he.
Yes.
May we approach?
You may.
I don't know if that's Big Boo, y'all, but I'm gonna say this: when did street niggas who really ain't even doing that much in the street become our hero? Like I haven't. They say Nut was out here doing stuff, so I could see Nut, but I'm just like, damn, what are your parents doing that your kids' heroes are street niggas? Can I say that word on here? I'm sorry, y'all, if I can't. Yeah, it's hilarious. It's hilarious, Shawty Red. That's Big Boo. Okay, they saying that's Big Boo. Y'all know Big Boo put a lot of people down. They said. I've heard a lot of people say Big Boo was the person who did this, did that. We was legends. Man, it's just sad. Like, this is who Lil Rod looks up to. I don't know anything about Big Boo, guys. I'm just saying a street person. I don't know anything about him, so I'm not speaking to him specifically. Just street people, period. Like, it really looks like this is what these kids. Yes, Frederica. They say you can say everything on YouTube. Oh, okay. It wasn't too bad. Yes, yeah, yes. Meek Mill done caught a stray. He did catch. Why Meek always catching strays? Meek did catch a stray. He wanted attention. I think I mean, I really do believe just like I find community with you all, these young men find community in gangs. It makes them feel like they belong to something. So I'm not oblivious to that. It's just it goes back to me to your home. Why do your kids have to find community outside of that?
Mr. Howes, what does the remainder of this post state?
I don't know where I left off, so it said this N-word was a legend in the streets. That shit hurt my soul to know he gone. He used to like Meek Mill for some reason. I guess that's who he thought was real in the rap game. He always told me never watch a man pocket, again, omitting the C, and think you deserve the money he got. That's why the rest of them N-words broke.
And was this on January 21st of 2019?
It was a story posted on January 21st, 2019, and it was up for 24 hours.
Now, going past page 166, going to page 203, do you see, can you describe for the jury kind of how you have a post and you have graphics on the front with Instagram and these stories? What is this? Is this a repost, a new post?
So this looks to be like a post. It's a screenshot of a post that was then posted.
I can see that, Mikhail.
By Mr. Ryan's account.
And what was the original Instagram handle from this post?
So it's going to be Ocean Drive Slim with the S in Ocean replaced with a 5. And it states at Slime Business Rod. And it's got It's written in lime green with a green heart, champagne bottle emoji. It's got a snake emoji, and it says, "Happy birthday, little bro, live it up." And it says hashtag slime business. And then it's got a green heart emoji and a snake.
And what was the date of this post?
The date would have been posted by Mr. Ryan's account on December 20th, 2018, and it remained up for 24 hours. And it states that it is a, you can see where the status of it. So it's a deleted reshare by the original media. So
What does that mean?
basically, it means he shared a post that was deleted by its original poster. He reshared it.
Publishing what's been already admitted as 426 Yankee. What is the Instagram handle with 426
No.
Yankee?
What page did you go to?
It's going to be on the screen only.
Okay.
Yes.
Now he got Moontalk? What? How Moontalk get in this? How did Moontalk get in this? Yes, that was Moontalk. How did Moontalk get in this? Moontalk don't know this boy. He said that in court. Y'all, Lil Rod posted Moontalk. Okay, thank you, Faith. Thank you, girl. Okay, I got you. So she said Lil Rod posted this picture of Rich Homie and Moontalk. Wasn't that Moontalk, y'all? Yeah. I can see you. I can see this well, Deb. Moontalk is an OG. Yes. Moontalk said in court he didn't know Lil Rod. He did say that in court. But now I guess they're trying to refute that by showing that Lil Rod shared a picture of Moontalk, which is not strange if, like you guys say, people looking at Moontalk as an OG and somebody shared it. He just sharing the post. Child. Mm-hmm. Baby, leave my friend alone, baby. He already got to walk down them 5 years. Leave that man alone. And that's not Rich Homie Quan. Who said that in the chat? Thank you. Damn. Why he asked what page? He going off a script. He has to look at the exhibits. Y'all know what bothers me is they act like they're oblivious to the fact that there are people, especially something like YSL, and Atlanta doesn't have like hardcore gangs like you do on the West Coast or Chicago, for instance. But like, it's not oblivious for kids to just claim stuff. You know? I feel like that may have been his brother. They said Rich Homie, but I thought that was the picture they show about his brother when Miss Love was up there.
Mr. Howes, can you do me a favor and look at the screen to 426 Yankee? And I wanted to ask you.
Just would renew any previous objection. All right, thank you.
I wanted to ask you, what is the Instagram handle from 426 Yankee?
It is the Ocean Drive Slim. Again, with the S in Ocean.
Yeah.
Goes to the
Okay.
5, and then it says, yeah, is that all you wanted?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask you about the handle.
Okay.
Going back to,
is
that the same handle in the post that we were just discussing?
Yes. So what that post was is essentially when a person is tagged by another individual, like let's say in this case, Mr. Rodelius Ryan would have been tagged in a happy birthday wish, and then you can also reshare that over the Instagram, Mr. Ryan's Instagram. So he was resharing a where he was tagged on a birthday post.
Going to the next in 2 November Alpha 1.
Oh,
So
they said something.
is
They
this another
some space. They came back.
reshare, as in the Instagram associated with Rodelius Ryan is resharing it? Or can you describe this post where you have
Yeah, he would have been tagged, and it looks like
Boy.
So he's resharing a post posted by Do It for Phil, where Do It for Phil tagged Slime Business Rod. It's hard to see the Do It for Phil as being the original poster because it's in white and it's like a white on white background. But you can see he was sharing a picture of Ryan, and what it says, if you scroll down, it's a picture of Rodelius Ryan. He is wearing a necklace with a YSL pendant.
And a gun.
He has a firearm tucked into his waistband, and it says
And them green draws.
hashtag Top Shotta, happy snake emoji day young, at Slime Business Rod, with another heart emoji, and it says youngest in charge, and it has several, I guess, laughing emojis as well as a crying emoji.
and is this original post where beneath that where it says Slime Business Rod?
No, the original poster is Do It for Phil, and he's posting a picture.
Okay, y'all.
He's posting a picture of Slime Business Rod and saying this is his account. He's tagging that picture and wishing him happy Snake Day, happy birthday.
And what is the last message after Slime Business Rod in this post?
Oh, it says, Cleveland is the jungle. Most of you inwards wouldn't survive. Hashtag Glocks and Choppas. So that was the original tag posted by Slime Business Rod.
And is that, what kind of emoji is that afterwards?
A demon.
What about the very end, the bottom?
Cleveland.
It's got a picture of a smiley face with its mouth shut with a zipper, zipped shut.
Zip shut.
And was this posted on December 20th of 2018?
Yes, it was posted
18.
December 20th, and it expired 24 hours later on December 21st. So you can again see that it says deleted. It expired. It was a story, and it was a reshare of the media posted by Do It for Phil.
No, that's not true, Ariel.
Scrolling down further, this is another post in the Instagram associated with Rodelius Ryan.
Yes.
And what does this one read?
It reads, shoot the ops, make them catch on fire emoji. The catch as a spell with a K with replacing the C. And it says hashtag Opsville with the emoji of someone's head exploding.
And what is this posted on December 6th of 2018?
Yes, and it was a story post, and it was up for 24 hours. Expired on, no, it was posted on December 6th and then expired on December 7th.
Going down further, are you able to, with Instagram stories, have like a graphic or photograph posted from your Instagram?
Yeah, you can.
And are you able to read what this states?
I'm going to object to this being admitted. This is something which was discussed previously and was subject to foundation. I don't think that foundation's been laid.
All right, so it's a foundation objection.
So, Your Honor, Mr. Hiles is reading what we've previously discussed. So I'm not asking Mr. Hiles. This is in evidence, and we have previously addressed this, all parties in the state. So I don't know what the foundation is of an admitted exhibit.
If it's admitted, forgive me, I just may not recall exactly what
The
The
ruling from-
objection was, so maybe y'all want to approach again. Do y'all want to take a quick break? Okay. Yeah, absolutely.
All rise for the jury.
Mm-hmm. First of all, Obama out here shoplifting done really sent me.
All right, I'm sorry. Ms. Abassi, you may just have to remind me.
Yes, Judge. When we address these photos specifically, this is one, I believe we objected on relevance, that it didn't have any relevance at this point, and Your Honor's ruling was that it would be subject to some sort of foundation or connection, and that's not come in at this point.
So it's a relevance objection.
Yes.
And this exhibit is already in evidence.
So what we had discussed, and the state is well aware of, is
Hmm.
that the entirety of the records were put in for the sake of completeness, but the entirety of the content is not something which, the entirety of the record is placed into evidence, so there is the entire record. The part which is evidence in this case, that if the jury said, we'd like to see what the evidence was, we've already discussed that. And this is within that category.
Meaning the two of you amongst yourselves have discussed that?
With
Your Honor, if I may briefly, I rewatched the hearing that we had on these because I always want to be transparent. I don't want to publish something that the court said was subject to foundation. I'm trying to pull up my notes on this. And so this exhibit has been, the state has twice or three times, and by the state, I've personally been redacting either names or the photographs in that exhibit we posted in line with conversations with defense counsel and rulings by this honorable court. And everything that ADA Hiles is publishing, which is why I did it this way, is what has been shared with all defense counsel. And I've had ample conversations, and there's nothing new in what's being published. And so I'm trying to pull up my notes from the hearing because I would have not included if it was subject to foundation Hiles. I'm not perfect, but
The hearing was?
yes, Your Honor, it was October 9th. And I have time hacks in my notes from the YouTube of when rulings were made. So I'm trying to find that so that the court can refresh to find that.
To the extent that the state intends on calling someone to lay this foundation later, I think this is cumulative now to have him simply reading them out when at this point there's no context, but someone else is going to come and do that later.
So, Your Honor, and any defense counsel, correct me if I'm wrong, I believe through Detective Belknap, Rudy Gang and the individual who was deceased and is referenced and is tattooed on some of the co-defendants in this case with Rudy Gang has been discussed through either a witness or a gang detective. And if I'm wrong on that, correct me, but that has been referenced in this trial writ large. I was not physically present for Detective Belknap, who was the first witness, but my understanding from even since when I have been is there has been some discussion of that. And number two, this is an admitted exhibit that I intentionally kept within the four corners of what defense counsel, this court, we've all discussed. So there shouldn't be any surprises in what I'm walking through because I wanted to avoid any kind of hiccup with publication.
I'm not saying that this is a surprise. This is just not the appropriate time or the appropriate witness to be bringing it in.
Your Honor, if there's a rule of evidence objection, which was foundation, this is an admitted exhibit. So I don't know how to address a foundational objection with an admitted exhibit.
Baby,
that is a pre-admitted objection.
I agree.
He said, stop playing with me. Atkins said, stop
I'm going
playing
to
with me.
take a break as well. And if any of y'all need to take a break while the jury is out, do that quickly because I'm sure it'll take the jury a few minutes.
And I'm going to say this, Mr. Atkins, he really does seem like he tries to do things within the law. Like he's not trying to get over. He's not trying to do any of that. So I think he like, girl, stop playing with me. Stop playing with me because he went back and watched the hearing to make sure he did everything he was supposed to do. Not Timmy Turner. Yeah. He did seem a little pissed though. He seemed a little pissed. But Atkins, now he will get up there and give you some word salad. But he tries to work within the bounds of the law. He don't be trying to get over. He doesn't argue back. Like, especially if he can really understand the other side, he's not gonna do that. But Ariel, what was he called lying? Now I see he does get some word salad, and he tried to show him having a stance on something. I don't feel like that's lying. You know, when you're a lawyer, his side believes that these people are guilty, the other side believes that they're not, right? So I can understand him trying to prove his point. But what I'm saying is he doesn't try to lie to prove his point. He tries to work with what he has. He does. I really do feel like he tries to work with what he has. Now, Miss Love will lie. She will mislead. She will misconstrue things, same as Miss Hilton. But I really think Atkins be really trying, you know? He really tries to be professional. I don't know if that's a fade. You know, I don't know if that's a fade. I don't know. I'm not sure what kind of haircut he has. Yeah, I don't think did no one see the witness just standing there? I sure didn't. He ain't see him. I ain't see him lie because he even looked at Love and Hilton crazy when they wanted him to lie. He sure did. King, he was not gonna do it. The lies was on good faith that it was the truth in the moment. I really think he tries. Like I don't want to put him in the same category as everybody else. Too pretty. You trying to see Atkins' whole thing? Did you not see it? That's what you're saying? Atkins don't want to be drugged on the internet like Love and Hilton. I don't. Now the most thing I can say, that's why I said maybe not lie, but I do see him get up there with that Miss Love word salad. Oh God! Right before they zoomed in. Okay, y'all, hold up.
Through Detective Belknap, Rudy Gang, and the
I'm sure it'll take the jury a few minutes.
Okay. Oh, he was there. Okay, I moved it down. Yeah, I saw him. He was just there. He came back in and she said break. Don't know what the witness heard. I don't think it matters what he heard, honestly. They're talking about the post. I don't think that matters so much. They said Norman Bates is dirty too. That's just my thought. I'm not saying he hasn't lied. I'm not saying that. When I said I haven't seen it. He really seems to he trying to do the best he can. He is trying to do the best he can. Is Purple, I can't remember the whole name, but I know it said Purple something. Are you still in here? This might be a good time. I could go ahead and let you come up while we're waiting for them to be on this break. Of course, you know you got like 2 to 3 minutes because they'll be back soon. But if you're still in the chat, I can go ahead and put the link in here so that you can tell us what you want to say. I told you next break, I make sure to say something. But I'm trying to see if you're still in the chat. Who they've made an expert. They said great clips and all. Can I show you guys Brazy? Yes, just a moment. Oh, she's still up on my screen. So give me just a moment and let me get her for you. Here it is. There she is. Let me see if I can zoom in. Can I zoom in more? I can't zoom in anymore. There she is. This is the young lady, Brazy. They asked to see a key. Yep, they can't, Ashley. This is her. This is Miss Brazy. I'm telling you, when I saw it, I said, okay, I see it. Brazy looks Brazy. I see it. I see it. And her charges, armed robbery, armed robbery again, aggravated assault, and possession of a firearm during a crime. Fulton County is where those charges came from. You know what, Brianna? I see it. I see it, Brianna. But y'all, they said her earliest release date could be 2029, or did I read that wrong? I said, oh Lord. Where did it say? Currently serving. Max possible release date 2/23/2029. So it's 2024 right now. So she could do 5 years and do the rest on probation is what it seemed like to me. Y'all see that? It say release date. I thought I was tripping. So she'll probably serve the rest on probation. Oh yeah, she have been in since 2021. Okay, thank you. I forgot about that. So it's 8 years. Like Mikhail said, it's 8 years. Too pretty talking about let me see one more time. Child. And it's so sad. Like, I think y'all know the sad part about all of this is I don't care what nobody say. And as a parent, I'm always going to go back to this. This probably could have been avoided. She sounds like she was doomed from the start. Why are you homeless at your age? What was going on? This goes back when y'all see y'all kids struggling, do something about it. They don't just wake up and start being bad, right? You start seeing signs of whatever's going on with your children well before they become teenagers. Elementary is key, baby. You start seeing stuff well before these kids get older. So I'm just not going to I'm not like I'm always interested in this is just me. I'm always interested in how did we get here? So for her, how did this little girl get here? How did you get to a point you're okay with setting people up at your young age? Again, people need community, people need to feel accepted. And this is I'm starting to believe y'all this could have been an initiation. Something yeah, but here's y'all, before your mama can't control you, there was a point where she could control you. My daughter is 19 and I use Mariah because LJ's still underage, but I mean she'll be 19 in November. We talk about a lot. I mean a lot. Okay, we had a conversation yesterday and I was like, oh God, I cannot believe I'm having this conversation with my child about something that was going on with someone else. But the point being is, grown or not, your kids still listen to you. There are things my daughter will not do around me, regardless of what conversation we have, solely be based off the respect that she has for me, solely based off how I've raised her. I was a young mom, and I had my daughter at 18, but that didn't stop me from instilling values in my child. My mom was there, and I get that some people don't have that. And hey, D'Angelo, welcome back. And you guys are saying, oh, some people are young maniacs. Yo, the school system, somebody saw that. Well, that's my whole point. You don't just wake up and do stuff like this. There's a progression, right? There is a progression. You don't wake up. Lil Rod didn't wake up one day and say, I'm going to start carrying guns and I'm going to start posting about this. There is a progression. And when your parents are not actively involved in your life, this is the type you open the door for other people to tell your kids how life is supposed to be. And this is this is what I'm saying is that when you have no active parent, and this is something that like, man, her mother probably could have saved this girl, but her mom was like, she old. She a bad influence on my child. But I'm gonna say this too about Miss Mariah's mama. Mariah's probably lying because your mama saw if your mama letting you out the house at 2 a.m. I don't know how Brady was such a bad influence on you. Mm-mm. No. Key, my daughter accidentally, she was telling me a story. She accidentally cursed us. She was like, "Oh my God, mom, I'm so sorry." But that's the respect level my daughter has for me, right? And when I look at this young lady, I'm hearing this story. I'm always like, "What the hell happened? What led her to that point?" It's not going to make it okay. But it help you understand. Yeah, let me get back on court. Mm. Ooh, so many conversations, y'all. Mm. Y'all are really, and these are the type of conversations that I want to have. I love that people found me through YSL. I love that, and I thank God for giving me a platform where we can have these conversations. So I was talking to my best friend. I said, "Hey, maybe you can come on and we can talk about." She is an occupational therapist, but she can talk to people about dementia. Like I just think we need more conversations. I'm not saying that they're not out there, right? But what I am saying is I want to do my part of adding to the conversation. We need to see, how do our kids get here? Y'all saying, "Oh, Black people don't believe in mental health." Well, what can we do on this channel to bring more information out there for people? These are, yes, y'all, these are things that I access on my posts. These are things that I would love to talk about on my channel. We watch trial together all the time, but when trial goes off and when we have our lives and stuff, I want to have these conversations because even if it's one person that benefits from it, I've helped someone. And I love that we in these comments, it's not just me talking. Everybody is joining in. It has to, we have to make things let's see, regardless of the home situation. And Mikhail, we're not talking about those type of people, but even Mikhail, even those type of kids, you can have here's a great home situation is subjective. That's the problem. It's subjective. Just because I've got two parents in my household and, I live in this big house, you don't know what the child is going through. I talk to my child all the time and my son, my daughter and my son about being the best parent for them. Sometimes I think we get confused thinking that we can judge the type of parent we are based off how we feel, and that's not it. Just because someone is perceived to have a great home life, you're not talking to that person. Maybe that person needed something that they weren't getting, or maybe there's literally a mental health issue there. you know I that's what I'm saying. Oh, I'm sorry for your loss, Purple. I was just looking for you, Purple Paradox. They're back now, but I was looking for you. Yeah. So it's a lot, but that's a very subjective thing. Yes, it's Nikhil. Yes, I agree with this too. How do we get back there, y'all?
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Atkins.
How do we get back there? I don't know.
So, Mr. Hiles, I'm publishing what's marked as page 240 of States Exhibit 2, November Alpha 1. It should be coming up here in just 1 second. And how does this read?
Rudy 4L gang.
And what was the date of this post?
12/2/2018. It was a story and it was up for 24 hours.
Now, for these stories, are they public or private in terms of are they shared to specific people, or can anyone on Instagram view these?
So I don't know how his account settings were. If his account settings were private, then only his followers could view them. If his account settings were open to the public, then whoever looked up Slime Business Ride could view those postings.
Going to page 244, in this slide, how does this read, or what does this say?
It says, love all my snake emojis, and then it's tagged several Instagram names, those names being Slime Life Shawty, lilslime.vert, at Lil Got It, at Lil Keed, at Playa_nut, at BlockLife OKKY, at BlockLife.Burna, at ESPN_Pokey, at 1B Slime, and at 1.JDog.
And that post, was that November 28th of 2018?
Yes, it was. It was just up for 24 hours.
Moving to page 258, what does this post depict?
Appears to be several handguns, one of them having, or a couple of them having some extended magazines, and it says Guns and Roses.
And that was posted, is it this November 22nd of 2018?
That's correct.
Going to the next post on PDF page 260, what does this post state?
So the top word, it basically makes slime, I guess, an acronym. And it spells slime at the top, and it says S, sorry, L, Lord, I is I'm, M is money, and E is educated.
Y'all lucky. The thing was on mute. I said, if this ain't the dumbest acronym I have ever seen. Sorry, Lord, money educated. What the hell is that?
So sorry, Lord, I'm money educated, and then it's surrounded by snake emojis.
And was that posted on November 22nd of 2018?
Yes, it was posted on that date and up for 24 hours on his story.
Going to page 315, is this another story from Rodelius Ryan's Instagram?
I would have to see to confirm it was a story. I'd have to see the photo description below it.
And what was the date of this?
So if you can you enlarge it, please?
Lucky.
So yes, it is a story that was posted on 10/20/2018 and expired on October 21st of 2018.
Now, I wanted to show you, or ask you, I should say, give me 1 second. Is there also, remember when we started, we discussed the Instagram index?
Yes.
And there was those blue hyperlinks in the bottom.
Yes.
Is one of those in Instagram records a linked media?
Yes.
Can you explain for the jury how that linked media works when you get Instagram records returns back?
I gotta
like
hear it
the
later.
records in the case we're discussing.
Sure. You want to pull it up and I can explain?
So I'm pulling up index in the same exhibit we were just discussing associated with Rodelius Ryan, which is 2 November Alpha.
I like you, Mikhail.
Mr. House, can you show with the jury on that screen?
So for linked media, it's not going to be here. You need to go to the actual folder.
Got it. Give me one quick second.
I know the jury tired, y'all. I know they tired. Cause what? Mikhail, I said that too, Mikhail.
Yes.
So, Your Honor, the disc that's in evidence, that's 2 November through 6, and there's a couple subsections. That is folders, subfolders, all the bells and whistles from the Instagram returns that Mr. Howes has been discussing. So it's not just PDFs, it is the entirety of those.
All right. So whatever it is we're searching for now, or that y'all are searching for now, is a part of what's already been admitted?
Correct, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you. Sure.
And Your Honor, just for the record, to make it clear, the disk that operates on, it's faster to save that to my desktop. So I am opening that same folder from that exhibit on my desktop.
Thank you.
Now, Mr. Howes.
Okay, so this is what you are going to see from. Can you make it bigger?
Yes.
Too pretty. That's why you're not a
All right,
juror.
well, this is what you're going to see when you get the returns from Instagram. You're sent a zip file from Instagram.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to this on relevance of going through the exact file names and the procedurally how to get to the item we're trying to reference.
Right. I don't know what that means, but thank you. Oh, Danny!
If there's going to be a response or.
Mr. Boss is sick of it. I'm tired too.
I'm trying to efficiently, through Mr. Howes, just show the jury where these come from.
No. No.
The videos, because you have to. That's all. The state believes this is relevant for how the videos we're going to be publishing, where they came from.
We don't need you to.
Okay.
Hey,
So,
Jay, find has heard.
What you get here in linked media is going to be every file, whether it's picture, video, or anything that is attached to a post. And so that is going to be the actual file where you can view the videos and actually view the media without having to open the full files. Every media file that's shared in the linked media is going to have that unique either photo ID or direct story number, and it's going to correlate with the PDF, the number, so you can see in the PDF file when it was published. And then this is the linked media is the actual media that was published with that whether it be story, direct message, or direct story. So that's where all of the files are contained.
Page wants to sit with this foolishness.
You had mentioned about if someone shares a story, whether it's private or public, is those stories shared, is it ever to just one person in what we were walking through, or can you explain that a little
So
more?
a direct story is only shared with the people, they can denote who can see it. If it's like the message we spoke about earlier, it was a direct story and it was shared originally from Ms. Hartfield to Mr. Ryan and Mr. Blaylock. Those are the only people that could see that. Instagram has another option of their story where you can denote close friends. Close friends are whomever the user designates as their close friends. You can publish a story and only the people you've designated as your close friends can view it. Or if it is not designated as that, if you have a public account, then whoever comes to your page can see it. Otherwise, only your followers will be able to see that particular story.
Understood. And
so
when you open up that linked media folder, does it contain all of you see how it has direct stories, media, and numbers after them?
So yes, so it's going to tell you what type of file it is, the size of it. Now this date right here is 7/22/2019. What that denotes is when this file was unzipped from what Facebook provided. So this is a digital record of when this file was originally unzipped and opened. Now, the direct stories and the numbers correlating with it, that is what you can see in the PDF, the business records, as to the actual publish date by the owner of the account.
Now, I'm going to publish for you. Give me 1 second.
I know that's right, Shay. D'Angelo, they're not going to make this make it off the stand, but I think this is a lot. They're just trying to overload the jury with evidence, which I don't think is going to work. And the man on the stand seemed like he's excited.
That number that the file is saved as, if you were to search that in the larger PDF, would you be able to tell the date it was posted?
You can get the date and the time it was posted. And there's two places you can search it. You can search it in the actual PDF records that we've been going about. These are the business records that we've been discussing. Or Instagram also provides to you what's called an index, where all of this digital media is indexed and you can view it in digital format. They provide it in both ways. The linked media, you don't need to be connected to the internet to be able to figure out the time and date. You just have to have the business records downloaded and be able to correlate the number of the associated with the linked media to the numbers in the business records. Or if you go to the index, you have to be connected to the internet and you can view it in a different digital format.
I'm going to publish. Thank you, Mr. House. I'm going to publish for you a video that ends in 4719.
Okay.
It's going to come up momentarily.
Misha, they just ain't got no home training because they here cutting up in the chat right now, Misha. I just think it's a lot. I think it's a lot. He could have gotten to the point. They messaged each other. Rod posted some stuff. They're trying to overload the jury, y'all, because they don't really have much.
We ride back, run through this shit. Yeah, fuck wrong with y'all, nigga. We ride back, run through this shit. Fuck wrong with y'all. Yeah, peace and blessings. Gang, peace and blessings type shit. Peace and blessings. Y'all know they're the real one.
Okay, so you see that number? It's at the bottom of the screen right here.
Yes.
4719.
If I copy that number in the PDF return for the Instagram associated with Rodelius Ryan, will that help us find out the date and time for this video?
Well, I'll tell you the date and time the video was posted.
Oh my. Oh my.
Publishing for you the larger PDF Instagram business record for this account.
I can't make it stop day.
And do you see how in the top right, if you search that video identifier, if I click this, will it take me to the date and time posted?
Yes.
When was that video posted?
So it was posted as a story. It was posted October 11th, 2018. And if you scroll down, there it goes. And then it was up for 24 hours. And you can see that it expired 24 hours later at the same time from the time it was posted.
Now,
this is just
if you were to take an Instagram video from your phone, how does that, is there anything like the mirror effect? Can you explain that?
Well, anything that's filmed like this, the camera on the front of the lens, when you have it reversed, the picture is going to show up in mirrored image.
I'm going to publish a video contained in the same exhibit that ends in 68521.
I'm tired. It's just too much. I just think he needs to move on. Like, damn, you have proved your point.
You finna give me some? Oh yeah, put on them some. Why ain't mad? You finna wear these sheets or something? For sure. Grown ahead.
What?
Now, before testifying on the stand now, were you able to review this specific video in the Instagram records?
Yes.
And what did you see anything of note in this video?
I did, and I will note when I watched it on your computer screen, I had to turn the brightness all the way up.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to this witness testifying to what of note was. It's vague.
Your Honor, I can rephrase.
All right.
Did you see a gun in this video?
Yes,
Mr. House?
I'm going to object to the witness narrating what the jurors are just as capable of viewing. Overruled.
Yes, there's an AR style rifle being held by Mr. Ryan with a drum magazine.
What is a drum magazine?
Drum magazine is a high capacity magazine that is in the shape of a circular shape, in the shape of a drum. It's carries high volume of rounds.
And was there any jewelry that you saw when reviewing this video?
Yes, he's wearing Mr. Ryan's wearing a chain that's YSL. And like you asked earlier, the YSL looks backwards as in a mirror image. as it was filmed with the camera turned around on the phone.
And if I were to control and search this video number, would I be able to find when this video was posted?
Yes, you would.
Oh God, it's a lot.
Republishing the Instagram business record for these records. When was this video published?
Yeah, it was published October 20th, 2018, and it expired 24 hours after it was published.
Now, Mr. Howes, I wanted to also show you a video that ends in 40944.
I know the jury can't stand the state. Oh my, I know they can't stand them. Oh, I know they can't stand them. I didn't see BJ was testifying, y'all. She said, let me go back and find the names. Oh, Bernard is BJ. Hey, Bernard, BJ, hold up. Bernard is BJ. Red it.
Stop that. You may. You're gonna take it off
They're
the
gonna
screen.
stop it right
Yes,
when
Your
the boy got the gun pointed at the screen. I want BJ, please implicate Mariah. Okay? Tell us what it is, BJ. Don't get up there and say what the state wants you to say, BJ. Tell me what it is. Hey, SM, friend. I've been on YouTube for 5 hours, friend. Get Bernard on the stand, baby. I really want to see what Bernard says. Now, Bernard can only testify to Brazy and Mariah. Because I want him to tell. Did you know Lil Rod now? Did you know who house you were picking them up from? Oh, today is a day, guys. BJ, let me know. Today is a day. Today is a day. Barchi, y'all, this dog about to wear me. Today is a day. Okay, friends. Today, if this man will sit down, we'll get to it. Bernard Mitchell must be in jail. He's an inmate, and I'm sorry. I mean, it doesn't surprise me. It doesn't surprise me. I hate to say it like that, but I'm not surprised.
You can republish.
Thank you, Your Honor.
We getting it. Yeah, we know. Hey, Erica. No mistrial, Erica. Mm-mm.
And if same question, Mr. Howes, if you were to search that number for that video in the records, you'd be able to tell the date and time it was posted?
Yes.
Republishing the PDF? What was the date and time of that video posted?
October 31st, 2018.
Now, I also want to show you or publish what's been marked or what a video that ends in 71797
I'm sorry.
in the linked media of this exhibit. And for the record, it's actually 71797, publishing momentarily.
We discovered this, Miss Sheila, by what she did to Montoon. She believes all these boys are guilty. That's it. Sonya, he was a baby doing grown folk stuff.
Block life. Block life knowing again. Two knowing again. Bitch, I push nigga can't come up here in that block. Yeah, no cap. Kill a ride on shit at your fitted. That's no cap. Pussy boy. Chico having that shit on. Yeah, look, that's what I'm saying.
I don't like block life, baby.
At the bottom left
Mm-mm.
would have been the number associated with it.
So if I were to search the PDF with that number in the bottom left, that would pull up when that video was posted?
It would.
Y'all's a store in South Memphis. It have kids hanging out like that. You'll never pay me to go up in there. I ride right on by it. Never. Mm-mm. I shouldn't be scared where I grew up, baby, but I ain't gonna lie to you. I be scared. Mm-mm.
What was the date and time of that video posted?
Mm-mm.
So that video was posted on. So it says it's posted 2/23/2019 at 3:05:47 UTC. That would have been 10:05 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and it was up for 24 hours. So that would have been the night prior to the murder of Mr. Holmes.
Oh, Bianca.
And by night prior, you mean if the November CAD report was around 4:30 a.m. on the 23rd, this would be the hours before that on February 22nd?
Yeah, this would be 10:05 p.m. February 22nd.
So he was just on the block hours before. Baby, I'm not stopping at the gas station. If y'all hanging out, oh, and don't let y'all have them little slot machines in there. Baby, I'm not going in there. Because who gonna sit in the gas station and gamble? Mm-mm. Not doing it. Mm-mm. I don't even like to go to the gas station at night.
With IG live stories, if you go through the index, can you also find those videos?
So if there were IG lives, they would be preserved only if there was a preservation request within the 24 hours that the story was posted.
Mm-mm.
pulling up from the index in this same exhibit. One brief moment.
I know that's right, Sonya.
So when you pull up videos from the index versus the linked media,
The boy don't even look like
what is the
he-
date that this video was taken? That
Okay, so what I talked about earlier, this is going to be inside of the index, and this will be the actual digital version that you can look at. It is if you
this poor boy, Jesus.
Can you make
Ain't
the
nobody
screen
see
bigger?
I
no.
can.
So this is
Right, DD. He tired of them too, y'all. Shannon, I'm not playing with you. They look weak and hungry, Tiffany.
all right. So it's going to tell you the media format MP4. It's going to have the video number, which would be also in the PDF. Here's the ID number again, and this was posted on 2/21, 2019, and it was up for 24 hours.
So this was February 21st of 2019.
Yes.
What song y'all talking about, y'all?
And the bottom there, the at Slime Life, SHAWTY, was that a handle we had discussed in the PDF?
It is. That's who was tagged during this video. I believe this is an Instagram live story.
I'm going to publish this now.
Who was he scaring?
Now, do you know what kind of firearm that wooden barrel gun is?
I'm going to object to this witness testifying to what types guns are unless there's a
Right.
sufficient foundation laid for the basis of his knowledge.
I can lay the foundation,
All
Your
right,
Honor.
go ahead.
Mr. Howes, do you have any personal familiarity with firearms?
Yes.
What is that? Can you tell the jury?
So I grew up around firearms, hunting, shooting, sometimes mostly recreational shooting and hunting. But I do have, I guess, just a knowledge of study of firearms, types of firearms, calibers. That.
Have you ever, do firearms come up in the gang cases that you work?
Yes.
Have you had any conversations or training from law enforcement personnel about firearms? And if so, what is it?
So I mean, I've read books myself. I've educated myself, but I haven't taken any like formal like firearms forensic classes. I understand
He came from
calibers.
Instagram.
Have you had conversations with firearm specialists at the Georgia Bureau of Investigation?
Yes.
In cases? Have you had various firearms come up in cases that you've worked?
Yes.
And can you tell the jury in terms of firearms of a similar nature of this video, have you visually seen and learned about
for Instagram.
what different types of firearms look like? And if so, how?
So there's different platforms that firearms can be built on. And there are calibers that are associated with that platform. I cannot tell you by looking at that firearm exactly what caliber the firearm is. I can only tell you what
Objection, Your Honor, I still don't think a foundation has been laid.
Right. The man came from
Seriously,
Instagram.
Being laid potentially right now. So,
Yes, Your Honor.
yeah.
You may keep going, Mr. House.
Now
So
the
I can tell you
Instagram
that,
man
yes, I can look at a firearm and tell you the general platform that it's been made on, the calibers consistent with that platform, but I cannot tell you exactly what firearm is just by looking at it without having a serial number or being able to see the engravings.
Are you
on the
when
barrel.
you say platform? What do you mean?
Okay, yeah, I'm sorry to stop it, but it sounds like the man is trying to get out of it too. He's trying to say, listen, hey, no, I can talk about Instagram. I can't tell you what that gun, he's trying to get out of himself, but Atkins will not move on. How the hell does your Instagram expert become a gun expert? Like the man is trying to walk himself out of this too, but Atkins will not stop.
What do you mean by that?
A platform, the platform of that the rifle is built on is think of the gun as being built in parts. There's a lower portion of the firearm and then an upper portion of the firearm, and it's the platform is essentially how it is put together, how the gun is put together.
Have you had experience with 9mm firearms, either personally or in cases you've worked?
Yes, all the time.
Have you had familiarity with AK-47 type firearms in cases that you've worked?
Yes, consistently.
Have you had familiarity with firearms that fire 7.62 rounds?
Yes.
Have you had familiarity with firearms that fire 9mm rounds?
Yes.
And if you had to ballpark how many such firearms you've either personally observed or seen in working investigations in either your personal capacity or professional capacity?
As far as the 9mm, it'd be a couple hundred, and then when you deal with the AK style platforms, I'd say between investigations and personal, maybe 75 to 100.
Your Honor,
All right, I'm going to overrule the foundation objection. You can go ahead and answer the question.
so I know you said without seeing a serial number, you cannot definitively state, but visually only, what type of firearm does it appear to be depicted on the screen right now?
It's just an AK-47 style platform. That's all I can tell
And how are you able to determine that?
you. So by looking at the firearm and being familiar with AK-47 style platforms, I mean, you see it's a rifle barrel. It's built on looking at the upper portion and lower portion of the rifle. I can tell you it's an AK-47 style rifle. I can't tell you the caliber though.
And for AK-47 style rifles, what is the typical ammunition that accompanies them?
Generally, it is the 7.62 NATO rounds.
Now, I'm pulling up to show you
Ariel never.
you had discussed earlier about the videos and being either in ascending or descending order. Do you remember that?
Yes.
What is the date and time of this post? And I will try to zoom in for you. I know it's
So this is an Instagram live video. And this video would have been up only for as long as he was going live. But the video was taken on February 25th. Oh, you scrolled down too far.
My apologies.
We scroll up a little.
Can you see that now?
Yeah. So if you look here, the video was taken, posted February 25th, 2019, 5:31 and 44 seconds UTC. So that's going to be 12:31 a.m. on February 25th, 2019, Eastern Standard Time.
And when you have this user slime business rod, this number, is that what you would discuss earlier about the vanity name?
Yes. No, that's not the vanity name. Cleveland is going to be the name.
And what is the text that accompanies this?
I'm sorry. So slime business rod is the vanity name. The number ending in 1951, that's the account number or target number associated with the account. And then on his records, Cleveland Ave with that pin drop, that is going to be the name that was associated with this account.
And what is the text that was accompanied this video?
It is so will you scroll up? I want to make sure that I think we're so go above this video. All right, so here's the video. If you scroll down, it's published. Okay, so yeah, so the user is Slime Business Rod. That's the account number, Cleveland. The text is going to say 10K solid with a snake emoji and a gun, like a toy gun pointed at the snake, says fuck YFN.
Now, I also wanted to, do you have before you as well some excerpts from Blaylock's Instagram return?
I do.
And is that 3 November Bravo?
It is.
Publishing 3 November Bravo for the jury. Do you know who's depicted in this photograph?
I believe it's Mr. Blaylock.
And what is the date? I'm going to scroll down. What is the date associated with this post?
The date of that post is going to be February 24th, 2019.
That 11 o'clock roughly UTC time, so about 6 p.m.
Yeah,
Eastern time.
It would have been Eastern time, or it was posted at 23:19 UTC time, and it would have, which I guess would coordinate to about 11 o'clock. Yes.
Okay. Scrolling down to page 152. What does this post read on Blaylock's Instagram?
It reads Rock Crew with a Instagram emoji, an LLB with a green heart emoji, and then it's tagging at Slime Business Rod.
When was that posted?
Would have been posted January 4th of 2019.
Brief moment, Your Honor.
Now he don't need nobody's brief anything. He needs to get this man off the stand. I'm gonna say I think the Rock crew evolved to people who were legitimately.
So I'm going
based on
to
Caitlyn.
go back to November Alpha 1,
No, Barch.
and specifically page 33. You can either, I'm going to have it displayed on the screen, or you can have the physical copy before you. And let me know if you can see this. I'm going to hide this floating panel that gets in the way. Is this do you see Slime Business Rod Instagram in this thread?
Yes.
And who is the author of that first post, and what does it state?
So you're going to see it is time was sent at 10/10/2018, 17:13 UTC. There's a text that was sent. Here's the thread ID denoting the members. So in this case, it's Maniac Rolac, with the C's being replaced by the X's. And the text says slat. And because this is in the PDF format, you're not going to know what the emojis are. If you looked at it in the index, you'd see what the emojis were after it. But it says slat, what's blazing, twin?
And is there a response from the author Slime Business Rod handle?
So if you look, here is, yes, there is. Same thread ID number. And it was sent at 10:10 at 17:15. And the response says Shid, SHIDD, Boolin, BOOLIN.
And is there a response back from the initial poster?
Yes, you can see the response. The author is Maniac Rolac, and his response is right side.
Now going to page 34, do you see with the highlights, is this 05EA and Drive Slim, the Instagram handle we had discussed earlier with some photographs?
Yeah, I believe it's Ocean Drive Slim.
And is this a thread between that Instagram handle and the Instagram associated with Rodelius Ryan?
Yes, so it's going to be Slime Business Rod and Ocean Drive Slim are going to be the people on it. And every message in that between those two specific individuals will have the same thread ID ending in 93476.
And what is the date for the thread we're currently on?
The date is going to be October 27th, 2018.
And this thread continues on?
So if you're going to figure out if the thread continues on, I would copy the thread ID and then just go from text to text, but it appears to be doing so, yes.
Now, I wanted to scroll down to you to scroll down and show this Y0095 Brazy. Did that Instagram handle come up in your review of these Instagram records?
Yeah, so that was a separate Instagram account, a completely different account that had been run by Tahiria Hartfield.
Which in Is that the same Hartfield from the What's Going One records that we had discussed?
Yes. And the way that we discovered that is in the What's Going One records. She made a post that said, "Man, I miss my old accounts." And she posted at Y95 Brazy.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to hearsay.
This is in.
So, Your
all of
Honor,
this in?
this specific part is how, I may need to approach to respond. I don't want to have a speaking objection, but it's how Mr. Hiles connected these accounts.
We'd like to approach.
Okay, y'all. I definitely feel, hear me out. I think they're stalling. Maybe those witnesses aren't, maybe they trying to draw up some paperwork or something for the witnesses, because there is no way they dragging this man out like this. The story has been told, and I'm honestly, I done went through all these videos, and the big thing that this boy's on trial for, I got to look at his charges, but I think he got the RICO and this in the M charge, right? When I go through that, I'm not seeing the conspiracy, and I don't even know 100% that this man did the M. Can I say, I probably could say it. Listen, I did. Hilton back there on her knees begging them, please, please get up there and say y'all saw them. Please get up. I'm gonna say this. If y'all think if them boys saw the other boys, they would have gotten in the car with them. No. I don't think they knew where they were picking those girls up from. I don't think they knew where they were picking them up from. He just got the RICO. That's it, Nene? Let me see. Nene, he only got the RICO. This is one of the overt acts, though. His murder is one of the overt acts. Okay, this is just an overt act, but he has the RICO charge. Okay, great. They have to prove the overt act and then do that and then find him guilty for count one, right? I'm not seeing it. I'm not seeing it, y'all. Yes, he only has count one. I just saw it, y'all. I just pulled it up too. He only has count one, but the murder is the overt act.
Last answer by the witness. Go ahead, Mr. Adkins.
Thank you, Your Honor. So, Mr. Howes is going to come up on the screen. The same exhibit 2, November, Alpha 1. Some messages in the Instagram associated with Rodelius Ryan. Let me know if you can see this on the screen while I get this panel to hide, hopefully. And with this first statement, can you read what that says from free, the Instagram handle with free JUJU to?
So I can see that the author is Slime Business Rod. Recipients are Free Juju and Slime Business Rod. So those are the only two that are part of this thread. It's going to be a text. Here's the thread ID, and it says the text that was sent says, "That shit tripping. I got to tell you something. Shit that happened today."
And is this first one when we had talked about video calls in the previous?
So there was a.
Is this how it's shown?
That's how it's shown in the record. So at 11, if you scroll up a little bit.
Yes.
Scroll up. Keep going. All right, there you go. So you're going to see item type.
So just specifically with this video call event right here, item type, do you see that?
Yeah. So it would have been at November 1st, 2018, 3:28 UTC. So about 10:28 p.m. on October 31st, 2018.
And after this free JU account says, talking about telling something that happened, scrolling down, was the recipient of that slime business rod?
Slow down a little if we go
Yes.
back.
So this is page 513 is the page we just discussed. Page 512.
Oh, you went way too far.
Oh, okay.
All right, there. So the author was free juju _ free juju, and the other recipient besides himself would be the first line of the next page. And that would have been slime business rod. And the text that he sent would have stated what happened.
And what's the response?
There- it looks like, is that intentionally redacted?
Disregard any redactions, just what you can read.
Okay. Yeah, so it says, the N-word name Bully.
And what does slime business rod respond?
He responds, yeah.
And what does the account with free JUJU state back?
Says, Tobias had caught for an X while we was walking on the back street to the school. Several emojis and then it says, he was on that scary shit, acting like he wasn't going to bust him down. That boy acting like he wasn't going to bust him down. That boy Bully drew on his ass on the next street. Tobias was scared as hell.
And then scrolling down to what is the response from slime business rod to that account after that statement?
It says, we wasn't psyching, bro. We was walking to school smoking, and they saw an X on. You need to scroll to the right. We saw an X on the black
Seat.
on the seat.
And then going down to the next time that they discuss, what is the response that slime business rods has to that message to free JUJU?
He says, y'all reckless, but why y'all let Bully draw down on him? No, y'all N-words can't yet bust down. I'm a draw on him on slime.
Now, going to page 801, do you recall a slimelife.shawty coming up in some of the pictures and posts we've discussed earlier?
I do.
With what's highlighted, what is this message? Who is it between?
The author is Slime Life Shawty, and the recipients are Slime Life Shawty as well as Slime Business Rod. Slime Life Shawty sends a text at 12:20 on 12/20/2018 at 1931 UTC. He says, "What you want for the stick?"
And what is the response back from slime business rod?
None. N-U-N.
And the follow-on from the account slimelife.shawty?
He says, a Glock and some money, posed as a question.
And then continuing down, what is the response that slime business rod has to that?
He said, "Nah, snake."
Now, scrolling down further on page 880, what is this message that Slime Business Rod sends that's highlighted on the screen?
So it's sent January 5th, 2019 at 4:28 UTC. So that's
Yeah, it's 4 o'clock in Georgia. I don't think we're going to get those two witnesses. I just saw Miss Sylvia say the two guys that are inmates that are going to be testifying, they are housing them. Oh, they're not housing them at Rice Street with the other YSL defendants. And that lets me believe that they're probably spending the night or something. I don't think we're going to get to them today.
that's going to be 11:28 p.m. And it says, "Hey, pull up. We about to slide. Bring the sticks."
Now, going down further, do you see what's highlighted? What's this first message that Slime Business Rod sends to a handle $1 billion pink?
The flirt on the way to Crucial.
And then is this where you would discuss where if you get multiple threads, they will all show up on the same when you're looking through these records? Is this an example of that?
Yeah. So a message was received in between the responses to $1 billion pink and Ocean Drive. So yes.
So with the conversation between Slime Business Rod and $1 billion pink, he states OTW to Crucial.
Yeah, and so you notice it's got the thread ID ending in 4706, and then the other conversation between Ocean Drive and and Slime Business Rod, that thread ID is ending in 3476.
And the response back is it who are you with? Is that what that Instagram says to Rodelius Ryan? Instagram account.
So that is the response from $1 billion pink to the conversation with Slime Business Rod. It says, "Bro, who you with?"
And scrolling down further, what is Rodelius Ryan's response to that?
The response to "who you with" question from $1 billion pink is gang.
Now, while that conversation's going on, is this 05 in Drive Slim? Is this message? It says we time getting to Crucial.
Yeah, I mean, it says what time you get into Crucial.
And then scrolling down, is this a message from the Instagram of Rodelius Ryan to that 05 in Drive Slim that says now OTW on the way?
Yeah, now we're on the way.
And later on,
this is exactly why I go through it conversation by conversation and then pull out the ID thread so you don't have the interruptions in between.
scrolling down further, do you see this message with Block Life OKKY? That's highlighted.
Scroll up.
Yes.
Just to the bottom of the last page. No, up.
So these are
the bottom. It would have, if that was on 904. Scroll. Can you go up to the bottom of 903?
so this was on 940.
Okay.
Are these excerpts from Rodelius Ryan's Instagram?
Yeah.
So with page 940, what does this state from Block Life OKKY and Slime Business Rod?
Scroll back. To the left, please.
Yes.
The Block Life, the text is going to be, he said, "What you trying to do?" He talking about going to Lacuna. I'm about to get dropped off to Big Nick spot. Ain't going to no Damn Lacura.
And then does the account associated with Rodelius Ryan say never mind, or is NVM sometimes abbreviated as never mind?
Yes.
And then a little later on with this conversation, is this the same Block Life OKKY and Slime Business Rod Instagram account?
Yes, it is.
And does he ask the account associated with Rodelius Ryan, what is the move?
So the author of that would have been Block Life OKK asking Slime Business Rod, what is the move?
And what is the response from Slime Business Rod to that Instagram holder?
So that's going to be the response of Slime Business Rod to Block Life _OKKY is going to be, shit, Slime, gone from the store, the studio.
And then does Block Life ask Slime Business Rod who?
Yes.
Scrolling down a little further, does the account with Slime Business Rod respond MAJA?
Yes.
And is this January 1st of 2019?
It looks like it's January 11th of 2019.
Or excuse me, January 11th of 2019.
Yeah, January 11th, 2019.
And going further, what does the Block Life Instagram handle respond back?
Asks the question, poses the question, what studio they at? And the response from Slime Business Rod is, I don't know. And then Slime Business Rod next sends a message to Block Life _OKKY stating, didn't they leave the store? And the response from Block Life OKKY is, yeah, they've been left. Last time I checked, they was at Lacura with Dolly them about 2 hours ago.
And does Mr. Ryan respond back, okay?
Yes, that's the response.
Scrolling down a little bit further is with the highlighted text, do you see where only one snake face states with who?
Yes.
And who's the recipient of that?
The recipient is going to be Slime Business Rod.
And who does he state that he's with?
States that he's with everybody.
And scrolling down a little.
Yeah, that's a lot.
One brief moment, Your Honor.
Who is that breathing in the mic? Is that Atkins? Wait, yeah, they were with Dolly. Did I miss that?
One brief moment.
Okay, I must miss something. That's Mr. Atkins doing that? Charity. Charity, not you thought it was you. You thought we heard you walking up them stairs. Now, Charity, that sounds like you got to get your cardio on, boo. Sounds like you might have been struggling getting up them stairs, friend. Get it together over there, Charity. Oh, okay. Thank you, King. Now, that ain't Barchi, y'all. She's sitting here looking at me all crazy. That ain't her.
Resuming on page 48 of 2, November, Alpha 1. Do you see highlighted in the bottom, Mr. Howes, where is this? What does this message read?
It says, "Fuck you. You hang with them 9-2 inwards."
And was that to free JUJU?
Yeah, it was the underscore free juju from Slime Business Ride.
And is this January 19, 2019?
It is.
Now, scrolling down further, what is the response back from that account? Bless you.
That response from underscore free juju back to Slime Business Rod is, "I know a couple and fuck you too," inward.
And then, bless you, Your Honor.
Why you say it like that? Fuck you too. Oh.
Later on, what is this response that Slime Business Rod has to free JUJU?
Waiting for that block to go away.
Let's get this hiding floating controls. It should work.
I wonder why that's on that
His response
screen.
is inward, "Fuck you," and they set. And that was sent from Slime Business Rod to underscore free juju.
Fuck you.
Scrolling down. Is this the What's Going One account that we had discussed previously, associated with Miss Hartsfield?
Yes.
What is this message between Slime Business Rod associated with Rodelius Ryan and Miss Hartsfield's account here?
So that is Rodelius Ryan sending a message to Miss Hartsfield that says, "I don't fuck with you. You fuck with them ABG inwards. I can't get over my head on slime." ABG being Atlanta Blood Gang.
And going down further between those two accounts.
This is so terrible.
What is this response below?
So the response from Ms. Hartsfield is, "Bruh, fuck them." And she has changed the C to an X. And she said, after that, she said, "On my daddy, I'll cut them inwards off. The fuck, that ain't no problem."
Can we really? Who could trust her? She gonna put it on everybody and their mama. Now how her daddy get in it? She must care about her mama because she ain't put nothing on the mama. How her daddy get in this?
And then going down a little bit further, what is the Instagram account associated with Slime Business Rod saying in response?
Slime Business Rod says to What's Going One, to Ms. Hartsfield, he says, "I ain't tripping. You making videos with them throwing up 9-2. That's crazy."
And what does she say in response here right below?
Ain't no videos with no, it's going to be woodlums, but it's spelled with, it's going to be the 9-2 in the middle.
You object to this witness having a basis for testifying to what something means?
Well, overruled. I haven't heard him testify to what it means. He's just.
He just said it.
Paper, so.
He just testified to that page. What do you
You may
mean?
keep going, Mr. House.
It just says, "Ain't got no video with no woodlums," and the O's are replaced with 9-2.
Now, is there a response after that from What's Going On? What's this response here?
Ain't got no videos with no woodlums, what I just read.
My apologies. And then does What's Going On say ULIEN now?
Yes.
And then this next message, what does What's Going On state?
But on my mama, I'll cut them off, and most of them don't fuck with me because they said I'm slime. Again, the C is replaced with a K.
Going down to page 1073. What is Slime Business Rod's response to that?
His response is, "That's crazy."
And going to page 1094, what is the date of this post and what's the message?
So the message is, the date is January 30th, 2019. The message is fuck you and ABG. And what you can see is that what was there was a reel that was shared, or this was in response to a reel. So I don't know what that reel is, but that's what it indicates. And a reel is a short video.
That can be posted on Instagram?
Yes. And so it was a response to what the contents of that short video. And it says, fuck you and ABG.
And is this same YVNGMONT, what's their response?
Young Mont responds, I know you a gangster.
And what's the response back from Slime Business Rod?
Slime Business Rod's response to I know you a gangster is when I catch your bitch ass.
And then what's the response back to that?
Young Mont response is, you know what they say, anybody get it. And that is the A, the B, and the G are capitalized. So see you when I see you.
It's sad. Y'all ain't had nothing else to do with your time.
Now, scrolling to this on highlighted in yellow, do you see this post from February 1st of 2019?
Yes.
Who's the author? Their vanity name handle?
The author is going to be Scarface with the C in both scar and face replaced with an X. And it says, slat this SB, what's up?
And then is there a video call event between that Scarface account and Slime Business Rod Instagram?
Yes, there is.
Going down a little further, do you see this free JU account again? What does this message state?
Message states, these are the type of N-words y'all let be slime. And then there's several emojis that I don't know what they are.
And going down further between those two messages, and do you see how this message carries over? Does that happen sometimes in Instagram records? It carries over pages?
So it's going to be the time, February 2nd, 2019. It's y'all let these nights be 2-7.
Oh, I don't want to cut you off. Keep going.
And then the author was Slime Business Rod, and the recipients will be at the top of the next page.
What's the second letter of the alphabet?
B.
What's the seventh letter of the alphabet?
G.
And after that, between those recipients, that's highlighted, what does this free JU account state back?
It says, Free Juju responds, he not official, lil bruh. Said he'd be in 250 for real, though.
And what's the response back from Slime Business Rod?
The response is cap with the C replaced with the K.
Have you ever heard that term cap come up before in reading Instagram records?
Yes.
And what, not necessarily in this context, but what have you seen it been used as before in other cases you've reviewed?
Just referred to as a lie.
Scrolling down further, what is this message that's highlighted state from Slime Business Rod to that free JU account?
He states that shit lame because you know he don't want you. Because you know he don't what you want me to do. Kill, and then on my kill him.
And what's the date of this post? or message, I should say, between these accounts?
The date is February 2nd of 2019.
Scrolling down a little bit further, do you see this SXAR_FAXE account and Slime Business Rod messaging again?
Yeah, I see him messaging with Scarface.
And when it shows, sometimes Instagram, when this gets sent, it can be emojis that aren't in the PDF but are somewhere else.
So if you're viewing this in the digital format, not the PDF style, and the index, you were looking at this conversation, you'd be able to see all of the reels that it was responding to and or emojis that were part of this conversation.
And going down a little bit further, what does Scarface say back to Slime Business Rod?
On February 16th, 2019 at 31:31 UTC. So this is actually going to be on February 15th, 2019. He says, I'm fucking with you, Slat. We locked in, little brother.
And then is there a number?
Yeah. Did y'all hear what that man just said? Did y'all? That man said we locked in. Slat. I'm fucking with your little brother. Oh.
Sent between them.
Yes, Scarface sends a number that is a telephone number that is 470-898-6444.
And have you ever seen HML come up in reviewing Instagram records and other investigations?
Yeah, I think it's a very common acronym. It stands for hit my line whenever you need me.
And then is the response back for sure?
The response from Slime Business Rod to hit my line whenever you need me is for show.
Scrolling down.
He had to practice it.
Do you see this addicted and then to account?
Addicted to Aju?
Yes.
Yes.
What does this text read right here at February 16, 2019?
What I just said, I know you, but I don't know shit about you.
And does Slime Business Rod say, what do you want to know then?
Yes, he does.
And then what is the follow-on from that account?
The follow-up, the author addicted to Aju says everything.
And going a little bit down further, what does Slime Business Rod account say back?
He says rock crew, ROC crew.
And after that, what does that account respond to the rock crew?
Addicted to Aju _ responds to the rock crew. That response is, that's your name or something?
And then how does he answer that?
Slime Business Rod's response to that is raised on Cleveland.
And is that February 16, 2019?
That was sent at, well, it's actually going to be February 15th, 2019, but it is denoted in UTC time as February 16th, 2019 at 01:50 and 12 seconds.
And then what is this text here between Slime Business Rod and that same account?
The text sent by Slime Business Rod to Addicted to Aju is Lil Rod.
Now, going down further, what is the date of this post from Snake Life _?
So on 2/26/2019 at 17 hours and 53:06 UTC, which is going to be about. So it's going to be the date's 2/26/2019, and it says, "Say slime, Bali lock up for all that shit," and it was sent by Snake Life _
Directly to Slime Business Rod.
sent directly to Slime Business Rod.
And Bali was the nickname associated with Blaylock.
Yes.
Scrolling down a little further, do you see this message on the same date, February 26, 2019?
I do.
What does the vanity name DeAndre Smith say to Slime Business Rod?
It says, "Hit me up ASAP slat, ellipsis, and then ampersand, stay low."
And what is this additional message from that same account to Slime Business Rod?
DeAndre Smith to Slime Business Rod says 911.
And is there a response from Slime Business Rod?
Slime Business Rod says, "That's crazy."
And a little later on, what does Snake Life _ say to Slime Business Rod?
Snake Life _ tells Slime Business Rod, the statement is, "It's a warrant out for you, slime."
I got you. Misha, I said, hold on. Don't get this chat shut down talking about you high.
Now, I also want to turn back to, we had discussed 3 November, Bravo. Was that some excerpts from Blaylock's Instagram that you have before you?
Yes.
I'm publishing page 276 or Instagram page 276 from that exhibit now. And is One King DO1 one of the handles associated with Blaylock?
Yes, that's it from his
I'm going to hide
Instagram.
this floating panel again. And what does it state?
Says, "Why the hell you didn't say you was slime when we was locked up?"
And was that to an Instagram handle that starts with LILK?
I think it's Lil Cam paid for real.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
The Instagram account is Lil Cam paid FR.
And what is the response or what is said here?
The response is, "I didn't know you was slime. I just thought you was blood, slat."
And then going further, what does the Instagram handle associated with Blaylock respond back to that?
Blaylock responds, "OG in that slime shit."
Now, going a little further, do you see this HOTSHYTIL right here in the highlighted?
So _ hotshot Lil Junior says to One King to One, the text is, "Hey, Bali."
And then scrolling down, does that Instagram handle associated with Blaylock ask who's this?
That is the response to "Hey, Bali."
And then what is the response back?
The response from _ hotshit Lil Junior is the young N-word who stole the Mustang from CEP.
Going down a little bit further, does the Instagram handle associated with Blaylock say WP?
Yep, that's the acronym for "What's Poppin'."
And then what's the response here?
The response from _ hotshit Lil Junior to the "What's Poppin'" is, "Key trying to put me in slime, but he said I got to get put in by you."
Why does he
And then
change?
scrolling down a little bit more, what is the follow on to that message?
And then Hot Shit Lil Jr. continues that with, or go to 250.
Are you familiar with an address 250 Cleveland?
Yes.
Scrolling down a little bit further, what is the response from one King Dio1?
He says, "Oh, you going?"
You may.
She probably said this man switching his voice is prejudicing the jury. Yo, what is wrong with this man? I saw y'all in the chat earlier saying that that he was switching his voice, but I wasn't catching it for some reason. The man has a voice he puts out every time he's reading these texts. Where did he get this voice from? Yeah, where did he get the voice from? Yeah. Hey, Bali. Sir. If the approach is for he said an hour and it's been 2, y'all, they not gonna get to those other witnesses. Not if we gotta keep sitting here listening to this man switch his voice. He from Bacon. Wait, Faith says she knows Shannon's sleep. Faith, you said you know Shannon's sleep. Oh my God, y'all. Oh, when we were going through this stuff, I did not think that the man was gonna come and read them one by one. I don't know what I thought was going to happen when we were going through the Instagram messages. Like, I don't know what I thought was going to happen, but it's not this. I didn't think this is what we would be doing right now. I didn't think I'd be hearing a white man. I didn't think I was going to be hearing a white man switch his voice to what he assumes little black boys are saying when they text each other. Like, there wasn't no slack. Like, that's not what I thought we was seeing. Like, what's wrong with just reading it? Why is he switching his voice? Oh my God. How do y'all think that's carrying over with the black jurors? How do y'all think that's like? Y'all know some of them ride back to jail together. Man, they probably be in them cars crying, laughing. They probably, man, did you hear him say slack? Lil Ron's attorneys asked to approach y'all because she probably like, where are we going? Where are we going? Oh my God, y'all. I just look at the bacon. Yo, Buckhead to Bankhead. Y'all, I'm so serious. Somebody put in here they think he was in theater. I'm gonna think so too. He's switching these voices. He's going from his talking voice to slack. He's just doing it too easy. The man had oh my God! Midtown to Mechanicsville. Oh, no! Did y'all say rags to oh my God. Oh my God. Yo, not rags to riches. Y'all, this right here is just too much for me to take. Is this trial every day? Is something very unserious happening?
So moving on from moving down a little bit further, Mr. Howes.
So let me ask you, are you retracting that
Yeah,
last
yeah,
one?
yes, Your Honor. So I'm retracting that last question
Okay.
or in response.
All right, so whatever that page was, jurors just disregard that.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
So moving to, and I will pull this up for you. Mr. Howes, you should see on the screen here a message, it's PDF page 342, highlighted in yellow. Do you see that? Starts with U, capital U. And I'm going to hide this panel for you.
So that is a that is a message sent from that says "You slime" sent from Mr. Blaylock's account to an account known as Snake Life Maniac with the C replaced with an X.
And going down further, what's the response from that Snake Life Maniac account?
The Snake Life Maniac account responds, "Yeah, who is you?"
And what does the account associated with Blaylock respond?
On December 30th of 2018, the account responded, Mr. Blaylock's account responded, Lil Bali, I'm slime and murder.
And then going down a little bit further, is this, oh, all right, or something of that nature?
The response is, oh, I.
And then going down, what does One King DO1 associated with Blaylock state back?
He states, yeah, who stamped you in, slime?
And then what does Snake Life Maniac respond to that?
Snake Life Maniac's response is, who stamped? I never seen you on the Ave, exclamation point, question mark.
Going down a little bit further, and that's still between the account associated with Blaylock and this Snake Life Maniac.
Correct.
And is that a U text message? Just the letter U?
Yes, the letter is U.
And what does the account associated with Blaylock state back?
Blaylock states, I'm on Cleveland all the time and I stay on the Ave.
Scrolling down a little bit further, what does Blaylock state again?
Blaylock states, I'm big dog, ask about me. My name hold weight on snake.
This little 17-year-old talking about he big dog.
And then what does Snake Life Maniac respond back?
The response from Snake Life Maniac is, oh, I don't be seeing you, buddy. I'm Maniac in all caps. C replaced with X. You can ask anybody on the Ave. My name hold weight too.
And what does Snake Life Maniac say again to the account associated with Blaylock?
Who stamped you? Who stamped you though?
And what does the account associated with Blaylock state back?
Pokey.
And when the account associated with Blaylock says Pokey, what does Snake Life Maniac respond with?
He been locked up for good 6-7 years when you got stamped.
And then what does Snake Life Maniac respond back? Or state, or not respond back, but state again, or state next.
Snake Life Maniac states, gorilla stamped me.
And what does the account associated with Blaylock state back?
I was YL Rock Crew.
And does the Snake Life Maniac say, oh, all right?
It says, oh, I.
And a little later on, what does Snake Life Maniac state in response to that?
That response is, yeah, I never met the Young Rock Crew. I just know Big Eye and the rest.
And Does Blaylock state, oh, okay? And then what is this last message highlighted?
The last message highlighted is I be with twin in them.
So one brief moment, Your Honor. I'm going to go to page 447, PDF page 14. Do you see this highlighted in the middle here from the account associated with Blaylock 1 King DO1? What does that state?
The author is the Blaylock's account to Throwed Off 9-3. And it says, I stamped you in slime behind the blue house.
And is this posted January 3rd of 2019?
Yes, it is.
I'm going to scroll down a little bit further.
I was on mute. Miss Fabulous J, I love you. So you know I wouldn't lie to you, friend. This is the same witness. This is the same witness, friend. I think they're stalling their way. It's taking this long, but this is the same witness, friend. Yeah, the day over.
Now,
it's 4:43. It's over with.
After you reviewed these Instagram records, were you initially focused on the time frame of shortly before February 23rd through that night or evening of the 23rd?
Yeah, my initial review of these records only dealt with the conversations between Hartfield and Mr. Ryan, Hartfield and Mr. Blaylock, Mr. Ryan's conversations with Mr. Blaylock, and then Hartsfield's conversations with Mr. Mitchell on roughly that February 22nd, 2019 date through February 24th, 2019.
Now, did you ever come to learn of any messages in Bernard Mitchell's Instagram that were after the murder of Jamari Holmes?
Yes, I did. The defense attorneys asked me about some potential messages later.
And I want to is what's already admitted as State's Exhibit for November. I'm going to go to
He said Kokomo, head in his hands. I told y'all he be thirst trapping on Twitter. Let me see what he done said on Twitter.
PDF page 1493 of that exhibit. It's going to come up for you on the screen here in just a moment. Do you see this PFK, DON, and 4L Little Joker?
Yeah, so this would have been a message sent from PFK Don to 4L.LilJoker. 4L.LilJoker is the account associated with Mr. Bernard Mitchell. And the message from PFK John to Mr. Mitchell is, how y'all let my little brother get killed?
And what does the account associated with Bernard Mitchell state in response to that?
Bernard Mitchell's response is, we didn't let him get killed. Them hoes Brazy B and Brazy B Mariah set us up. We shot back with a C replaced.
Let me just stop and say, how Mariah get off if her name keep getting pulled in it? How that little girl get off? Everything saying Mariah. How did this little? She need to be right next to Brazy.
With an X.
Going down a little bit further, do you see there's an emoji sent and PFK DON states what happened?
PFK Don asked what happened. Yes.
And going down a little bit further, do you see what's highlighted in yellow? What does the Instagram account associated with Bernard Mitchell say in response?
Before I start reading, we scroll. Yeah, there you go.
Yes.
Can you scroll over right more?
Yes.
So it says we was supposed to go just go chill and smoke, and we took to them the weed man house. We took them to the weed man house. Brazy went in the house first. Mariah was still in the car. Then Brazy came back and got Mariah, and we was waiting for them to come back. And then me, Mari, and Red was talking. Then we just heard shots. I tried to pull off. The tires was flat.
And what does he state after that?
Mariah said,
He said, then we was shooting back.
he probably lying there. Had him on the stand all day, yes, for us to get right here. They just told us what happened, just like we said.
Now,
we believe Mariah. The tire was flat from the gunshots, ISIS.
I want to go to one last video.
Okay, y'all, that is some person who is asking BJ, who was the driver in the Charger. He's asking BJ, how y'all let my little brother die? BJ saying, we didn't, we shot back. You know, we tried to fix the situation. And then that person then BJ tells him exactly what Mariah is telling us happened, except she's leaving herself out. Took them to go get some weed. Brazy went in the house first, came back and got Mariah. Then Mariah went out, then we just heard shots. That's exactly what Mariah testified to, only she is saying she didn't know nothing about the setup. How the boy testifying to the same thing you saying, but she's leaving herself out? Okay?
Oh.
He does.
That video from the Instagram records associated with Rodelius Ryan on 2 November Alpha. Give me 1 second.
I still don't know how Mariah walking free. I don't know how she's walking free. Everything I've seen implicates her as well. I don't know how she's walking free. Everything I've seen implicates her and Brazy. And Brazy clearly didn't go to jail on this either. They definitely could have been accessories. They could have been accessories, conspiracy to commit it, something.
Now,
he got first degree. They should have been accessories. I don't care about her snitching. Well, what about Brazy? Nothing happened to Brazy.
Do you see this target number highlighted on the screen here before you?
So I don't want to like cross words. I wouldn't call it a target number. That's an ID number that's generally going to be associated with like a video or a picture. The target number is looking for a specific account identification number.
Thank you for that clarification. Is the last four of this 65684 of this ID from a media post?
Yeah, so this is going to be a Instagram story video, and that's going to be the video ID number associated with it. You can see that video would have been posted 2/23/2019 at 22:11:45 UTC. So go back 5 hours, and that would be approximately 5 p.m. I think, if I did the math right.
5 p.m. on February 23rd.
2019, yes.
And was the CAD report we had referenced with you earlier at 4:36 in the morning that same day?
Yeah, so the 911 call for the murder came in just after 4:30 a.m.
Now, if I copy this thread ID, will I be able to see the video that was posted at that date and time?
Are you in the index or what file is this? It's
I'm going to go to the video itself.
yeah. So if you are you posting that copy and paste in the index?
Well, I will.
But yes, you should find it.
I'm sorry. I'm shocked. I don't think anybody has shocked me like Mariah has. No one has shocked me like her.
Now, I'm sharing this video with you now. And let me let this floating menu control fade away. What does the caption at the bottom state in this video before I play it?
The caption states "young N-word shit" with the baby emoji.
What it is?
And it says "Bet YSL make the news." FaceTime exclamation point with the emoji of someone holding their hands in that manner.
And because it's difficult to see and zoom in here, can you do me one favor, Mr. Howes, and just look at the last?
Yeah, so that's the same video that was just displayed in the PDF records with the last 4 digits of the video ID being 5684.
Publishing this now.
We only like a minute or two. It's like he need a booster.
So that video, based off the PDF, would have been posted 5 p.m. the same day of the homicide of Mr. Holmes.
One brief moment, Your Honor.
That boy look like he need a booster seat. Like, stop. Yeah, I don't know Mariah's social media. I'm not going to go look for her social media. If I see it scrolling over,
Your Honor, no further questions for Mr. Howes.
I'm not going
at this
to look.
time. Thank you, Your
I
Honor.
don't want her energy around me. I have a son, and I pray my son never meets her. Yep, I think so too. Okay, let me skip because they said Miss Abasi. Okay, here we go, y'all.
Looking for the evidence of the murder, correct?
No, and that was not what I was. No, they weren't.
You weren't looking for calls, is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And for this case, you received some records from the investigator. Is that accurate?
It is. By the time I started reviewing the records, all of these records had been obtained either by the lead investigator or from an investigator at my office.
Okay. So the lead investigator had gotten some, and someone in your office had gotten some. That's right?
That's correct.
Do you know whether the lead investigator ever reviewed the records?
I don't know.
Okay. When you were looking at the records, I think you said you were looking for the time frame. How long was it around the incident date?
So I just looked about a day before, the day of, and a day after. So more or less the February 22nd through February 24th.
Okay. So a lot of the conversations that we've been going through that you've read aloud here, those weren't ones that you were looking for when looking for the evidence of the murder, correct?
No, and that was not what I was. No, they weren't.
You weren't looking for conversations from 2018 as far back as earlier in 2019, right?
Not really. There was a couple of those conversations that we talked about that I'd come across but I was mainly looking for communications between those four parties that we discussed earlier.
Okay. And some of the messages.
She's letting the jury know that the state wasted your time with all of those 2018 and all of that stuff that don't even concern this murder. The state is doing that.
I think you refer to as stories. A story is a video which is posted, but it's not necessarily filmed live or at that time. Is that correct?
It can be or it cannot be. I can't tell whether or not it is or not.
So it could be something that if I film a video right now, I can post it tomorrow.
True.
Right?
That's correct.
Okay. I'm going to approach you with what has been marked already as this is going to be defendants 4RR and 5RR. Mr. Gilbert, you may. Mr. House, if you could take a look at exhibits 4RR and 5RR for me. And do you recognize those as excerpts from the records contained in states 3NN alpha? See the records from Mr. Blaylock?
Yes.
Okay.
Not too much on Miss Abasi in these comments. I'm not going to play with y'all. I almost highlighted keys, but I said,
Is, excuse me, what we have on the screen, what you are looking at in front of you.
It is.
Okay. And the first highlighted message, could you tell me who was the person who sent that message?
The author is going to be Mr. Blaylock.
Okay. And what is the message that he's sending?
So he's sending a message to an Instagram account of Bottom Life Lil Tay. And the message says, "Look at this rat."
he said, look at this rat. I love him.
And the lower portion of that page, what is the second highlight from the bottom? The one that starts with 2607. What is that?
Okay, it's another message, and it says it's a message sent from Mr. Blaylock's account, and
it's some sort of media, photo or video, something like that, correct?
yes, it's media type. So if you look, if you see the where it says underneath it the ID.
Okay.
Like generally, if you would copy and paste that into like linked media, then oftentimes that's where you'd go find whatever media was attached to it.
And there, excuse me, their response to him sending that?
So are you talking about the response to the initial question of "Look at this rat"?
The response to the media sent.
The response to the media sent is a response from Bottom Life Lil Tay, and the response is crazy.
I'm going to direct you on to the next page. The top is 1414.
Okay.
And the highlighted conversation is the same Tay who is in
the conversation we just looked at, a part of this conversation on page 141?
Yeah, so this is actually going to be more of a group chat. It's going to be Mr. Blaylock's account that will, and I think, I don't know if it's the same Tay. The other Tay was Bottom Life Lil Tay. It could have changed. I'd have to look at the account ID number on to the right of where it says Tay to see if it's the same one. But then there's an additional, the What's Going one, which is Mrs. Hartsfield. Oh, there it is. Bottom Life Lil Tay is a part of that. And then One King Doe One, which is Mr. Blaylock, and then an Instagram account that I'm not familiar with, or vanity name.
And the first message on the page from What's Going On 1, you could read that one out. The second highlight.
All right, the second highlight. So it is from the account to the group chat. It's the account of Ms. Hartsfield. It says, Mariah was explaining herself, talking about she ain't say nothing. And this was sent on February 4th of 2019.
So this is several weeks before the incident you were asked to look at, correct?
It's about, 19 days.
Okay. And the next line, Mariah 12. What did you take that to mean?
She's police.
Chad ain't been to Mariah. She gonna talk. She gonna cooperate. So I'm confused. Y'all, are they saying? Hold on, I gotta pause it. Okay, this was days before the incident happened, so they must have done something else. Talking about she the police. JR.
I'm going to approach you.
JR, what we were saying is the incident that has Brazy locked up is not this incident. That's what we're saying. Her and they both got out.
With what is marked as defense 3RR.
Mm-hmm. Too pretty. I don't think Bali attacked her. I just think it fits her story now.
I'm gonna check the exact number. Refer to the
She's saying YSL. She's a gang
Take
member.
a look at it.
4NN. Okay.
Nope. She wasn't.
Your Honor, if I may, I'm going to sort of, for the images we have, zoom in and make them a little bit
Sure,
bigger. So
that's fine.
Okay.
that should be a bit more clear. Mr. House, are these the messages you just read out loud for me?
They are.
Okay. And those are the messages contained in Defense Exhibit 3, correct?
No, they are the 5RR.
5R, thank you. All right, the second document that I handed you.
Are you?
That is an excerpt from the records from BJ Bernard Mitchell, correct?
Yes, they're.
I'm sorry.
Yes, I think I just referred to some of them on direct.
So they're just a printout of what you saw presented in the state's
That's correct.
Your Honor, I would move to enter into evidence defense 5RR, 4RR, and 3RR.
All right, those are admitted.
We are confused, Jaleesa. We're gonna clear it up after this over. Mariah's not gonna straighten it out because she's a victim.
To review the records from Miss Mariah Smith. Is that correct?
So I didn't really go into those records. I cross-referenced the searches of conversations between the four parties we were talking about. And if I remember correctly, I didn't have anything during the relevant time frame. So I didn't go much into detail of hers.
When you say you didn't have anything in the relevant time frame, what do you mean? Were there any messages from her in the time frame around the incident?
I don't recall if there was any messages, but if I think I don't remember any messages between her and the other parties that we've been discussing today.
Okay. But if she was sending any messages, you would be able to see those in her records, correct?
Oh, yeah.
I'm
But
going to
nobody
approach
checked.
you with what has been marked as defense 2RR.
Roger said he lost.
And are you able to recognize that
We
document?
gonna fix it.
I do remember these. Yes.
And there would be an excerpt from the records from Miss Mariah Smith, which was entered into evidence as
What?
6NN by the state.
I don't know all the exhibit numbers from the state. I don't.
Okay.
Yeah, I done heard it so much. I'm not really lost.
But to your question, I do remember these specific messages from reviewing.
How he remember her specific
Your Honor, I
message.
would move to enter into evidence and number
Tell me what hers say. I'm sorry, Rule 403. They
That's
left
the
all
point,
Mariah
6
messages
NN, you
out.
said?
Hmm.
All right, that's submitted.
Look at Miss Love with her arms folded. Yes, ma'am. So we do have some messages, y'all. You said what you gasped for. My child was talking. Child, I'm
And
sorry.
what I have got here on the screen, is that the same document that you are holding?
Yes, it is.
And these messages.
Bye, Junior.
Could you tell me when the first message
I might
on the
pull
text
it.
was sent, at what time?
The first text or like video call event, or what do you?
Whatever.
First event, I'll call it.
So on 2/23/2019, there's a video call event at 15:30:52 UTC between which is going to be, I guess, about it's going to be 10 a.m. 10:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. It's a video call between 1T Trey and Bless Auntie.
Okay. And are one of those is Mariah Smith?
I believe Miss Mariah was 1T Trey. Or honest, actually, I don't remember which one was Mariah.
Understood.
So after everything happened, so she must went at the police station long.
If I were to get
He got her phone back now.
the first page of those records, would you be able to identify who the record holder's name was? I'm sorry, I can't remember the name, the word you used.
The vanity name?
Yes.
I would.
I didn't check Mariah's stuff, y'all. Hey, Tim. I hope y'all don't like the live. If you're sitting in here, please like the live. I've been streaming for 7.5 hours. Show your girl some love. Please like the live. And I know y'all having fun because this chat always cutting up. They always cutting up in this chat. But y'all know we keep it cute. We don't do too much. We don't do too much now. Junior, you're going to quit. I can't stand y'all. I really can't. I try, but I cannot. Y'all be cutting up. Junior gonna have to stop. They said that be Key. Key, they said it's you. Well, the state is gonna try their version of it, right? So they're gonna leave stuff out. Just like Brian still always brings some up. We like, wait a minute. The state's gonna try their version. They're gonna do that. They want to leave Mariah out. They put her on the stand as a victim. Clearly, she set people up. And y'all think them people in the jury crazy? They ain't buying Mariah's story. Oh, Lord, not y'all ganging up on my girl, Key. Y'all know Key is the baby of us, y'all. Key is like, Key, how old are you? Are you 20? Key is our baby, okay? Y'all see I be having to protect her from Mr. Huey, y'all. She be wanting to write them letters and put money on this book. I say, not my Key. I have to protect my girl. Mariah was not a victim. Y'all watch Key say something crazy. I be really trying to protect her. I really feel like I'm her big sister. We ain't never met. That's my little sister. I be trying to protect her, y'all. Sometimes she want to be hard head. She still be talking about slide Huey her number, but I be right there saying, "Nah, Key, we not gonna have that." She's now Isis. You needed me as your big sister back then. Talking about you was putting money on folks' books when you was 20.
So if it helps, I was looking at the context, and I can tell you who Mariah's. Okay.
I want to know what the records for. Y'all, that Obama phone, they probably couldn't get the state takes so long to do everything. They probably couldn't get through DHS to get the records.
So yes, to answer your question, for the records that you had up, the Instagram vanity name for Mariah is Bless, BLESS, Auntie, AUNTIE.
Bless Auntie. Bless Auntie. She was about 7, she about 18, wasn't she? Bless Auntie for her name is insane. Jay said he needed some money on his books. I know that's right, Jay.
First message around 10 a.m.
Yeah, so at 10:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, you have a video call event between 1T Trey and Bless Auntie. And then directly after that, on the February 23rd, 2019, at 10:31 a.m., there was a text sent from 1T Trey to Bless Auntie, and it just states what happened.
And what time is the last message on there, or the last event?
It is going to be February 23rd, 2019 at 15:31:54. So that's going to be 10:31 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. So these were interactions between two different accounts, Mariah and 1T Trey, as well as Mariah and an Instagram account that is bless_glam mommy. I mean, it was in a very short period of time.
Thank you.
Who Mariah talking to? Hold on, let me go see Key.
I want to go back briefly to the records from Bernard Mitchell.
Okay.
Admitted into evidence as
Why
defense
I said
3
him speaking
or
to the deputy with no it.
Okay. Okay.
Becky.
When was it that these records were brought to your attention? Roughly.
Beginning of this year?
What?
Would it be at the last proceeding you testified in?
Yes.
Back in March?
Yes. So they were brought to my attention about a month or so before that.
Okay. To your knowledge, had anyone with the state's side of things seen those messages before?
Not to my knowledge.
To your knowledge, had anyone in law enforcement seen those messages?
Not to my knowledge.
But those messages were included in the original set of records which you obtained, correct?
That's correct.
So they were in there, you just hadn't looked.
Yes. I mean, it was thousands of pages.
Right.
And was asked for specific analysis, and that's what I provided.
You weren't the lead detective.
No, I wasn't.
So as far as locating evidence, you weren't the lead detective. You did not make the prosecuting decisions in this case, correct?
I did not.
But you were asked to collect evidence, correct? Search through the records.
I would say analyze evidence, not collect evidence.
And within your analysis,
Okay,
you
Keith.
found evidence that would support Tahira Hertzfield was part of this incident, whether it was a setup or not. She was part of it.
Agreed.
Mm-hmm.
And also you found evidence that Miss Mariah Smith
Mm-hmm.
was part of it.
I think Mariah was there. I don't know what her knowledge of the events were.
You don't know what her knowledge was, or there wasn't any?
I don't know what it was. I can't speak to hers, but I think from Tahiria's comments that she was a part of this conspiracy.
What
to
about
kill
BJ?
Mr. Holmes.
Okay. And Mariah was with Tahira, correct?
Correct.
Bring up BJ. Come in.
I don't think I have anything else for you, Mr. Hiles.
All right. Are there other defense counsel with questions for this witness?
Call Mariah out.
All right. Okay. Thank you. Is there redirect?
Very briefly, Mr. Howell, on cross, you were asked about messages from Bernard Mitchell. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And when you investigated this case, was Bernard Mitchell a victim?
He was.
So
were the timeline you looked at from shortly before the murder at 4:36 a.m. to afterwards, were you focused on potential suspects?
I was trying to figure out what happened. Yes.
And the specific message at issue that Bernard Mitchell sent, he stated he shot back. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And so if you shoot back at someone, are you the first shooter?
Your Honor, speculation.
right, and what are you proving?
Mr. Reeves, not going to do this. I'm unarmed, but if I were to shoot you right now and you fired back,
Objection.
Right.
So in common language
Can I
that you
allow it?
use, yes, Your Honor. So you may answer. If I shoot you with a water gun, and then after I do that, you shoot me right back,
Correct.
how would you describe your shot to me?
I would say that I shot back at you.
Why does this matter?
No further questions, Your Honor.
Him
All right,
shooting
any-
back doesn't mean anything to me.
Sure.
Do you know whether anyone has ever discussed those messages with Bernard Mitchell?
Oh, I don't know if anyone's talked about those messages with Bernard Mitchell.
Okay, that's all.
All right. I think that we are finished with you. Thank you for your time and finished for the day. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm just going to remind you that, of course, you are to consider only the evidence that's submitted inside of this courtroom. So, Mr. Hollis, you can go. You don't need to wait and listen to the instructions. sure you want to get out of here. So don't use the internet, blogs, podcasts, social media, any other kind of source, electronic or otherwise, to get information about the case or about the law. Don't watch, read, listen to any accounts of the trial that might appear anywhere online, in print, television, radio, otherwise. This includes any kind of social media. Of course, don't discuss the case with anyone, including amongst yourselves. Don't allow anybody to discuss it with you. And remember also that as you are in the courthouse, of course, and also as you're approaching and leaving the courthouse, to please wear your juror badges. Y'all have a pleasant evening, and we'll see you at 9. Thank you.
All rise for the jury.
Goodbye, Miss Fabulous J. Yep. Well, no more redirect. I think they're moving on to another witness. They should be done. He said he only had a few questions, so they should be done.
All right. I think tomorrow we'll have Detective Hogan and the ME, and then move on to whatever the next group of witnesses is going to be. Okay. Who? One of
That we've
them-
already been discussing with Mr. Lee.
I was trying to find out if the state was going to be calling.
Oh, right. Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. Is there any other matter we need to take up this evening before we leave?
Paige ready to get it better.
Your Honor, and I am still working on the other matter regarding the instruction and law. I have been working during this time with other members of our
Okay.
office.
So you saw what I sent out through Ms. Persfield. Okay. So obviously we'll need to do that maybe at lunch tomorrow. As soon as y'all got something, you can send it. Somebody had, I don't know who it was, but a computer that was making noise a couple of times, like the dings, when you get, I don't know what, an email or something. So just try to, everybody, please make sure your computer is on silent, or the volume or the alerts or whatever are off, the notifications. Yes, Mr. Sharp. Mm-hmm.
I don't know. There we go. I don't know how many of my colleagues received this email, but I received an email from one of the prosecution team this afternoon, I believe, that has a bunch of folders for proposed exhibits involving the incidents alleged to involve Mr. Heyy. I don't believe that we've, when we went through all the folders, I don't believe that we've litigated anything involving those. And I just wanted to bring it to your attention. So
It's always
you knew.
something.
When are we getting to that?
I don't believe that we'll get to them tomorrow. These are items from Mr. Huey's phone dump.
Do you expect we're going to get to that this week or before we have our next non-jury day?
We can not get to it. In other words, we can put it off if we need to. I think at the earliest it would have been Friday, but it could have been next week.
So we're not scheduled to have another non-jury day until what, November? Not the 1st, the 8th. And I just hate to waste the jury time. So,
and I'll confirm with the other team members whether these are items that were previous.
But Motung went to jail and she told him he don't take court. He needs to take court seriously. And look what.
All right, y'all figure it out. But obviously, if it's going to take, more than like a lunchtime or two, we're going to need to wait until there's an on-jury day to do it. And I know Mr. Matthews filed a motion limiting about one particular piece of evidence. We can take that up at the same time.
That's correct, Judge. I
Okay.
did file a motion in limine. There's probably going to be a few more that's going to come in connection
Okay.
with that. So Mr. Shard is correct.
That was a couple of days ago, that motion in limine. Okay. Well, I mean, y'all get together on it, do what you can, narrow it down, and keep me posted.
Last reminders in the morning, we'll need to take up the Lee messages. I've not had a chance to review them today.
And how long do we think that's
The
going to
messages from Winnie Lee.
take? How long do you think we'll need for that?
I got about halfway through them and do have some objections. I'm going to.
Are we going to have enough other witnesses to carry us to the lunch hour
Yes.
before we reach
Yes.
Winnie Lee?
Yes. Yes.
Although
We can do that.
I really wish y'all would not take every one of my lunch hours. I was going to take one of my brethren for a birthday lunch tomorrow, but I guess I won't be doing that.
Your Honor, we can also talk about
Girl,
that
damn
with
your lunch.
Abasi and her co-counsel
This
this
lady is
evening.
crazy.
if
It would
that
be
may-
wonderful if y'all could sort it out and come to agreement and give me, 1 or 5 minutes worth of things to decide. All right, y'all, please do whatever you can on that. And I guess I will see y'all at 8:45.
Your Honor,
Yes.
can I just also, I'll be filing and writing, there's a PowerPoint that we were provided by the state. It deals with investigator Viverito. It's 41 slides. I've made a specific objection to the slides. I believe should not come in. There's
Did
law in
anything
there.
like that, Operation Planners
Yes,
PowerPoint?
it's not as bad, but yes, there's law in there, OCGA, it's her opinions that, Mr. Williams is the leader of a gang. Mr.
Okay,
Hughes
well,
an armed
get
robber.
together with somebody from the prosecution team to try to narrow that down to what is actually relevant and admissible, please.
And Your Honor, we're
I'll
going
put
to
it in writing, and then this way they can, Mr. Body said he'll look at it.
All right,
Mr.
wonderful.
Hughes is going to be joining me.
Thank you.
Judge. Thank you.
And so our expectations are what they should be. I think we'll get to Mr. Willie Lee before lunchtime.
You do?
I want to make sure that's put in the ether so no one's caught off guard.
Oh, gosh, I wish y'all would let me know these things before
I need Miss
I
Love.
would have said, jury, come back at 9:30 in the morning instead of 9. Maybe I can still get that message out to
Miss
them.
Love.
We'll arrange it so we'll just go out of order.
I think they kind of shut her up.
Okay. All right.
Did y'all see that?
All right. I'll see y'all at 8:45. Y'all try to sort out as much as you can before then. Thank you.
Did y'all see that interaction between Miss Love and Abadi? I mean, yeah, Mr. Abadi. Let me show y'all again. Hold up.
Like that Operation Planners
Yes,
PowerPoint?
it's not as bad, but yes, there's law in there, OCGA, it's her opinions that, Mr. Williams is the leader of a gang. Mr.
Okay,
Hughes
well,
an armed
get
robber.
together with somebody from the prosecution team to try to narrow that down to what is actually relevant and admissible, please.
And Your Honor, we're
I'll
going
put
to
it in writing, and then this way they can, Mr. Body said he'll look at it.
All right,
Mr.
wonderful.
Hughes is going to be joining me.
Thank you.
Judge. Thank you.
And so our expectations are what they should be. I think we'll get to Mr. Willie Lee before lunchtime.
You do?
I want to make sure that's put in the ether so no one's caught off guard.
Oh, gosh, I wish y'all would let me know these things before I would have said, jury, come back at 9:30 in the morning instead of 9. Maybe I can still get that message out to them.
We'll arrange it so we'll just go out of order. We'll do that.
Okay. All right.
She turned around like,
All right. I'll see y'all at 8:45. Y'all try to sort out as much as you can before then. Thank you.
turned around like, who told you to start talking? Push that chair back. I'm telling y'all, it's definitely starting to look like Mr. Abadi is in charge. It looks like it's starting to look like he's in charge and he's there to keep them under control. It feels like he there to keep them under control, y'all. I'm letting you know that's what it looked like. How he stood up. As soon as Brian Steele said that, Abadi was ready to talk about it. That's what it looked like to me, guys. I'm saying. Wow. At the end of the day, that's what it looked like to me. I guess before I get off, because I'm gonna get off in another 30 minutes or so because I really been streaming for 7 hours and 50 minutes. That's crazy. And a lot of y'all been here with me the whole time. So first of all, let me say thank you guys for that. Thank y'all for streaming all of this time with me, because I can't believe we've been in here for this long. Yeah, I can't believe we've been in here this long, y'all. I have had the best time with you all. Y'all know I'm not in my normal space, so I have literally had to make a place to stream, okay? And hopefully I'm sitting here like, Lord, I need a desk, I need another chair if I'm gonna be streaming with you guys for this long. This was amazing. And look, Ariel got me through my work day. I love y'all too, and I appreciate y'all so much. I'm gonna, before I get off though, I'll open the chat up again so that we can talk, because I know y'all got stuff to say. I know y'all have stuff to say. I am going to say I'm happy that we're getting BJ. I hear y'all talking about Mariah, they gave her some type of immunity or something. I am going to say that I understand why she doesn't want to be shown, because y'all picked up on the fact that she set those boys up. She doesn't want her face out there. She does not want her face out there. So, oh yeah, thank you, Mickey. Let them know, y'all. Princess, charge your phone. Don't be me. Charge your phone, Princess, okay? Yes, charge that phone up. Oh, you want to talk about Obama? What do you want me to talk about? The fact that he out here shoplifting? Because I don't know why he's out here shoplifting. I think this further proves what we've been saying. There's no conspiracy because there's no money. Where is the money? Why is he out here shoplifting? And what the hell was he stealing? Do y'all know what he was stealing? Why are you out here shoplifting? Oh God, she done found my chat. Let me block her. I'm not finna play with that lady. I'm not. Oh, damn, Crystal. I'm sorry. How do I remove Crystal? Damn it. I didn't block the wrong person. I blocked the wrong person. Crystal. If y'all know Crystal, can y'all tell Crystal I wasn't trying to block her? Okay. Child, I'm trying to figure out how to I'm trying to get Crystal. Oh my God, Crystal. When I get through, girl, I'm gonna figure it out. I was trying to block Vera and blocked you. The comment moved too fast. God damn it. The comment moved too fast. Crystal, I'm gonna have to make a TikTok for Crystal, y'all. I gotta make a TikTok. I was trying. Not you, Crystal P. Girl. Hold up. Oh my God, y'all. I gotta figure out how to unblock her. Oh, I gotta figure out how to. Oh man. I done blocked the wrong person. I have blocked the wrong person. I just didn't want her, y'all. She will spam the comments, and I think that for me, I don't want to see that. every other comment. I don't want to see you talking about Jeffrey needs life. You know, if that's your opinion, that's fine. And here, everybody doesn't always agree here. And, you know, that's fine. We can have dialogue, right? Open discussion about things. But what I don't want to see, y'all, I got to find her. I got to find this. Hold up. Recordings, guess. Y'all, I don't know how to find my blocked person. Child. All I remember was her name was Crystal. They said just yeah, y'all are so right. I do need some mods. I do need mods. I need to actually sit down and do that. Y'all gotta unblock my girl because Crystal be here. Girl, Crystal probably like, how the hell I get blocked? Hold on, y'all. I'm trying to see if I can figure it out. Y'all, it say banned guest, but it's saying no banned guest. It literally just told me I banned her. Oh my God, y'all know I feel terrible. Miss Fabulous J, I don't even know how to make mods on here. That's why you're not a mod. But y'all gonna figure it out after today because I can't be banning people that are actually here. Lord, I'm gonna have to go on my TikTok and tell Crystal I did not mean to ban her. Y'all gonna have to make a TikTok real quick. Do y'all remember her name? I didn't mean to ban you. Hold on, y'all. I gotta tell her. I feel terrible. Let me just make a quick video because this is taking too much to type, y'all. Hold on, y'all. Hold on just a second. Crystal, if you were just on my YouTube page, I'm so sorry for banning you. I was trying to ban Vera because I don't have time for that. Can you please like DM me your name so I can unblock you? I promise I didn't mean to, girl. We love you in the chat. Let me know. Okay. It was a C. I was trying to ban Vera because I don't have time. Oh, y'all. Like DM me your name so I can unblock you. I promise I didn't mean to, girl. We love you in the chat. Crystal, if you were just on my YouTube page, I'm so sorry for banning you. I was trying to ban Vera because I don't have time for that. Can you please like DM me? Y'all know I feel so bad. Unblock you. I promise I didn't mean to, girl. We love y'all know them people that just can't let shit go. I just can't let it go. Y'all know how people just can't let stuff go when they do something. Like I've got to correct it. Because I don't want people to feel like I'm that type of person because that's not me. This chat sometimes moves too fast. And I was literally trying to ban Miss Viral because baby, don't come over here with that. Please do not come over here with that. Look. Oh no, I don't. Oh God, now I'm out here. People gonna be like, "Oh, what's she blocking for?" Y'all, this is too much. Please. But let me tell you, one time my mods on TikTok, they blocked someone and he messaged me like, "Hey, I'm messaging you from my other page. I got blocked." And I'm like, "Why did you get blocked?"
Me personally, I want to never trade. I wouldn't trade nobody name. Well, I can't say what I want to do. But if Netta,
y'all, y'all, when I tell y'all it's pissing me off so bad, I don't know how to look at people that I have blocked.
Me personally, I wouldn't trade nobody.
Oh God.
In the first place. But if anybody was just anybody, yours.
King, see, this is what I'm talking about right here, King. I'm trying to right the wrong because I didn't. Didn't y'all hear me in the chat say I didn't mean to block her? Hold on just a second. Yeah, that is so crazy. They say I don't know Crystal, but I miss her already. Y'all, okay, hold up. Settings. Y'all know I'm not on TikTok. Maybe she's blocked on my YouTube, but I done blocked Vera before. So I'm gonna say that it must change every live or something like that. Because when I go to my settings, there is nothing in here about people you have blocked. When I go to guests and I go to banned guests, it says no banned guests. Y'all know what? Let me pull up my actual YouTube. Let me pull up my YouTube real quick, y'all. Because we're going to figure this out. We're going to figure it out, y'all. Maybe it's on my actual YouTube. Let me go to my actual YouTube and not in StreamYard. Let's view my channel. Oh, I think I make my mods. Okay, y'all, my channel. Let's see. Membership, family center, privacy. Hold on, y'all. Y'all, this is just pissing me off. Advanced settings. Babe, I'm gonna have to figure this out offline. Y'all, I'm gonna have to figure this out. Okay, look at the comments. Let me go back to the comments. Y'all, okay, here they go. Her name is Crystal. Girl, she been in here all day with us. Y'all, it's so many comments. So y'all messing with me for blocking her? I think I've done it before. Okay, y'all, we gonna find it. This is just so terrible. I hope she come in before that. Okay, y'all talking about Vera right now. Okay, Vera B was removed. Okay, here go Crystal right here. Why won't it let me undo what I did? Hold on, y'all. Let me just Google. Let me see. Damn. I can't unblock her. She just gonna have to miss this stream. It's okay. It's okay, y'all. No, it says when y'all know I stream through StreamYard, and it says that she just banned from this one. So Crystal will be okay. I sent her a TikTok. I can't worry about it no more. You know, I've got over 500 witnesses that I legit tried to get my girl. I tried to put her back in. I've apologized. You know, I just got to move on because it says she's done for this one. Y'all, it won't. I just Googled it, y'all. I did my due diligence. And if y'all know Crystal, y'all see Crystal in the YSL streets. Don't y'all make sure y'all let Crystal know that I really was tore up about what I did, okay? So I just want y'all to make sure y'all stand by me and let Crystal know that I was trying to right the wrong and it just didn't happen, okay?
Child, please. You can use my cousin. You can use my son, cousin. I ain't trying to put your son in no mess, because baby, I ain't gonna take up for you.
Oh gosh, God, Crystal, I just feel so terrible. It was too fast, y'all. And like right after I did it, I saw Vera come. I'm like, damn, how you still on here? It's okay. All I have to do is just. Okay, it finally updated. She probably done messaged me on TikTok like, did you block me from the live? Let me see if she done messaged me, y'all. Hold up. Girl, thank you, Frederica. She done messaged me talking about free Crystal. Okay, hold up. Let me see. Hold on. Y'all done sent me something. Let's see if this work. I'm sorry, y'all. We were chit chatting. Actually, I'm gonna put the link in if you guys want to chat because I'm gonna figure out how I can Mel, maybe you did not block her. Crystal said meet her at Crucial. Yeah, I'm gonna have to I'm gonna put the link in the chat and I'm gonna let y'all chit chat while I try to figure this out, okay? Because I do want a free Crystal. They said Vera Shep. She might be. She might be. I just put the link in the chat, y'all. I put the link in the chat. Oh, Keith. Barchi, you really pushing it. You pushing it, Barchi. Okay, y'all. Let me figure it out because my girl Frederica just sent me something that just might work. Barchi, you better let it go. Why that ain't working? Oh, because I got an R. Girl, not me typing blacklist. I'm thinking about the show. Okay, y'all. Hey, Latoya.
Hey Mel, how y'all doing, chat?
We are good. How are you today?
I am doing well. Y'all had got me through my work today. I was just sitting there with my earbud in, tickled.
I love it. We love to have everybody have a good time. Okay.
I was on the live last night, and when I tell you, it's like we had a premonition
Oh,
that girl knew and was involved into what they had going on, and you can't tell me because I mean. Yes, you have some of these, what you want to say, innocent girls, right? Where, my mama said that I can't go out, this, that, and the other. Okay, fine. But at the end of the day, you ended up going out.
yep, she
So
did.
listening too much up to what your mama doing, and you have that own curious mind instinct, I should say. So it's not all the time that a friend is making you and you're a victim of. No, you indulged, you wanted to go, you had a plot to that. And I mean, when we're talking about how these boys are raised, let's think about the girl, whether they have cousins, brothers, uncles. I mean, they walk outside, and some of them are doing, and I said this in the chat, some of these girls are just as hard body as some of these boys. Look at what's her name?
Yeah.
She looks hard body. And so I don't believe not one time and that she didn't have anything to do with it. Again, I would want to know more of, what it actually was about, because it seemed like to me, maybe it was some just issues and this, that, and the other, outside of petty stuff. And I don't think it was meant to go that far in it, but it did. Because to me, the one boy already had an ankle monitor on. So I'm not trying to say, and I don't want anybody, right. I don't want anybody to take what I'm going to say the wrong way because of innocent life. I feel like life is precious, regardless of how they lost it, it's still precious, right? But one of those boys had an ankle monitor on. So it means that he was being mischievous. If the boys are running out of the bushes and making plays with a gun, they're being mischievous. Brazy ain't got nowhere to live. So to me, all of them are being mischievous, but an innocent life, got taken in the mixed up. And it could have been worse because it could have been 5 in the car, 6 in the car. Or like the boy said, I shot back. So it could have been, everybody could have been gone. My point in saying that is that, again, all of these kids have become a product of their environment. And so not having, I don't care what your age is, because when you think, oh, I got away with it this one time and then you do it again, that's why people do it again, because they got away with it the first time.
Yep,
They never plan on they never plan on the mishap happening in between or backfiring on them, and then having to reap those repercussions. And so I'm glad that the defense shed light on the state. And again, we addressed that, yes, they're going to use parts of what they want. But at the same time, though, like we said, why wasn't she charged in the beginning of? Because at the end of the day, if y'all do y'all jobs as investigators and not just be lazy about it because I want to sit and stroll on social media or get a snitch, but actually go out there and do footwork, then get them all if they all bad, because they seem like they were all bad. So get them all. Don't just have this young man sitting in there at age 15 being tried as an adult by himself,
I
And
told you,
so
I would really
I'm sorry.
love to know what was the reason for letting the girls go. I really do want to know that. And hopefully we'll find that out if we ever figure out what happened in the trial. I'd love to know what was the reason behind it.
Yeah, I mean, of course, we see how, they're making what you want to say deals with the devil. And like the Thorpe, basically probably had her intimidated and, painted the picture of what she kind of pieced together. Because even when she said, even after he did that, I still lied, you know, and that lying part was she know in her mind what she did and what she excluded, but to, like Woody said, give you just enough to leave me alone and go on over there somewhere. And that's how she got out of that.
Yeah, I see the
And I'm
comment.
sure,
Because I just saw I've been seeing that. Oh, they wanted the boys. I get that, but is there justice? Like it bothers me. And not only that, I just want to see what other evidence they had personally. So I do want to see that.
yeah. I mean, and I listen.
I'm sorry,
I
I'm not
feel
laughing at you. This chat gonna have to come down because not y'all eating me up in these comments.
what you say? Who? I can't see the chat no more.
They eat me up. What she say? My hand on the block button, like SpongeBob Toby, ready to hit the. Y'all ain't right. Y'all ain't right. Y'all ain't right. Y'all not right.
But again, I seen in the chat earlier because I thought we were gonna get more from Miss D as far as digging. I thought we were gonna get more from what's her name? Abasi. Like, I don't know, they didn't dig hard enough for me.
I don't think they needed to do a lot. I think we wanted a lot, but they didn't need to do a lot. They just wanted to show, like, Abasi's whole purpose was to show that they did not look at Mariah as a suspect. And she was trying to get out of the man to say, hey, don't you think she was involved too? He wouldn't say it because you didn't really have much from Mariah's text, but BJ clearly implicated her. He clearly implicated her. And that's what Abasi was trying to get out. D. Williams was just getting out that the girl's a liar. And I think they accomplished both of them.
And so I guess they didn't want to shed more light on it, because I would have sworn that Steele would have showed up, stood up and crossed about the YSL chain and all that they were, but maybe it was just an overload. So they just like, we're not going to shed too much light on that because it'll be an afterthought.
I'm getting really annoyed, and I'm sorry, y'all. Why is that lady back in my comments? Frederica, she was right above your name. That's why I put the comment up there. I said, I don't want to block the wrong person again. It's really not funny. It's really annoying. They said, because why did Vera go get on another page?
Okay, I gotta go. My mom and my grandson is here, Mel. I'm going back to the chat.
Yeah. Yeah. Why is that lady back here? Y'all, I was so scared. I hit block, and Frederica's name was right there. And I was like, okay, I ain't gonna hit it again. Let me just try. Yeah. Y'all know how some I'm gonna have to put a code in or something because, girl, not now you too damn old to be going around playing on people's lives. Oh my God, because ain't no way you making different pages to come where you're not wanted, girl. What is going on, yo? Mickey, y'all, I'm trying. You know what? I may just have to be like Kayla. Kayla doesn't even care. Kayla just let her roam through the comments. Kayla doesn't care at all. It just is annoying. You know, like, because I actually read my comments a lot and I'm talking to y'all. I don't want to be talking to y'all and keep seeing this lady posted free Jeffrey Williams getting life. If that's what you think, why don't you just create a live and say that for hours? You could just do that. You could sit on your live. Hey, Miss Sheila. You can sit on your live and do that, girl. That's a different.
They're sitting up here laughing at you in the chat about Vera.
Miss Sheila, why the lady got to come trolling?
Because she love everybody, but I believe that's the state because ain't nobody got them many darn pages but the state. But
oh God,
every time Miss Love show up in court, why does this direct have to take all day?
Your guess about as good as mine, Miss Sheila. I don't know.
That direct did not even have to go that far.
I don't even know.
I believe the jurors checked out after the first 2 hours.
I think so too. I believe so as well.
What they're doing is they're throwing so much information and names that the jury would be like, man, so much information they got on them, they guilty. No, y'all have to sit there and go through all that information and y'all have to determine why y'all feel like that person is guilty. You just can't say guilty.
Yeah, I think that's what they're thinking, Miss Sheila, that if we throw all of this stuff at them, something's going to stick and it'll go in our favor, you know?
Yeah, and then Hilton was down there begging the probation office to don't revoke his probation. We need him. No, the probation office said he going back to jail, and that's where he going.
So wait, Miss Sheila, his probation was revoked by the probation office?
Yes.
Oh, if he going to jail anyway, why would I get on your saying?
He going back to jail.
Child.
It wasn't the state that revoked him. It was the probation office.
Okay, that's helpful to know. So it was the probation. That's helpful to know.
Yeah, they get your butt back in jail. Gone on back in there with Lucci, right where go. But if I was those sheriffs of those different counties where those young men were at, Funny would have to pay my deputies out of her salary because they wouldn't get paid out of mine.
I'm wondering what's because they said they have to house them somewhere tonight. I'm wondering, like, were they in a different? Where were they? I wonder because
one I think Uten or however he pronounced his name, he was in Rock Creek or something down there in Conyers, Georgia. And I don't even know where the other one was. But if my deputy had to leave at 4 o'clock to bring him all the way to your county, he already did overtime because he get off at 6 in the morning.
Kristen, what she's saying is they're revoking Obama's probation because of the shoplifting charge they said he has.
Yes.
Yeah, so they're revoking. That's what she's saying going back.
Yeah, it was Rockdale, somewhere down there in Conyers. But I'm sitting up here like, I would be so mad that my deputy did all that and then y'all didn't even call these people. And they ain't gonna call them tomorrow because they said they want the officer to come up and they want the ME to come up before they even bring up the other 2 boys.
I'm not understanding that.
The ME is gonna talk, and then if they can't figure out if the jury understand what she's saying or not, they want to introduce his autopsy photos. I don't want to see a little kid laying on a table.
I don't want to see that either, and I'm not sure. It's like what Max Char said again. Somebody in the comments said it too. A trial within a trial, and that's
right. Right. I don't want to see that. And then the little boy was unalived in the head. That only could happen if somebody was on his right side or his left side. I don't know what side of the car it was, but them bullets didn't come up that high in the car because we only saw the bullets down like around the bottom of the car.
It was February, so I would think it's cold. Maybe did they shoot the windows down? What? I don't know what happened. And
But we looked at the car, the windows looked like they were up. Somebody on the inside unalived that little boy.
I don't know. We got to see. I don't
And
know.
why would they show up at Mariah's house but not ask her, hey, let me see your hands, let me see if you got any residue on it?
Because I guess the boys say I'm thinking the boys told police that the two girls ran out the car and then the shots happened. So they know the girls can do it.
The girls can run out the car, turn around and say pow, 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 pow.
Oh, you're right. You are right. He did say they shot back. He said that too, Mickey. He said that as well.
So yeah, it's up in the air. I don't think that they were expecting Obama, and Obama's charge actually happened last month. So the probation office must have just found out about it because it happened in August.
I just still want to know, what are you stealing? What was going on?
Mia, it was August. That man probably wanted him some meat. Or he I'm serious. You know, normally they go in, they take the meat. If they go to Family Dollar, they taking all the laundry detergent. Well, at least here in Memphis, that's what they do.
I was just about to say, you know, in Memphis, they definitely gonna steal some meat.
They stealing meat and cleaning supplies. So I don't know what he was taking, but he was taking something. So they gives broke to me. And then little Rod YSL chain ain't even the proper YSL chain, because YSL do not go straight across, it go up and down.
That well, you know, they got their record label ones look like the one Lil Rod had, but somebody on Twitter just posted you can buy them from, like I said, I saw it for $10. So
right.
You can buy those.
It wasn't real.
Yeah, I'm sure it wasn't real. But you
can buy those. I want to see the young man. What's his name? That they depended on too. The guy with the dreads. What's his name? Won't Lee.
Oh,
Won't Lee was about to sign a deal with Lil Durk, but I guess Lil Durk said, "Oh no, goodbye."
I saw that.
Baby, Lil Durk said, "Nope. King Von just got we ain't going there no more." He don't even have a record deal no more.
Yes, it was the Temu. They said the Temu YSL chain. That's exactly what it was.
That his daddy bought for him. I want to say that either his mom was on the funny stuff,
yeah,
or she has a mental defect.
Someone, she was very pleasant about it, and they said she got a chance to meet her when she went to court, and she's like, seeing her put so much into perspective, she kind of understood why he was so lost. And she kind of to the same things that you're hinting to as well.
And for me, I've never seen the mom. I want to say the mom might be young, but the daddy look awfully old. So you know, when you had them babies by them old men, chances are some could be wrong with them.
Well,
my uncle used to tell me, old men can't give you nothing but worms. I said, oh.
I've heard that too, Miss Sheila. I heard that before.
I guess we country. We heard of it.
Like, is that a Memphis thing? Because I definitely have heard, or a Southern thing. Because I want to just say Memphis, a Southern thing. Obama's, I don't think he's Ashley's client. No, Duke is Ashley's client.
Yeah, Duke is Ashley's client. He's actually signed to the label. So Ashley is getting paid through the label. Yak is on the label. So I'm thinking Doug Weinstein them is getting paid through the label.
Hey, Armenia. Bart, you working my nerves. I had to mute. Girl,
baby, Bart need his own her own microphone.
Bart beating on the door, y'all. I had to go on mute. She was smacking the door. Yeah, he had to jump off the porch because his mama wasn't home. That makes sense to me.
Yeah, and I didn't like that little young girl because, baby, I almost went through the computer screen at work because, baby, I know you ain't getting funny with Miss D. Williams as nice as she talking to you.
Oh, Miss Sheila, she can't help it because she was embarrassed that people clocked her. And just like y'all think the jurors online, y'all think she wasn't online yesterday seeing people say, oh my gosh, she set these people up all day, everywhere she go. if she wanted to look up the YSL trial, girl, yes, they clocked you.
She said she had watched it.
Nobody believes her story.
She said, I didn't know their name till I watched the trial, huh? But you testified against Lil Rod and Blaylock, so you had to have known people names.
I think that's what she meant, Miss Sheila. I think she was talking about that trial. She didn't know who else was in the car until trial. I thought that's how I took it. I thought she meant the trial that the one where Lil Rod was convicted. I felt like she was talking about that trial. She didn't know who the boys were until she went through the process of that trial. But I definitely think that she has an attitude because they was clocking her. Baby, they was clocking her. So
Well,
bad.
I can tell you one thing. I don't know what the state got planned for tomorrow, but I ain't with this because, baby, I was falling asleep at work listening to that man. That man was so ready to go. When a white man put his fingers in an L shape up against his face, he ready to go.
Like
and Atkins wasn't catching it. Yes, Atkins was not catching it.
He was ready. Listen, if it weren't for this live, I would have cut him off and did something else and went back to him. Y'all know I'm a big Buffs fan. I would have watched the videos for today, watched the press conference that went on and went back to him because it was just so long and drawn out. And this is the state's problem. That man had been on the stand for 4 hours. There was no
He was on the stand for 8 hours. He got started. I want to say 6 hours because she didn't last a good hour.
Yeah, she wasn't a full hour.
She wasn't a full hour. So that was about lunch break. Yeah, about 6 hours.
They purposely wanted to get those videos in with him and the weapons. All of this, they want this bad character evidence against what's his name, Lil Rod. They want to show us that he was young. It doesn't take much for us to see that he was young and out in these streets. We didn't need all of the videos. We didn't need all of those posts. We didn't need all of that. You could have really just got to the point when you're talking about the night that everything happened. What you established for me was that the girl was that Mariah's story is partially true. She just left herself out. That's all you established, but you could have done that.
I didn't need him reading that stuff. We didn't need no reading.
I wondered why they read. They said, check my TikTok. Okay. I didn't know why he read everything. Well, I mean, I guess for me, maybe they have to do that for the jury because I was kind of.
It's going to go back with the jury and the jury could read it. But that says a lot for the city of Atlanta. And I know we're going to say we ain't much better here in Memphis, but Mook is 40-some years old. He didn't finish nothing but the 9th grade. Y'all still got the same problem going on with this younger generation, and we're in 2024. That area of Atlanta is not, they don't value education and they don't push it.
Well, I won't just put that on Atlanta because I told you when my niece got jumped here in Memphis like 2 years ago, and y'all know me, I'm gonna write a letter. So I was looking up all the councilmen and everything in the area. What I learned was Memphis has like a 4% literacy rate. And I was so shocked to see that because it's all about, I guess, where you grow up. Even though I grew up in South Memphis, my family, most everyone has completed at least high school, right? And then there's some people who completed college. So there's not a literacy problem with people that I'm around for the most part. But when you look at Memphis as a whole, I was shocked to see that literacy affects everything. It affects everything. So I just feel like it's an inner city problem. It's not just a black or white, it's an inner city problem. And that's what we're seeing, unfortunately. Look at these kids. Why weren't they in school? They weren't even at home. They got school the next morning.
Mook and Zachary wasn't in school.
And I was telling Quindarius, I said that on his live, I said, what really made me sad about your story is hearing that you didn't even finish, like, you didn't go past the 8th grade. Like, that wasn't funny to me. To me, that was
It was. It really was.
It was.
Because people always look at us. I'd be like, well, my mom always said, y'all gonna go to college, whether you finish, it's on you. But you would never say that I didn't send you. And she sent us, we finished, but still. Oh, I didn't like it.
They don't get what. Oh, God, yeah. Let me move Barchi. Go ahead, Barchi. they don't want you educated. It's easier to manipulate, and it's about us figuring out how do we change that. Like for me,
Yeah.
that's the how do we fix that? Like my son is so smart, but he cannot stand school, and it bothers me. But I really sometimes think he's bored and he needs something that challenges him. And he's in
Mhm.
honor classes, but kids learning should be fun. There's that Miss Sheila. Have you ever seen the school in Atlanta, Ron Clark? I always see them on social media, and kids love this school. Y'all, they got a year, like years for the wait list, right? But I
Mhm.
know someone whose child goes there, and his grandmother was telling me how she notices how now he's up, he's ready to go to school. He loves it. Kids have to
Mhm.
love it, and when you have schools that actually teachers that love what they do, it shows in the
Yeah.
kids.
Yeah. Because it was one teacher that actually, she put on Facebook, my daughter's teacher, she said, I didn't like the school they sent me to. The kids were awful. She said, I put in my retirement.
And that
And I
keeps
was
happening.
like, wow.
Alexandria, you told me to check my TikTok. I don't see anything
And
unless
and she was like,
a long time ago.
she said, and I'll never forget, your daughter came to school with me and said, don't you come to work no more with your eyebrows looking like that. Fix yourself up before you come to work. I said,
Like, wait a minute. Wait a
she
minute.
didn't tell you. She said, yeah. And I always fix my eyebrows and stuff now before I leave the house, like a young lady now in the house.
Well, at least your daughter helped you out, helped to get it together.
Yeah, and I was just like, oh my goodness. But yeah, it is a problem. It's a problem around, and like you were saying earlier, when stores have a lot of people around, I don't stop. I love South Memphis Market chicken. There's so many people that hang around those. I don't want to stop half the time, and I don't stop. But yeah, we got the same
I
problem.
really
But
don't.
it just seemed like that
You
Cleveland
know,
Avenue still seems bad.
well, I mean, it's when I come home, honestly, like I didn't feel, I told you where I'm from, and baby, I used to
Mhm.
walk all the time, walk to A&R because it was, 2 streets over.
Mhm.
And I like the neighborhood don't seem bad, but when you get outside of it, when I'm talking about the gas station, it's right there, South Parkway and Elvis and Bellevue. South Parkway and Bellevue.
Oh, mhm.
Oh, no, ma'am. No,
Mhm.
ma'am.
Where
Like,
where the streetwalkers be at. Mhm.
no, ma'am. No, ma'am. They can
Yeah.
have it.
Yeah. Because
I
I
don't
believe them girls were streetwalkers too. They were selling something.
I don't think so. I think they were just bad. Now that I'm seeing the text, I think they were just bad. They used their relationship with BJ to get them over. I just don't know the motive. And like people have said in the comments, we don't know what BJ and Jamari were affiliated with.
Mhm.
But I'm wondering if it was just, hey, I know some boys, they supposed to be down with this. Why did you set them up? What was the reasoning? I still have yet to hear the motive. So I would love, that's why I want to see LeRod case. What was the motive in all of this? Was it simply y'all didn't
Do
like
you
the
think
boys?
because it's on appeal that it's still sealed? I'm gonna look at that tomorrow when I go to work.
Okay.
I'm gonna look at that because yeah, I have 3 screens and I only really work off of 2 because I be trying to watch the trial on the other. Don't tell my
And name in the city of Atlanta to boost you into adulthood here. Okay.
And I'm still trying to figure out. So now, and this gonna be my last thing. Did Atkins actually mention a different gang? And slime didn't mean the same thing. Guess what? They were calling slime back in the day.
I don't know.
That Lil Rod and them slime meant something totally different. Like it didn't make no sense.
I don't they said they responded on my TikTok. Okay, y'all, I do have to get off because I forgot. I told
Okay.
my sister we were gonna do something at 5:30 and it's 5:15. We've been on here 8.5 hours, y'all. I do have to end the live because it's 5:15. She just said, girl, hey, come what do you
Tell your sister I'm sorry. I'm getting off now.
Look, she just said, girl, what are you doing? But y'all, thank y'all so much. I am going to get off this live, y'all, and I'm going to figure out how to get Crystal back in here. And then, I'm going to make sure I'm very, very careful going forward. So y'all don't have to be cracking more jokes about me blocking people, okay?
That's key. Okay.
That's Key. Now, Key and Misha been on me, y'all. Key and Misha been on me hard in this chat. I wish I could scroll up because there was a couple more, y'all, okay? But y'all, I'm gonna talk to y'all later. Thank y'all.
Right.
I appreciate y'all.
Thank you.
For me.
Have a good one.
Like the
Bye-bye.
live when y'all go out. Bye, y'all.